The protagonist unleashed a mere basic strike. Yet the principal was left frozen in pure disbelief. Hidden within that single swing was a high-level flash step, executed with lethal precision. More crucially, in the split second of contact, the MC pinpointed his foe's fatal weakness and struck without mercy. It appeared as one fluid motion. But it was a triple maneuver that even a 15-year war veteran like the principal couldn't replicate. To the oblivious onlookers, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. But to the principal, they were mere children, playing in the presence of a master. This was a world where might made right. A realm where humanity and demonic beasts fought for survival. Mankind's survival rested on 5 elemental pillars: lightning, flower, cloud, core, and star. The synergy of these elements birthed a multitude of unique and powerful classes. In his former life, the MC stood at the pinnacle as the captain of the Divine Legion's elite squad. He had led his brothers through blood and fire to suppress an SSS-rank Demon King. His team featured Anlay, the L-rank Lightning Assassin, and the Legion's Silent Blade. Beside him was Han Xiaolin, the L-rank Cloud Mage, a master of mystical destruction. Then there was Lucian, the L-rank Star Commander, the ultimate support backbone of the Legion. And leading them all was Bai Yi, the L-rank core element Holy Swordsman. Yet, hidden among these legends was a traitor of equal rank, lurking in their shadows. For 10 years, the MC had commanded this squad, serving as the elite god's demonic beast cleaners. Their 100th mission took them to the front lines against a high-level beast, a task deemed purge-level the dreaded L rank. They believed that completing this final nightmare would earn them a well-deserved, long vacation. As Bai Yi delivered the finishing blow, the Demon King Belphegor finally fell. Despite the victory, a sense of unease lingered among the teammates. Is it really over? I was hoping for a real challenge. Someone joked. Lucian voiced the concern. An L-rank mission for our strongest team. Don't you think that was a bit too easy? Bai Yi, the MC, frowned. Intelligence suggested this Demon King possessed 5 elements and a hidden trump card. Suddenly, Anil wrapped her arms around him, teasingly suggesting a private date during their upcoming break. Bai Yi pushed her away, insisting the whole team celebrate together at their usual spot in the holy capital. Still can't charm him, she pouted, noting that their 5th member was still cleaning up in the rear. Their teammate had been unusually quiet, barely lifting a finger during the entire raid. They brushed it off as his usual distant personality, but they couldn't have been more wrong. A second later, a chilling snap echoed through the air. Everyone, the purge mission is now active. In a heartbeat, a hole was blown through Han Xiaolin's head before anyone could react. Panic surged, but the MC realized with horror that his body refused to move. For the past month, I've been lacing your food with a specialized paralytic powder, the traitor confessed. Forbidden skill chains of fate. Activate. The elite squad was instantly trussed like prey. The traitor admitted he had spent years preparing for this exact moment to ensure the strongest team's demise. Bai Yi stared in agony. He couldn't grasp that a comrade of 10 years could commit such an atrocity. The forbidden skill stripped them of their consciousness and every ounce of their legendary defense. This is God's decree. The traitor sneered. The real L-rank mission was to purge you. As the chains tightened, 2 more links shot out, piercing through Anli and Lucian instantly. The MC was forced to watch his family die in agony, their bodies torn apart before his eyes. With his final breath, Bai Yi roared, demanding to know why they were being discarded after years of loyal service. Does God truly need a reason to erase you? The traitor replied with a cold, mocking gaze. When Bai Yi pleaded about their 10-year bond, the traitor laughed at his naivety. Teammates, family, you were just pawns on a board God set the moment we met. The traitor admitted that acting like their friend for a decade had made him sick to his stomach. And so, the great captain died a pathetic, meaningless death in the dirt. The team was annihilated, leaving the traitor to enjoy his blood-stained vacation. In the darkness of death, a sinister voice whispered, "Hey, let's make a deal." Bai Yi opened his eyes to see a familiar, terrifying figure, Belphegor, the Demon King. There was still alive within his soul space. The Demon King offered him time reversal, a chance to reclaim everything in exchange for a price yet to be named. Fueled by pure rage against the gods and the traitor, Bai Yi accepted. waking up years in the past back in his middle school classroom on the eve of his awakening, compared to my red grade awakened class. You'll all be my underlings forever. This guy was the school bully. Hong Qiangsheng, an E-rank star element assassin. His background was unknown. The four-eyed student quickly took out his money to apologize. The MC knew this guy. In his past life, he often clashed with other students. It seemed he had some kind of superhero complex and liked to cause trouble. Just then, the teacher appeared. That's enough. Hong Qiangsheng, this is a school. Are you trying to rob someone? Hong Qiangsheng laughed. Teacher Huang. He wasn't watching where he was going and bumped into me. It's not too much to ask him to compensate my brothers with a cup of milk tea each. Is it? Then he arrogantly whispered in her ear. If it weren't for your pretty face, I'd have made you get the hell out of this school long ago. Believe it, the teacher helped the four-eyed student up. Are you okay? Haha. Let's go. We'll give the teacher some face and let it slide. But a second later, he noticed the MC blocking his path. He shoved him with one hand. What the hell are you looking at? Get lost. At the same time, someone waved at them. Teacher Huang, it's your class's turn for the awakening. Awakening in this world is divided into two types. One is natural awakening, like Hong Qiangsheng's, which often happens to those with good constitution and talent. Awakening under specific circumstances. The other type is through the awakening room, a space created from the wisdom of countless scientists. After entering the space, a person's emotions are pushed to a climax and shattered, thereby stimulating the awakening potential within them. And each person's awakening is random. Just then, a student came out. Haha. I awakened a blue grade class, excellent grade. Not bad. Go back and rest. So, the class change awakening was considered the only chance to change one's destiny. Next is Bai Yi. The teacher gave him some last-minute advice. Pay attention for me. Don't be in a daze all day. You must concentrate. The MC said he already had a plan. In his past life, he awakened as an E-rank core element warrior, the lowest green grade class. Because of this, he was bullied countless times. It was only after reaching S rank that he awakened the rarest type. If the MC remembered correctly, he probably had the core element in his body. So what class would he awaken this time, a second later? The MC was stunned. Awakening system error. 5 elements detected. Infinite awakening system unlocked. Because you possess 5 elements in your body. For your first class, you can choose any class you wish. Afterward, when you accumulate enough of each element, you can choose to receive a new element and a random class, or upgrade your existing class. The MC was dumbfounded. Wait. What does this mean? Accumulating elements meant that the MC could not only choose his element and class, but he could also get new classes later on. You can get green, blue, red, gold, all grades. Even the special grade classes. That's right. But you can only choose your initial class. Subsequent classes will be obtained randomly. So this was the surprise the Demon King mentioned. Infinite awakening ability. After selecting the first class, all elements will be cleared. The MC broke into a wicked smile. But the students outside were getting impatient. Why is he taking so long in there? He's finally out. The teacher immediately went over to ask. What class did you awaken? Sorry to disappoint everyone. I awakened the green grade core element warrior. The worst one. The teacher was stunned. The viewers watching this review are probably stunned too. Right? Damn. Being reborn is so lonely. But the teacher still managed to smile. It's okay. Even with a green grade class, many extraordinary people have emerged. Don't give up. This world won't disappoint you. Go back and rest. You must have used up a lot of energy just now. But as soon as she finished, a sneer was heard. Ha ha ha. That's hilarious. As long as you work hard, the world won't disappoint you. Why say such useless things, teacher? You know it too. Reality is nothing like that. Then he walked up to the MC. Green grade means you're at the bottom of society. This world is just like that. God only chooses the strong. The weak can only be humiliated. God, That word triggered a strong reaction in the MC. The teacher asked Hong Qiangsheng why he was here. He acted as if he didn't hear her and continued to insult the MC. You probably know it too. A green grade class. From now on, you can only line up at the back and listen. Why? Because that's how society is. No power. No background. No future. You'll always be at the back. Abandoned by fairness. While the strong get more and more resources, they will only get stronger. The green grade weaklings are destined from the moment they awaken. They can only be the dregs at the bottom of society. This whole change your life through hard work and green grades becoming geniuses is just bullshit that only you believe. Just like how when someone is born, their future life is already decided. The Awakeners Academy is just a microcosm of the world. Isn't that the truth? A blue grade class can only obediently stay in this school. Being a useless teacher, eating public food. As for green grades, you should just go home. Don't waste the country's resources. The MC squeezed the milk teacup in his hand, instantly splashing it all over his face. This infuriated him. He asked the MC what he was doing. As for why the MC did it, obviously, he didn't like the way he talked. Hong Qiangsheng laughed angrily. He decided to use his strength to teach the MC a lesson. A huge amount of energy gathered in his hand. The teacher wanted to stop him, but it was too late. He had already used Star Strike, a star element assassin attack that increased his attack power. But the MC wasn't weak either. He gathered energy into a sword of light and blocked Hong Qiangsheng's punch with one hand. He lost his cool. He couldn't believe a bottom feeder like the MC could block his attack. Then the MC executed a parry. Hong Qiangsheng was sent flying 100 meters, crashing hard onto the ground. He spat out a mouthful of tomato-colored syrup. The students were all in shock. What just happened? How did he do that? Hong Qiangsheng couldn't accept this reality. How is this possible? The MC, with his hands in his pockets, looked at him. He chose this class himself. The core element warrior came with a +20 to basic sword skills and +20 to evasion. He was just using it out of habit. A second later, Hong Qiangsheng stood up again. Ha ha ha. You just got lucky. You dodged a little. I have a rare red grade class. I'm completely different from a bottom feeder like you, but the teacher beside them noticed something was wrong. That wasn't luck just now. He used a top-tier movement technique unique to the warrior class. It was a parry. After receiving the strongest blow, he instantly negated the damage and, in a reaction time of less than 0.09 seconds, he returned the physical damage to his opponent. This is a skill that even we teachers would have to train for 10 years to master. On his first day of awakening, with absolutely no combat experience. How could he do it? Perhaps the teacher didn't expect the MC to have the cheat of being reborn. At this moment, Hong Qiangsheng tightened his grip on the dagger in his hand. This is the star element assassin, with +30 to attack and +30 to speed. Are you ready to die? You piece of trash, I'm going to make you crawl on the ground in front of everyone hearing this. The MC wasn't scared at all. He chose what seemed to be the weakest class, for a reason. The idea that one's birth determines their future and their life and death is a grave mistake that people would only realize later. Seeing the two of them, the students thought they were about to fight. But using personal powers to fight on school grounds was forbidden. Plus, there were so many people here, they all thought the MC was crazy. They knew Hong Qiangsheng's father was a high-ranking official, and his uncle was the dean of the school. The MC, on the other hand, it was just a poor student with no background. The four-eyed kid was even more worried than the MC. If you accept a challenge like this, fighting here could get you expelled by the school teacher. What should we do? Hearing this, the teacher had no choice but to step forward. Everyone just awakened today. You might be teammates fighting together in the future. There's no need for conflict. How about we stop here? But Hong Qiangsheng didn't give her any face at all. Are you kidding me? This guy just challenged me. You're telling me to just let it go, even if he kneels and begs for his life now. It's useless. Fine. I'll let him know the vast difference between the chosen and the abandoned. The teacher fell silent. That's right. The difference between grades was that huge. It was due to the different attribute bonuses. The MC's green grade had a 100% attribute bonus, meaning no change. A blue grade class had a 150% bonus, but a red grade had a 200% bonus, which was Hong Qiangsheng's type. At the moment of awakening, all attributes of a red grade are double that of a green grade. This gap on the path of power is eternally insurmountable. The four-eyed kid thought the MC was dead for sure, that he would just be crushed. My man, do you have nothing better to do than to offend someone stronger than you? These trashy people are truly hateful. But to survive in this society, the four-eyed kid's way of survival was to learn how to avoid these scumbags. But if he couldn't avoid them, then he'd endure it or pay them off. In his eyes, being tough was a stupid choice, because what awaited afterward could only be greater humiliation. At this moment, Hong Qiangsheng charged forward. The teacher could only shout a warning. Bai Yi. Be careful, are you still planning to block? But parrying consumes an immense amount of stamina. Hong Qiangsheng's attack is too strong, and his speed is too fast. It's over. He can't block it this time. Hong Qiangsheng was very confident. Let's see how you dodge this time. The MC scoffed. Dodge? Why would I need to dodge flash step? Activate speed. Increased by 50% or more for a short period. After a single flash step, his current speed increased by 100%. He could effectively flash through obstacles. Hong Qiangsheng froze on the spot. When did he get behind me? He spat out a mouthful of black substance. Then he collapsed on the spot. Trash belongs in the trash can. The students were also dumbfounded. Did you see what happened just now? I don't know. It looks like Hong Qiangsheng just fell on his own. What's going on? Did he trip? The four-eyed kid couldn't help but chuckle. How did he fall on his own? The teacher was also stunned. This time, she couldn't see clearly either. More importantly, a pink-haired girl also noticed the MC. During Hong Qiangsheng's attack, he once again used the flash step skill, unique to the warrior class. But more than just a speed boost. It was a high-level form of the skill. Then, what did Bai Yi do? What did he do in that instant to damage his opponent? Yet he dealt with his opponent so effortlessly. Bai Yi not only mastered the use of the highest-level basic skills, but could also apply them in actual combat. He even thought about it in that split second. This girl was no simpleton. Her insight was even sharper than the teacher's. She was the class president. Xiaoyan. The other students were still discussing what had happened. What's up with Hong Qiangsheng today? His opponent didn't even make a move. How embarrassing. But breaking the rules in school, Bai Yi. What happened to you? Just then, a system notification sounded. Experience increased. Gained 50 class experience points. Element accumulation. Dealt heavy damage to an opponent's E-rank element. Gained 50 star element points. It was just as the MC had guessed. A combat class could accumulate class experience. Defeating opponents of other elements could also grant element points. But 50 points was too little. It seemed he had to quickly farm some from demonic beasts. He chose the core element warrior because its later class advancements would grant extremely powerful skills and unique qualities from other classes. He had to level up and advance as soon as possible. At this moment, Hong Qiangsheng slowly got back up. Don't you run, I'm going to kill you right now. A voice stopped him. That's enough. The person who arrived was Hong Qiangsheng's uncle, Hong Liang, who was also their department head. Don't you know how much of a fool you've made of yourself? Everyone is tired from the awakening today. Stop watching the show. It's the weekend. Go home and rest. When you get home, remember to report your awakened class to your family. The two words "go home" struck the MC like a bolt of lightning. Because on the day of his awakening, something else happened, something the MC could not ignore. Thinking of this, he ran home at top speed. Hong Liang, feeling ignored, was furious. He turned and scolded. Teacher Huang, control your student. We'll pretend nothing happened today. Not long after, Hong Liang took his nephew to his office. Hong Qiangsheng was unconvinced. If that brat hadn't gotten lucky, I definitely wouldn't have lost to him. As soon as he finished, Hong Liang slammed the table and told him to shut up. Do you have any idea what he did when he faced you, the moment you charged at him? He used a high-level flash step. But more importantly, before he used it, in the very instant you two clashed, he found your weak point and attacked decisively, leaving you defenseless. This move used a basic warrior skill. But even I, with 15 years of blood-soaked experience on the battlefield. Couldn't execute it so flawlessly. Your fight was like a pro player toying with a newbie for fun. This kid is not as simple as you think. Meanwhile, the MC was running home as fast as he could. If there was one thing the MC had to do after being reborn, besides getting revenge, it was to prevent the impending tragedy. He had to stop it, even if it cost him his life. After arriving home, he saw his mother cooking. Having been apart from his mother for over 20 years, the MC's eyes couldn't stop tearing up. He thought to himself, "It's so good that Mom is still alive." Seeing the MC return, his mother waved her hands incessantly. Because his mother couldn't speak, she used hand gestures to tell him that she was making the spicy noodles he loved. The MC held back his tears and smiled, saying he wanted to eat sweet and sour fish today. His mother gestured, saying they could have it tomorrow, that she had already cooked a lot of delicious food today. The MC immediately shook his head, insisting he had to eat it today. His mother doted on him, so she agreed. "I'll go buy it now." But just as the MC was about to go out with his mother, his father, who was watching TV in the living room, suddenly spoke up. "Your mom can go by herself. By the way, what's with you? Kid, you came home without greeting your father. Isn't today your awakening day? Hurry up and tell me your good news." With that, his father took a bottle of beer from the fridge, saying he had left work early to come home and celebrate with the MC. Hearing this, the MC wasn't happy at all. He lied, saying he hadn't awakened yet because the process took too long, and it was over before it was his turn. Hearing this, his father's mood immediately soured. He questioned why the MC came home so early. "Back in my day, with nothing to my name, I still awakened a red grade class. So my son should at least awaken a red grade class. I work so hard to earn money just so you can go to school." He had placed all his hopes on the MC. He seriously asked the MC what his class was. In an instant, a terrifying killing intent enveloped the MC. But the MC still said he hadn't awakened. A second later, the beer bottle smashed over his head. His father's eyes instantly turned vicious. "So you're just a green grade. You've been pretending to be diligent at school all this time. Just for me to see this, to think you'd awaken this trashy green grade class." With that, he immediately kicked the MC in the face. This was all within the MC's expectations. In his past life, when he found out the MC had awakened a green grade class, he beat him at home because he felt disgraced. To protect him, his mother stood in front of him as usual. But back then, the MC was too small and too scared. He had beaten the MC's mother to vent his anger. That day, his mother's leg was broken, and because of a severe head injury, her mind became clouded ever since. The MC hated his own weakness, hated his inability to protect his mother. Reborn, he swore this tragedy would not repeat itself. Although the core element warrior had no special uniqueness like other classes, it still needed some time. The MC had just awakened. He was only E rank, while Bai Lingsheng was a C rank red grade. He was completely different from Hong Qiangsheng at school. He had ample combat experience. Even if the MC had a gold grade class right now, he wouldn't stand a chance. He had been waiting for the MC since early today. He wouldn't let it go without getting an answer. That's why he was determined not to let his mother stay at home. That's why he told his mother to go out and buy food. But he didn't expect to hear the sound of a plastic bag at the door. His mother had returned. The MC was shocked, wondering why she came back so early. It turned out his mother was worried he would be hungry, so she rushed back home right after buying the food. But she never expected to see this scene upon her return, and Bai Lingsheng, seeing his wife return, immediately shifted his attention. "Look at the useless son you gave birth to." At this moment, memories of his past life flooded the MC's mind. "I heard you're the first green grade to undergo class advancement. Normally, a class needs to be at least blue grade A rank to enter the advancement stage. Why did you advance so early? And you even went from green to platinum. A 1 in a million case." At this point, his master asked the MC why he was imprisoned here. "This is a place for death row inmates." The MC said it was because that man deserved to die. "How dare he beat my mother to death like that?" Thinking of this, the MC's eyes sharpened. He threw a punch with all his might at Bai Lingsheng. But in the face of absolute power, the MC's attack was no threat at all. Because a skilled awakener, even without using skills, was many times stronger than an ordinary person. An ordinary person couldn't withstand such a punch. But today, the MC had to stand up. Stand up and protect his mother. But unexpectedly, his mother stood in front of him, shaking her head, hoping Bai Lingsheng would stop. Seeing this, Bai Lingsheng sighed and closed the door. Ruyun, the day you got pregnant. I was so happy. I thought the Bai family's chance to rise had finally come. Those two bastards couldn't have children. But Bai Lingsheng, could. The Bai family can only rely on me to rise. But why? Why did he awaken such a trashy class that can't even advance? It's all because of your trashy genes. Seeing his mother about to be hit, in a moment of desperation, the MC activated his flash step skill, created a sword in his hand, and forced Bai Lingsheng to step back. Seriously. You bastard. Stay away from my mother. Bai Lingsheng saw the torn sleeve on his arm and sneered. He never thought the MC would dare to fight back one day. The MC gripped his sword tightly, maintaining focus. He had to find a way to call for backup. Just then, Bai Lingsheng rushed towards the MC at an incredible speed. Seeing this, the MC used his parry skill, wanting to reflect the damage, but unexpectedly, the sword suddenly shattered. A powerful kick landed on the MC's stomach. The attribute gap was just too wide. A single blow broke the MC's defense. But Bai Lingsheng's attack didn't stop. He even used the Black Lightning skill, channeling all his attack power and lightning into the strike. The MC hurriedly covered his head with his hands to avoid being knocked unconscious. In an instant, a blow like a thunderclap struck the MC. Seeing the MC still trying to resist, Bai Lingsheng laughed. A weak class like this deserves to be bullied by the strong. Then he picked up a nearby chair. He intended to smash it on the MC's mother with all his might. Just then, a knock came from the door. Seeing this, the MC quickly stood up. The reinforcements had finally arrived. Bai Lingsheng angrily opened the door. Outside were two members of the guard team. The vice captain sternly questioned, "Why did it take you so long to open the door? What were you busy with?" Seeing the visitors, Bai Lingsheng was puzzled. He asked in a gentle tone, "Vice captain, what brings you here?" It turned out that 18 minutes ago, the MC had called the guard team, saying a suspicious criminal was near his neighborhood. He was sure they would come to investigate. Using this opportunity, the MC wanted to send Bai Lingsheng to prison. At this moment, Li Ang took out a wanted poster. "We received a report that a wanted criminal appeared here. We're here to check. Have you seen this strange man?" Hearing this, Bai Lingsheng said he hadn't seen him. But Li Ang noticed the MC and his mother. "What's wrong with your son? Why is he covered in injuries?" Hearing this, Bai Lingsheng lied, saying the MC had accidentally fallen. The MC immediately spoke up. "The injuries on my body were caused by him. My left arm was hit by a chair. My head was hit by a bottle. This was from a punch. This was from a kick. I can get all my injuries medically examined. For his uncontrollable violent behavior, arbitrarily beating another awakener in the Divine Code." Page 8. Article 4 of the Awakener Management Act. It states that if the assailant causes injury, they will be imprisoned for 15 days. His words left the guards stunned. Why would such a young man know so much about the law? Bai Lingsheng never expected the MC would dare to expose his abuse. In a fit of rage, he wanted to beat the MC up. Chen Jin hurriedly pulled him back. Li Ang immediately announced, "Arrest him first. If he dares to resist, use the Management Bureau's protocol." After Bai Lingsheng was taken away, the house suddenly became very quiet. Then, his mother ran over and hugged him tightly, her sobs echoing in the MC's ears. The MC was glad he had protected his mother this time. 15 days was enough time for him to become stronger. He would absolutely not let his mother suffer any more bullying. And in this fight, the MC didn't get beaten for nothing. During the struggle, the MC had managed to get the key to the safe. Back then, that man had risked everything to steal that item from his teammate, allowing him to climb from a bottom-tier E rank to C rank. Afterward, The MC went to Bai Lingsheng's room. After opening the closet, he found a safe. He had always hidden this from his family. In his past life, the MC only found out about it after he died. With this sharp dagger, I can easily eliminate demonic beasts. Meanwhile, at the supervision team's detention center, Bai Lingsheng begged Li Ang for leniency, promising he would not reoffend. But Li Ang couldn't care less about him. Bai Lingsheng continued to smile. I heard your wife is about to give birth. My brother opened the best postpartum care center in the county town. As soon as he finished, Li Ang warned him that he was bribing the supervision team. If discovered, it wouldn't just be simple detention. You should get some rest and report to the Awakener's prison tomorrow. Hearing this, Bai Lingsheng was furious, vowing that once he got out, he would beat the MC to a pulp. Therefore, before he gets out of prison, the MC must become strong quickly. That's why demonic beasts were his choice. But currently, all areas occupied by demonic beasts were under God's management. Not only were people from the guild not allowed in, but if the MC wanted to enter a demonic beast zone, the only option was the area managed by the school, and the area the MC knew from his past life. Demonic beast zones could appear anywhere. They were parallel spaces to the MC's world, formed by spatial gates. Most discovered zones were tightly controlled by the guild because they contained demonic beasts and magical resources. These minerals were the top choice for Awakeners. But demonic beast zones were extremely dangerous. Teams needed state permission to enter. In his past life, news from 5 years later reported on this demonic beast zone. Because it had been forgotten for many years, no one had found it. It wasn't until the demon tribe invaded that humans discovered it. Normally, an F-rank demonic beast zone would require 3 E-rank Awakeners, and an E-rank zone would require a team of 5, 3 E-rank and 2 D-rank Awakeners. Based on the current timeline, this demonic beast zone was probably F-rank. This was also the lowest level zone the MC could currently access. Although it was fraught with danger and required a team with various elements to have a chance of winning, the MC had no choice now. He had to get stronger at the fastest possible speed. After entering the demonic beast zone, the first thing he saw was a sky full of snow. There was likely a cloud element demonic beast not far away. A large white bear was sleeping soundly. Not far away were several skeletons. It was clear that people had entered before, but none had escaped. The MC recognized this bear as an E-rank. Level 8, demonic beast. Then this zone must be E-rank. At this moment, a shadow flashed behind him, followed by an E-rank. Level 3, wolf attacking him. Fortunately, the MC was agile and dodged the attack. Then, he pushed off with his legs and attacked the wolf. With a single slash, he cut the Blood Forest wolf in half. This dagger was worthy of being an A-rank weapon. Moreover, it couldn't be bought on the market. The attributes it provided could compensate for the MC's lack of combat power. But if he encountered a demonic beast with high defense, even with a precise aim, it would take 3 or 4 hits to finish it. He couldn't help but lament the days of being L-rank. For an E-rank class to level up once, he probably had to kill 20 wolves, and to go from E-rank to D-rank, he needed to gain 10 levels. Just then, countless Blood Forest wolves were approaching the MC. Among them was a level 4 Blood Wolf King. The scent of blood must have attracted them. The MC realized they were planning to surround and attack him, so the MC leaped into the air and took the initiative to attack the wolf pack. Although these Blood Forest wolves were nothing to the MC due to their large numbers, he had to deal with them as quickly as possible. Furthermore, every attack had to be precise, relying on the experience accumulated from his past life and his extremely high mastery of basic skills. Soon, he had wiped out all the wolves. Now, all that was left to deal with was the Blood Wolf King. The MC charged forward with all his might, unleashing countless slashes at the wolf. A notification of a successful kill rang in the MC's ear. He also obtained the Snow Wolf Fang material and successfully leveled up to E-rank. Level 2. Gaining 12 attribute points to distribute freely. The MC looked at his interface. He didn't expect to be so tired after killing just 20 wolves. The stamina of an E-rank was still too poor. He had to find a way to get a spatial backpack, or he would lose a lot of items. and most demonic beast zones were occupied by the guild, so it was very difficult for non-guild awakeners to level up. To get the chance to access high-level demonic beast zones, joining the Divine Legion Guild was the only choice. The Awakeners Academy was a pawn of the guild, used to select talent for their teams. Most students dreamed of graduating with honors and being chosen by the guild. But if one was kicked out of a team, it meant they could never hold their head up high again. Bai Lingsheng was kicked out of the guild and was forever stuck at C rank. In comparison, the MC's leveling speed wasn't that fast. Because the temperature here was too low, the longer he stayed, the more stamina he consumed. So, he had to resolve this in the quickest way possible. With that thought, the MC turned and ran, cutting down large trees along the way. The commotion attracted countless demonic beasts in the forest. Before long, the MC was surrounded by all sorts of demonic beasts. Then, a loud explosion came from the cliff. Seeing this, the MC shook his head slightly. The noise just now was enough to wake up all kinds of demonic beasts. That one must be awake too. Just then, a foot landed, crushing a blood forest wolf. The newcomer was the glacial bear. Its massive size enough to make one tremble in fear. When enraged, the glacial bear would launch various attacks. What the MC needed to do was to dodge while looking for an opening. System notifications continuously rang in the MC's ear. Although E-rank beasts were fierce, they were basically brainless. This bear not only drew fire for the MC but also helped him save half his stamina. But for the experience points to go to the MC, he still needed to deliver the final blow. But even with the glacial bear's help, the MC's stamina was being pushed to its limit. The number of demonic beasts there was still very large. It was time for the next step. At this moment, the demonic beasts were like a tidal wave, crashing towards the MC. They were completely unaware of the countless ice spikes hidden beneath their feet. The MC immediately plunged his dagger into the ground. The ground instantly cracked like crystal. During the fight, the MC had been constantly observing his surroundings. This wasn't a frozen plain, but an ice bridge connecting a canyon. In an instant, most of the demonic beasts fell into the chasm. The MC immediately leveled up to level 7, and even received the title 1 against 100. When facing multiple enemies, all his stats would increase by 10%. With his remaining stamina, he could deal with the leftover demonic beasts. But from the beginning, the MC had been thinking about one problem. Every zone had a leader. The lord of an E-rank demonic beast zone should be a level 10 E-rank brutal lion. The commotion just now should have been loud enough to wake it up. Why hadn't it appeared yet? Just then, a terrifying ice magic suddenly rushed towards him. Seeing this, the MC knew something was wrong. He never expected to fall into a trap. That lord wasn't asleep. It was waiting for an opportunity. It waited until everyone had exhausted their stamina before coming here to reap the benefits. This ice bridge was also a trap it created. The MC hurriedly ran out of the magic's range. But due to the terrain, the MC was quickly frozen. He never would have thought that a leader with intelligence existed in this zone. At this moment, the D rank, level 11 Lord of the Azure Forest suddenly appeared. With 2 E rank, level 10 Azure Forest Demon Apes as its lieutenants. The MC's mind raced, trying to figure out how to break this stalemate. At this moment, the Lord slowly raised its hand. The Azure Forest Demon Apes immediately attacked the MC. Just as he was on the brink of death, the MC suddenly broke free from the ice and used his parry skill to reflect the damage. It turned out the MC had mobilized all his energy to break the ice. But this also consumed a lot of his stamina. If the Lord of the Azure Forest continued to use powerful magic attacks, it would definitely need time. So, the MC had to finish it off first. But at this moment, the Lord of the Azure Forest raised its hand high again, then clenched its fist. The enraged glacial bear suddenly calmed down, its vicious eyes fixed on the MC. He felt something was wrong. The core element was already countered by the cloud element. Plus, with his current stamina, he couldn't even fight off those monkeys. He simply couldn't deal with such a large number of demonic beasts. At this moment, an Azure Forest Demon Ape used Flash Step to attack the MC. Just blocking the blow was exhausting for him. In this desperate situation, let alone killing the leader, even basic survival was difficult to guarantee. At this moment, The Lord of the Azure Forest gave a wicked smile and raised its staff. The Ice Burst skill was immediately launched towards the MC. Seeing this, the MC froze, not understanding how its cooldown was so fast. But he quickly calmed down. Having lived a whole life before, he had faced all sorts of difficulties. Every time he went through a desperate situation, he could sense an opportunity. But right now, he only had two choices. One was to stay here and continue fighting, but with his stamina at its limit, his chance of survival was 0. Therefore, the second choice was the only way to break this deadly situation. With that thought, the MC jumped off the cliff without hesitation. This left the Lord of the Azure Forest stunned, not expecting the MC to choose to jump off a cliff. Meanwhile, his mother entered his room, calling the MC out for dinner. But she found no one. Only a note. He told his mother he had gone to a friend's house and would be back after a while. But his mother felt something was wrong. If he were going to a friend's house, he would have definitely told her. Moreover, since he came home last night, she noticed the MC had completely changed, giving her a sense of unease. Over here, after jumping off the cliff, he had fallen into a river. When the bridge first broke, over 100 demonic beasts had clearly fallen. But the MC only leveled up 3 times. This meant that 40 demonic beasts were still alive. Therefore, there must be a river flowing at the bottom of the cliff. The second choice was his only chance of survival, but breaking the ice again had consumed all his stamina. Plus, the fall from such a height had caused too much damage to his body. The MC was reaching his limit. The image before him was becoming blurry. What was more worrying was that he wasn't completely out of danger yet. Unexpectedly, at the bottom of the cliff, there was an E rank. Level 9, Ice River Tyrant. Memories continuously flashed through his mind, his teammates' smiles, and the image of his mother caring for him every day. With them in this life, he had no regrets even in death. But thinking of the Lord of the Azure Forest's triumphant smile, Bai Ling Sheng's contemptuous gaze, and the face of that traitor, he wouldn't allow himself to fall just like that. The regrets of his past life. The MC was determined not to let them repeat. He had lost once, died once. He would definitely not die again. Therefore, the MC used brute force to shatter the fangs of the Ice River Tyrant, then kicked it 100 meters away. At this moment, the MC's entire body emitted a golden mist. This was the unique characteristic triggered by a desperate situation, the class advancement. Choosing to solo a dungeon, actively luring demonic beasts to jump off a cliff, constantly putting himself in desperate situations was all to find that feeling from that day. In his past life, when the MC personally dealt with Bai Lingsheng, his own potential was constantly stimulated, leading to a class advancement. And now, he wanted to find that feeling again. A system notification sounded in his ear. Condition not met. Class advancement failed. Learned high-level core element swordsman skill. Seeing this, the MC's eyes lit up. Although it wasn't enough for a class advancement, he had obtained this high-level skill early. Now, it was time to clear the obstacle before him. At this moment, the Ice River Tyrant roared and pounced at the MC. Behind him, demonic beasts also rushed forward like a tsunami. He stood firm, swung his sword, and the accumulated sword chi formed a blade that wiped out all the demonic beasts. Even the E rank. Level 10 Ice River Tyrant was cut in half, and this move was the highest level skill. Unwavering resolve. The fatigue gradually faded, and his stamina was instantly restored. The MC's level had risen to E rank. Level 8. He also received the title Glacial Wanderer, which gave plus 100 resistance to cloud element creatures and reduced ice damage. Now it was time to go back and deal with the Lord of the Azure Forest. On the way, the MC continuously killed Blood Forest wolves for experience points. Reaching E rank. Level 9. He could feel that killing E rank demonic beasts was now easy. Moreover, he no longer felt cold. Unwavering resolve could store previously accumulated damage and release it all at once, but it could only be activated after accumulating enough fatigue and injuries. Thanks to this skill, his current stamina had recovered. I don't know how long I've been in this zone. I have to hurry back, or Mom will worry. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Azure Forest was resting in a chamber, waiting for new challengers to appear. On both sides hung E rank. Level 10, Azure Forest Demon Apes. At this moment, the Lord of the Azure Forest's eyes shot open. Sensing a familiar aura, a second later, a large hole was smashed through the ceiling, and the bear's body fell into the room. The MC looked down on the Lord of the Azure Forest with contempt. He wanted to kill it as quickly as possible so he could go home for dinner. Seeing this, the Lord of the Azure Forest gave a wicked smile and pointed at the MC. The Azure Forest Demon Apes immediately rushed forward to attack. But in the MC's eyes, their movements were incredibly slow. He easily blocked with his dagger, then counter-killed one of them. This counterattack shocked the Lord of the Azure Forest. Not daring to underestimate him, it immediately waved its staff. The crude ice burst skill was instantly activated. Countless ice balls of various sizes attacked the MC. But because he had the Glacial Wanderer title, his ice resistance was very high. He charged directly at it with his dagger. In a moment of danger, the Lord of the Azure Forest looked at the bag beside it. It took out a staff containing dense magical power and, at the same time, ordered all the Azure Forest Demon Apes to block its path. But how could such a defense stop the MC? He immediately activated his Flash Step skill, passing through all obstacles. Then, with one slash, he cut off the Lord of the Azure Forest's arm. But the MC didn't stop, unleashing a flurry of slashes on its body. A notification of a successful kill immediately rang in his ear. At the same time, his Core Element Warrior class advanced to D rank. After a series of notifications, the system announced that the Cloud Element had been fully accumulated. A new class was about to be awakened. Seeing this, the MC was secretly pleased. He had been so focused on fighting that he had forgotten about this. He just didn't know what class his Cloud Element awakening would be. But what the MC didn't expect was, he had awakened the Red Grade Cloud Element Mage class. Moreover, he could switch classes at any time. Although it was only E rank, because it was Red Grade, it had a 200% bonus. Its strength was equivalent to his current D rank warrior. Then he looked down at his feet. The Lord of the Azure Forest had dropped a D rank mage weapon, the Magic Stone, and a D rank bag that could hold 20 items. The MC immediately picked up the items, a hint of killing intent in his eyes. He instantly switched to the Cloud Element Mage. The remaining fish were perfect for him to test his new mage powers. Meanwhile, the MC's mother was waiting at home. Not seeing her son for a day had made her gloomy. She was extremely worried that her son might be in danger. Just then, the MC opened the door. "I'm sorry, Mom. I made you wait." Seeing her son return, she immediately stood up. She rushed over and hugged the MC tightly. The anxiety in her heart gradually dissipated, and tears streamed down her face. The MC saw that the food on the table was cold. He knew his mother had been waiting for him, not even eating a single bite. As her son, he felt very guilty. He decided to leave this place with his mother, to change their environment and start a new life. At that time, the MC used the magic bag not only to store weapons, but also the dozen valuable diamonds he had obtained. He then contacted a broker to sell them all. The broker was satisfied upon seeing the magic minerals. "I'll buy them all for 800. Hearing this, the MC took back all the minerals, 8,000 apiece, or get lost. After some haggling, the MC sold them for 7,000 each. With this money, he could rent a decent house for his mother. He imagined how amazed she would be when they moved into a new house. He just wanted to give her a peaceful life in this lifetime. After securing the house, the manager shook his hand warmly, praising the MC. "Big brother, you're truly a straightforward and decisive person." Sufurpeme. Sunday, May 24th, 2105. In the rented house, seeing his mother happily cooking in the kitchen, the MC smiled contentedly. In his room, he began to think about his other problems, thinking of Bai Lingsheng still in prison. He told himself not to let his guard down, until this matter is completely resolved. I can't seek revenge recklessly. Looking at the bracelet he had just made, which could increase his elemental and spiritual power, he thought to himself, I have to go back to school tomorrow. Now I can go look for that thing. Sufurpem. Sunday, May 24th. 2105. Elsewhere, a group of adventurers slowly emerged from a spatial gate. A guard looked at Hong Qiangsheng and flattered him. Young master, you've improved quite a bit again. Seeing his tired expression, his sister brought him a bottle of water, advising him to rest a bit. Even though she was his sister, he showed no restraint and knocked the bottle from her hand, shouting, "While there's still time, let's go to the next demon den and train some more." A system notification announced that he had reached E rank. Level 3. Making him even more arrogant. Scene changed to a room where a woman stood pensively by a glass window. Looking at a paper in her hand, she murmured softly, "This new batch of awakeners, not a single one with a gold grade class. It seems this simulation test won't be anything to look forward to." In the rented house, the dining table was now filled with a rich breakfast. Zufu sat in her chair, smiling happily. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, the MC was frantically eating the food she had prepared. Asking why she didn't wake him up, she replied with body language, "You were sleeping so soundly. I really couldn't bear to wake you. Eat slowly. It's okay to be a little late sometimes." Then she gently stroked the MC's head. He felt the warmth from her hand and also smiled happily. Suddenly, she gripped his shoulder tightly. This stunned the MC, who quickly asked, "What's wrong?" "Mom." She made a gesture asking if he wanted anything. Seeing this, he laughed and replied, "Mom, are you suddenly giving me a gift? What's this for?" She pointed to the calendar, indicating that next Friday was his birthday. Seeing this, he was stunned, realizing that June 5th was his birthday. Remembering that no one had given him a gift in his past life, he had gradually forgotten his own birthday. He asked himself what he wanted. He took a bite of a steamed bun, wondering what he desired most. Looking at his mother's happy, smiling face, he thought to himself that he had already obtained what he desired most. Then he lowered his head. A vicious look appeared in his eyes. Next, I have to complete my next goal, kill him. Scene shifts to the affiliated high school for Awakened. The instructor's fake voice echoes, "All right, little chicks. I'm sure everyone had a good rest this past weekend. Next, it's time to enter the hellish phase of simulated combat training. I'm sure everyone knows the importance of simulated combat. Right, our affiliated high school for Awakened is the middle school division directly under the Divine Guild. The guild will always be watching our every move. And this simulated combat is the first stage for everyone to show off. This battle will be considered your middle school graduation exam. And the entire process will be broadcast live. More importantly, the person with the most outstanding performance in this practical combat will have the opportunity to join the high school division on the cultivation journey. The cultivation journey is the most direct opportunity to come into contact with the Divine Guild. And it only happens once a year. The school will organize the most outstanding students from both middle and high schools to go to the Shanghai Kingdom, where the Divine Guild's headquarters is located. Standing in the ranks, the male lead suddenly mutters the name Shanghai Kingdom. That was where he met his master, and where he was born. The image of the masked man couldn't help but appear in the male lead's mind. But they had no relationship. He only joined the Divine Legion after him. The male lead's eyes darken as he plans to find him. Everyone around him becomes extremely excited, but it's accompanied by the fear of having to enter the demon lair alone. Suddenly, the training instructor points to the door ahead. Training begins. The first stage is physical training. The kid standing in front of the male lead is extremely excited, shouting, "I'll do 20 sets right now." At this moment, the male lead's eyes flash with determination. He notices a teacher standing there, directing everyone to line up. He then approaches and says to the teacher in a serious tone, "I don't want to use this training room." The situation immediately attracts the attention of the other students. Seeing him so brave, everyone looks stunned. The teacher turns to look at him with an unfriendly gaze, a hint of anger hidden in his voice. "Bai Yi, I've heard about your conflict with Hong Qiangsheng, but don't think that just because you beat a red class profession, you're so talented that you don't need training." Ignoring the teacher's words, The male lead states his desire to participate in specialized training. Hearing this, the teacher is a bit startled. But immediately after, he gives him a disdainful look and asks, "Do you think there's a problem with the current training method? Physical training." Before he can finish his sentence, the male lead interrupts to explain. Physical fitness is essential for all awakened. So going to the gravity room isn't wrong. However, not all awakened need it. For example, mages and enchanters would be better suited going to the elemental room to train their grasp of elemental power. Furthermore, depending on each person's attributes and habits, the level of training should also vary. As soon as he finishes speaking, the teacher's face darkens completely, his tone full of threat. Are you teaching a teacher how to do his job at this moment? In the waiting line, Chi Yin is staring at him thoughtfully. The training method he mentioned is exactly what Mr. Dongyang, the training officer of the Divine Legion, once said, but Mr. Dongyang only recently proposed this method. I only know about it thanks to the recording my dad brought home. I didn't expect Bai Yi to have the same thoughts as that gentleman. The kid with glasses then whispers to remind him, Bai Yi, you have to consider the teacher's pride. He's the most authoritative training teacher in our school. Just as he finishes speaking, the teacher pats the male lead on the shoulder, startling the kid with glasses. Bai Yi, your training method sounds very interesting. It's because I haven't thought it through thoroughly, but arranging it according to each person's specific traits in a short time will be very difficult. To be frank, the simulated combat is just a graduation performance for middle school students. If done wrong, it could ruin a student's entire life. As a teacher, choosing a future for a student, or letting the student choose their own future, is also a difficult problem. Feeling the sincerity coming from the teacher's heart, the male lead can't help but recall his past life. Thanks to meeting many dedicated teachers, he was able to grow up without going astray. Thinking of this, he looks at the teacher with a firm gaze. Please trust me. Although the male lead's idea sounds feasible, the teacher decides to ask him clearly first. How do you want to train? The male lead immediately replies. Can you adjust the elemental room and elemental neutralization to the maximum level? Saying that, he points to a room. Hearing this, the teacher immediately freezes, not knowing what he means. The other students also look at him in bewilderment. The male lead scratches his head, pretending to be embarrassed, and replies, although I'm a warrior, I want my abilities to be more balanced, to challenge my own weaknesses. At the same time, he tells himself that he can't tell everyone he wants to train his mage class. At this moment, Chi Yin also steps forward. Volunteering. I also want to train my elemental control. Seeing the two of them so determined, the teacher reluctantly agrees. After that, the two of them head to the elemental room together. Chi Yin first offers to spar, but the male lead immediately refuses. Even so, she has no intention of giving up. On the contrary, he successfully provokes her fighting spirit. Watching the two of them leave, the kid with glasses says dejectedly, I'm just a background character anyway. Can I find somewhere to slack off a bit? The teacher pats him lightly on the shoulder and bluntly replies, no. At this moment, in the elemental room, the elemental neutralization is at 10%. The male lead tells himself that he needs to quickly master the mage class. Over time, the elemental neutralization in the room reaches 30%. His eyes are determined, planning to hide the fact that he has awakened another class from everyone, because this school is under the control of the Divine Guild. Their every move is known to them. If exposed too early, it's very likely he'll become a target for those people. As for the classmates in this school, it's best not to develop any relationships with them. Meanwhile, in another elemental room, the elemental neutralization is at 1%. Chi Yin's eyes are resolute. Bai Yi, I can't lose to you. After school, the male lead slowly walks his bicycle toward the school gate. At this time, the kid with glasses and the freckled kid have caught up from behind. Looking at the two of them reminds him of his past life. They were his middle school allies in his previous life. Because they were all at the bottom of the class and bullied, they would gather together after school. Those were the only happy moments during his middle school years. But in this life, his goal is revenge. Pointless socializing will only slow him down. Moreover, that classmate with glasses, watching him pedal away quickly. The freckled kid says in confusion. That Bai ran off by himself again. Didn't we say we'd be the most pathetic trio beside him? The kid with glasses says with a bit of an inferiority complex. Don't you feel like he's gotten stronger after awakening last time? It seems like he suddenly became very confident. Why would someone riding a bike want to hang out with people walking right at this moment? The male lead suddenly turns around and calls out to the kid with glasses. He kindly reminds him, "You definitely need to go get your lungs checked." Hearing this, the kid with glasses is a bit stunned. The freckled kid beside him thinks the male lead intentionally waited for them to go home together. In response to his enthusiasm is a ruthless rejection from the male lead, making him explode with anger. The freckled kid angrily says he will definitely catch up to the male lead. While he is full of fighting spirit, the kid with glasses asks, "Didn't you only do 6 sets, hit right in the sore spot?" The freckled kid immediately retorts, "As if you did more than me." The male lead suddenly recalls the kid with glasses' past life. Even if they aren't friends in this life, he hopes he stays safe. Those two kids are still complaining about his sudden change. However, the kid with glasses still feels that he is the same person. Shenkei Kingdom. The rookie training camp on the coast. A middle-aged man is leisurely sitting on a sun lounger, asking about the outstanding performance of the new recruits joining the Divine Guild. This is the kid who broke records in every category. Right. Standing behind him is a young man with dreadlocks. "You flatter me. Mr. Dongyang. I've come to present myself to you." Scene shifts to 5:25 p.m. on Monday. At the dinner table, the male lead suddenly remembers something and hurriedly reminds his mother. "From now on, try not to go out alone. I'll come home early in the evenings and buy food to bring back." Even though he says that, he still feels it's not enough. His eyes are firm as he tells himself, "I have to try to find a safer and more stable living environment for Mom." Scene shifts to the awakened prison. The prisoners are currently lining up to get their food. When it's Bai Shengling's turn to get food, he nods slightly to signal the food server, while holding a folded bill between his 2 fingers. When serving the food, the server takes advantage of scooping the food to quickly take the bill from his hand. Bai Shengling smiles at the food server. "I'll have to rely on you for that matter." The food server also replies with a smile. "Don't worry. It's all arranged. You can go out tomorrow." Tuesday. In the schoolyard, the male lead thinks to himself, "These past few days, I've mastered the basic mage operations. The key is calculating the release time and elemental power." In another room, the freckled kid is currently practicing under the teacher's guidance, his eyes full of fighting spirit. "I ran 10 laps today, Wednesday." In the schoolyard, the kid with glasses is leaning against the wall. Panting heavily, he hangs his head low, his expression sluggish and depressed. At this time, the male lead has finished his practice session and steps out of the room. Outside, the kid with glasses and the freckled kid are already waiting. They excitedly invite him to eat with them, but he refuses without hesitation. Watching him leave, the two can't hide their disappointment, but then the male lead suddenly says, "Your archer skills cast time is too long. You need to practice your arm-raising motion more." Hearing this, the freckled kid is immediately filled with fighting spirit, and the kid with glasses also smiles happily. Thursday. After school. In the infirmary, the kid with glasses is sitting opposite a doctor, waiting for his instructions. The doctor looks at the x-ray and says, "Luckily you got checked early. This kind of parasitic tumor in the lungs grows very fast once it develops. You need to go to a major hospital soon to have surgery. Once the tumor is removed, you'll be fine." The kid with glasses replies sluggishly, "Thank you, doctor. I'll go next week." At the same time, he recalls the male lead's advice and is a bit surprised. If the school didn't happen to have a health checkup, I wouldn't have intentionally gone for a CT scan. The lungs. How did he know there was something wrong with my lungs? What exactly happened to Bai Yi? After the examination, he slowly walks away. At this moment, He suddenly overhears a conversation from a group of people. Did you hear that kid Kyung Shung cheated again? He's already leveled up to E4. He'll definitely take first place in this assessment. The person in the wheelchair is surprised to hear this. How did he do that? Don't you have to enter a demon lair to level up? The first guy replies. Didn't you know his family has their own private demon lair? Right. Remember the guy who challenged him last weekend, after school today? He's going to find that guy to teach him a lesson. Another person replies. I told you. With his personality. How could he suffer such a loss without doing anything? This time he's going to drag that guy outside the school. He's probably planning to be ruthless. Hearing this, the kid with glasses looks panicked and runs off to warn the male lead. The kid with glasses hurriedly runs to deliver the news to the male lead. On the way to find him, he constantly worries that Hong Chang-shung will plot against the male lead, or even call a bunch of people to bully him. But then he suddenly remembers something and freezes. His footsteps slow down and then stop, asking himself how he could possibly help. I'm just a green class chanter. I don't even have any attack skills. Who knows? Maybe Bai Yi can deal with him. Then he gradually steps back, telling himself he shouldn't get involved with that guy named Hong. He mutters, anyway, avoiding trash when you see it is my principle. Thinking of this, the kid with glasses stops in front of a locked door. Then, the door lock shatters. With firm determination, he throws the door wide open, comforting himself that the male lead saved him, and his life was given by him. So even if he dies, he has to go save his bro. Thinking this, he no longer hesitates and approaches the weapon rack, picking out an axe, gripping the axe tightly in his hand. His eyes reveal absolute resolve. Bai Yi, wait for me. At this moment, a voice sounds behind him, startling him. Why are you trying to break into the weapon room? He slowly turns his head to see who it is. Chi Yin walks in, looking at him curiously. What's with the rush? Due to the urgent situation. He has no intention of hiding the fact that he's going to help the male lead. Hearing him say that, a look of worry also appears on her face. Scene shifts. At this time, the male lead is leisurely walking his bicycle, slowly entering a small alley. His voice turns cold. Come out. You've been following me since I left the school. What do you want? As soon as he finishes speaking, the stalker steps out. The person who arrives is Hong Chang-shung. He snorts coldly, revealing his aura, and says in a deep voice, of course, I'm here to settle the score with you. The male lead turns to face him, asking confidently, do you think you can beat me right now? Without another word, he immediately charges at the male lead with the sword in his hand, replying, do you think I'll be useless this time? Then he uses the backstab skill to sneak attack the male lead. Thanks to his quick reflexes, he immediately summons his dagger. A quick slash is delivered, leaving Hong Chang-shung stunned. Feeling the pain from the slash, he asks himself in fear, why is his attack power even greater than mine? At this moment, the male lead turns his head to glare at him, his eyes full of murderous intent. Did you think you were the only one who leveled up? Saying that, the male lead points his dagger downwards. Preparing for a stab, Hong Chang-shung's face turns pale. He then looks in terror at the dagger stabbed into the ground right next to his head. Feeling the aura radiating from the male lead's body, he finally realizes that this guy is someone he can never surpass in his entire life. At this moment, in Hong Chang-shung's eyes, the male lead is like a giant radiating a divine halo, while he is just a tiny mortal with no power to resist him. Despite his fear, he can't help but ask curiously, you leveled up too? What level are you at? How did you do it? Why, remembering the time he spent training so hard, he can't control his anger and screams in disbelief. Facing his loss of control, the male lead just listens quietly for a moment. Then, with a mocking tone, he asks, risking your life, saying that, he pulls the dagger out of the ground and presses it against Hong Chang-shung's neck. His eyes radiate murderous intent as he asks, have you ever died? Unable to hold back anymore, he shouts angrily, I've fallen into your hands now. Kill me, or torture me. Do whatever you want, you've disliked me for a long time anyway. Right. The The male lead moves the knife behind his shoulder and replies calmly, "I don't hate you that much. You followed me all the way here. But you didn't choose to sneak attack. Nor did you call anyone else. You just came alone. Actually, you just wanted to find me to conveniently test your own strength." Right. Seeing that the male lead has no intention of attacking him, he truly explodes this time. "Stop spouting nonsense. Either kill me today, or wait for the day I kill you. Don't talk to me like you've seen right through me." Facing his current rage, the male lead turns his face away and corrects himself. "I take back what I said about not hating you that much." Not far away, the kid with glasses and Chi Yin are secretly observing the two of them. Seeing the male lead pin Hong Qiangsheng to the ground, the two wonder what they should do. At this moment, the male lead reaches out his hand toward Hong Qiangsheng and says, "Let's make a deal. I can tell you how to get stronger quickly, but you have to give me something in return." Friday, May 29th. Assessment Day. On the podium, the teacher begins his speech. The 1-week training has concluded. The simulated combat is about to begin. Before we proceed, I want to emphasize one thing to you all. It's called simulated combat, but we will still be entering a real demon lair. Although most of the demon lair's power has been sealed by a barrier, it still harbors the same dangers. There are many magical beasts inside, so remember to act within your limits. To ensure safety, we have also assigned outstanding senior students from the high school division to guide you. They normally won't help in combat, but will intervene or interrupt if you are in danger. We will form teams of 4 to 5 people, led by a senior, with 3 to 4 students entering the dungeon. Furthermore, you can choose either an F rank or E rank dungeon. Of course, E rank dungeons are very difficult, so if you don't have enough strength, I suggest you don't challenge them. Failing the final challenge could result in losing credits. Now, let's begin selecting the demon lair levels. After all, students have chosen their levels. We will distribute you based on your ranks. Now, those who choose the E rank demon lair, raise your hands. As soon as he finishes speaking, Chi Yin and a few other students confident in their abilities raise their hands simultaneously. Hong Qiangsheng also raises his hand to join them. Seeing the confident students raising their hands, the kid with glasses whispers to the freckled kid, "They're really confident. Aren't they daring to challenge an E-rank dungeon? Is it that dangerous?" The freckled kid, though a bit flustered, still speaks tough. "If I wasn't a green class, I would also," after tallying up, the teacher announces, "Out of 180 students, a total of 8 have chosen to enter the E-rank demon lair." Hearing the announcement, Chi Yin is a bit surprised that the male lead didn't choose to enter the E-rank dungeon. The teacher continues, "As for the rest, you will be randomly assigned to enter the F-rank demon lairs." At this moment, a hand goes up. "Wait a minute. Sir," the male lead says with a confident expression, "I want to challenge the D-rank Spirit King demon lair." Seeing a new student suddenly demanding to challenge a D-rank demon lair, the teacher immediately freezes. Not understanding what's going on, the other students also gape in astonishment at him. Unlike everyone else, Hong Qiangsheng currently has a gloomy expression, not knowing what he's thinking. After reacting, the teacher immediately advises, "You shouldn't be reckless." But before he can finish his sentence, a voice interrupts him. No, the sudden voice attracts his attention. Hong Liang looks at him with a strict gaze and says, "A D-rank demon lair is too dangerous. Only those who have reached D3 or above can enter." Unfazed by his authority, the male lead immediately retorts, "The rule of the simulated combat is that we can choose our own level. The school's purpose is to find outstanding talents for the Divine Guild. And the criteria for an outstanding talent are courage, strength, responsibility, and innate talent. Could it be that the homeroom teacher wants to strip me of my chance to show what I can do?" Even though his words are full of reason, he still disagrees because a demon lair requires a team to enter. He immediately replies that he can do it alone. Seeing the male lead constantly arguing back, he gradually loses patience, frowning and saying firmly, "This is school policy. To ensure student safety, No one is allowed to enter alone. Right at this moment, Chi Yin raises her hand and volunteers. I also choose D rank. Seeing that the speaker is Chi Yin, Hong Liang is a bit stunned, then awkwardly tries to dissuade her. If you encounter danger, how am I supposed to explain it to your father? She replies. I also want to get the highest score. Besides, I want to give it a try. Saying that, she turns and winks at the male lead. He just coldly declares, I want to go alone. Chi Yin turns around, reacting extremely fiercely. Why are you refusing? The teacher approaches the two of them and explains, his refusal is invalid anyway. Hong Liang, annoyed, turns to mock them. You two have just awakened and your wings are already hard. Huh, seeing that things seem to be getting awkward. The guiding teacher also looks worried. No one is willing to take the risk of leading these two. As soon as he finishes speaking, a hand suddenly goes up. I'll go. Ziling is confident he can guarantee the safety of these kids. The teacher is briefly surprised, but quickly becomes more reassured with him around. Chi Yin, seeing their person in charge, immediately recognizes him. It seems he's about to join the Supreme Guild. Seeing this, the male lead turns to evaluate the person in front of him, then concludes with a domineering remark. Never heard of him. On the other side, Ziling is quite curious about the two fearless kids in front of him. Are they in such a rush to show off that they don't even consider their own capabilities? Suddenly, the teacher points straight at the gate and orders. The official test begins. Their entire process will be recorded by a live broadcast device. Following the teacher's words, everyone is filled with more willpower and excitement than ever before. The male lead ponders. He definitely has a calculation that no one expects. Portals appear all around the school. It truly lives up to its reputation as a school built upon a massive demon lair. Each group proceeds into the portal they chose. The entire area, encompassing both high school and middle school, is very suitable for student trials. The faces of those kids all show extreme fear. Just one slip-up, and they'll be sent to see their ancestors immediately. The three people in the male leads team also prepare to enter. In his heart, he secretly calculates, I need to control myself to prepare for facing unknown threats. This place has what I need. Scene shifts to inside the portal. Everywhere you look, there are plants half a person tall. That guy Ziling keeps blabbering non-stop about his abilities. Chi Yin feels a sense of admiration. She worries about the strength of the magical beasts in a D-rank demon lair. He turns to comfort her. Most of the magical beasts have been sealed, so it's hard for D-rank monsters to appear, let alone a boss. Ultimately, he still kindly warns them. But don't underestimate high-level E-rank monsters. Their attack power and speed can sometimes be extremely strong. You guys are newly awakened. So, in front of them, you're just striking a stone with an egg. Seeing Ziling flapping his lips, the male lead doesn't want to get involved and coldly steps aside. Ziling suddenly notices something strange. He hurriedly turns to warn him. If you walk ahead like that, what if you startle the monsters? The male lead coldly cuts him off. You talk too much. He turns back and glares at him sharply, his entire body radiating a blazing, murderous intent. It's not your turn. His whole body trembles with anger. Hearing the male lead's words, Chi Yin's jaw drops in shock. In another corner, all their actions are recorded by surveillance cameras. Everything is projected onto a large screen where all the students can observe. Even in the teacher's room, a similar surveillance screen is displayed. At the Supreme Guild, the vice captain of the Supreme Guild is leaning against a door. He stares at his phone screen, his voice full of excitement. The live broadcast is really interesting this time. There's a student who chose a D-rank dungeon. Opposite him, a girl becomes interested in his story. What class? He excitedly replies. It's someone with the most useless green class warrior profession. Her voice lazily replies. Then I want to see where he gets his courage from. Meanwhile, on Bai Yi's team's side, the kid with glasses feels extremely panicked and terrified. Seeing the monsters in front of him, he cries out, "Don't come over here," to him. This demon lair is only F rank, even below level 1. But it's already terrifying enough to scare the soul out of someone. The black-haired girl standing next to the kid sees this and reassures him. You're a chanter, standing in the back buffing them. So you don't need to worry so much. To him, F rank is already something terrifying. Why is an F rank demon lair so scary? Not only that, but there are also demon lairs of other levels here, like the Sharp Fang or the Star Panther. Inside the sealed E rank demon lair, the people fighting here are either covered in injuries or completely exhausted, collapsing to the ground. Seeing this scene, Hong Qiangsheng feels both helpless and annoyed. Since that's the case, he has to go all out, fighting those monsters one-on-one. Hong Qiangsheng's current power stats are plus 32% attack, plus 20% crit, and plus 15% lifesteal. He throws himself into the horde of monsters, gritting his teeth, swearing that he must surpass Bai Yi. Speaking of the male lead, he is currently fighting the sealed monsters inside the D-rank demon lair. With just a few gentle magical slashes, Bai Yi easily takes down a level 6 E-rank enraged Mane, successfully gaining 30 experience points. Just like that, all the other ones are also taken down by Bai Yi one by one. Seeing this scene, Qi Yin and Ziling can't believe their eyes. Feeling both admiration and astonishment, Bai Yi says that the monsters here have been sealed, so their power has been halved, making them not too difficult to deal with. Even so, to Qi Yin, Bai Yi single-handedly taking down so many monsters is very admirable. She feels she still needs to work much harder to catch up to him. Seeing Qi Yin feeling so insecure, Bai Yi comforts her, telling her to just be herself and not compare herself to anyone, with that cold tone and handsome face when speaking, let alone Qi Yin. Any girl who hears and looks at him would fall head over heels for this senior. Seeing Bai Yi's handsome, badass look, Ziling feels jealous and annoyed. With a judgmental expression, he reminds Bai Yi, this is a D-rank dungeon, so it's best not to be arrogant and careless. Ziling keeps following behind Bai Yi, blabbering and showing off all sorts of things. But Bai Yi never cared about him from the start, so he doesn't bother listening to that nonsense. He ignores Ziling and signals Qi Yin to go right to deal with the monsters, while he goes left, being completely ignored. Ziling feels both awkward and angry, feeling that the brat in front of him has no respect for his seniors. Bai Yi is currently still enthusiastically boosting Qi Yin's morale. He explains, this simulated combat is originally to test each person's perception abilities. At the very least, you should try to get a good result. Encouraged by the handsome guy, Qi Yin's face immediately becomes radiant and full of confidence. The three of them continue to approach the next stage. Ziling follows behind with a scowl on his face, currently feeling very bitter towards Bai Yi. If you refuse a toast, then you must drink a forfeit. Thinking this, he reaches his arm back, using magic to create a glowing bow. A small figure stands in the middle of that battlefield, the cold light of the sword gleaming in his hand, still lingering with a terrifying battle aura. Bai Yi actually took down that many E-rank monsters. The crowd murmurs in discussion. What level is he currently at? The report still says E1, but the specific level is still unclear. E3, yeah. Maybe even E4. The male lead stands in the middle of the battlefield with a firm gaze, surrounded by dense spider webs and a horde of giant, red-eyed spider monsters. But instead of fear, he looks as if he anticipated everything. Not only that, he also chose the monsters on the left and told Qi Yin to go to the right. Several men crossed their arms in deep thought, admitting that the young man is not only strong, but also has outstanding strategic vision and analytical skills. Because he observed the counter-relationships between the elements, he let the flora element Qi Yin deal with the star element monsters. Although I know this is an individual ability test, he also knows how to distribute tasks reasonably. It seems his overall combat awareness is quite good. The male lead looks at the teacher with confidence. Sir, please trust me. During this graduation performance, I won't let you down. A man wearing a black hat and a zipped-up jacket, his face exuding confidence mixed with a bit of strictness. His sharp eyes, as if evaluating and waiting for something interesting to happen. This kid isn't just blowing hot air after all. Let's see what else he can do. The male lead's eyes flash with a hint of sadness as he swings his sword at the giant monster. Chi Yin observes while flipping through her book. Most of the star element beasts appear from the cave on the right. Not only are they low level, but they are also countered by my flora element. Suddenly, a giant black monster with 2 fierce purple eyes appears behind her. Chi Yin shouts. Vine wall vines sprout out and cling to the monster. Her face becomes tense. One more plant shoots wrap around the monster, tightening their grip, making it unable to struggle and exhausting it. Poison effect applied. Chi Yin still stands still, constantly flipping her book. Successfully killed a level 6 E-rank star worm. Gained 35 experience points. She rejoices. I did it again. The male lead stands from afar, looking at Chi Yin, who is dancing with joy. When a mage is at E-rank, they will grasp the basic skills of their profession. Her skill is using plants to create a poisonous wall. A 4. Skill Flora Element Mage. Vine Wall uses rapid plant growth to sprout vines, forming a wall. The thorns on the vines have a certain poisonous effect. Chi Yin is visibly happy. But this is my first time in a demon lair. Yet I can calmly deal with higher-level monsters like this. I even thought of using the wall to surround and narrow down the monster's movement area. She truly has talent. The male lead creates a magic circle. All the D-rank monsters are currently sealed. She can deal with this mob, but she continues to cast spells. So for now, it's like this. Even with the live broadcast drone, I can hide my true strength and get a high score. The male lead stares wide-eyed, silently pondering. But I also have to remember that the live broadcast device is still there. And they can also enter. What's the next step in the plan? He frowns in thought. Haha. Do you think you're capable? You completely disregard your seniors. If you guys can rely entirely on yourselves, a bow is drawn from afar. Aiming at Chi Yin's back, the man smiles with a sinister grin. Then try this. The arrow grazes past Chi Yin, taking her somewhat by surprise. He slowly approaches, saying with an innocent look, Huh. I originally wanted to help you. Why did you dodge? In the dark corner, a strange noise is heard. A monster charges out at extreme speed. A level 11, D rank, 2-headed main lion. Hearing the noise, the male lead instinctively turns around. The monster lunges forward, bursting with energy. Chi Yin tensely reaches out and commands, Cut off the flames. The fire immediately incinerates the plant shoots. The monster rears up, baring its sharp fangs at Chi Yin. She is terrified. I'm doomed, he laughs loudly. Ha. An object flies at breakneck speed. Speed will increase significantly for a short time, up to over 50%. The standard increase is related to reaction speed and proficiency. The male lead rushes forward, slashing his sword at the monster. He turns to look into the distance. On one hand, the monster charges at Chi Yin, turning her pale with fear. The male lead quickly dashes over to block in front of her, using his blade to slash at the 2-headed main lion's head. When speed is increased by 100%, it can trigger an instant appearance effect, bypassing obstacles ahead. The monster is injured on one side of its head but remains aggressive. The male lead grips his dagger tightly, pointing it forward, wondering in his mind, why is this monster's speed so fast? The man laughs with a contemptuous tone. Haha. I'm very familiar with this demon lair. Although most of the D-rank monsters have been sealed, there's only one 2-headed main lion in this demon lair that's glitched and can't be stopped. The 2-headed monster rears up fiercely. No matter how arrogant and smug you are, you're just newly awakened rookies. How could you possibly deal with a D-rank monster? Not to mention, it's been buffed by my skill, Status Light Arrow. Gravity reduced by 10 times. Damage and speed significantly increased. This is the fastest 2-headed lion. It slowly approaches the male lead. Berserk attack plus 10%. Speed plus 50%. The male lead is worried. Do I have to use my full strength? He blocks in front and orders. Step back, you can't deal with this monster right now. Damn it. I just acted cowardly. The 2-headed monster charges at the two of them. Chi Yin throws her book forward and shouts. Vine wall. Plant tendrils immediately sprout and surround the monster. She grabs the book and continues to command. Another layer. The plant shoots wrap tightly around the monster. Chi-Yin continues. 3 layers of vine wall. The male lead is a bit surprised. Chi-Yin offers. Can I fight alongside you? I won't hold you back. Even if it's D rank. I want to deal with it together. The man standing afar is annoyed. Is there something wrong with this girl's brain? She was almost chewed up by that lion just now. The male lead replies. I thought you'd be scared silly. You recovered your spirit pretty fast. Chi-Yin says confidently. Of course. I've worked so hard. I can't lose here. The male lead praises her in his heart. I thought she'd be scared out of her wits. But I didn't expect her to adapt so quickly. Hearing him say that, Chi-Yin aggressively says, Of course I've worked so hard. So I can't fail in a place like this. Chi-Yin tilts her head slightly, her tone full of absolute trust. Besides, with you here, I can't D. Bai Yi raises his sword defensively, his gaze suddenly hardening. You just used 3 skill levels at once. But your elemental power is limited, so you can't waste any more. She clenches her fists, assuring him. I know that. Of course. Bai Yi gradually sinks into his memories. In his past life, Chi-Yin shone brightly when she was in middle school. Chi-Yin back then was as radiant as the sun. Hello everyone. I'm Chi-Yin. My dream is to join the Divine Guild and become a cleric. He was deeply impressed by how a young lady from a wealthy family could be so confident, optimistic, and generous. She was always the center of admiration for men. Although I heard she comes from a family with a deep background, she was very kind to everyone. When she was in middle school, she was the class president and was always serious and responsible. The image of Chi-Yin in Bai Yi's imagination attracts a shimmering golden light in the darkness. After that, there was no news of her. Perhaps she lived an ordinary life. But right now, she is someone worthy of trust. He blocks 2 steps in front of her, holding the vanguard position. As long as there are no unexpected accidents, I can hide my strength and pass this stage. Ziling secretly watches the situation from behind. The main lion is controlled. Do you really think relying on just the 2 of you is enough? This vine wall basically can't hold it back for even a few seconds. He angrily grits his teeth and glares. Real combat doesn't just rely on confidence. With the strength of you 2, you fundamentally can't deal with this enhanced D-rank magical beast. Ziling cracks his knuckles, manipulating the battle, and smiles weirdly. Wait until the very end when you beg for mercy and can only rely on my help. If I don't show mercy and lend a hand, I'll teach you 2 what hierarchy and respect mean. The main lion completely breaks free from the loose vine wall, roaring furiously. Bai Yi quickly steps forward and instructs. I'll go lure the lion. It's a fire element type, so you have to know when to strike. Chi-Yin replies in sync. I understand. Just as it lunges forward, about to pounce on both of them, he shouts the command a second early. Go immediately. Bai Yi and she split up and run in different directions. He looks back as he runs. I just dealt damage to it, so now it's prioritizing chasing me. Sure enough, the main lion only frantically chases after Bai Yi. In a flash, a calm lake appears in front of him. He takes a risk and jumps into the lake. It also furiously chases right after him. Bai Yi initiates an underwater chase, disturbing the lake bed. The water bubbles swirl against the main lion's direction. He turns around and sees it has already bared its fangs just inches away from him. Now's the time. Bai Yi exhales through his mouth. Staring tensely at the 2 large, sharp fangs, he urgently casts the vine wall spell. Dozens of vines shoot up from the water. The main lion's 4 limbs and torso are all wrapped in thorny green vines. Chi-Yin, waiting on the shore, sees it momentarily powerless and readies her spellbook for battle. The main lion roars and struggles with all its might, but to no avail. The time is ripe. She points at the target and shouts, Constrict, constrict. The vines tighten even more. The more it flails its legs and head wildly, the more useless it is. Fire element status effect ended. Cannot escape the poison status. Qi Yin controls the Mane lion on one hand and uses magic to pull Bai Yi safely ashore on the other. He swings his sword blade in a circle with a triumphant attitude. It can't escape now. Next. Let's finish the test and get the highest score. Si Ling, witnessing this ugly outcome, is shocked and sweating profusely. How is this possible? Can a vine wall trap a lion? Even I couldn't control it so easily, and I even buffed it. Rings of vines twist and wrap around each other to increase the size of the binding chains. The main lion is suspended in mid-air from head to tail. He looks like he's chewing on a hot pepper but can't spit it out. Utterly bitter. The teacher watching the series of events stops at the screen of Bai Yi's team. If you bring a fire element lion into the water, its abilities won't be fully utilized. However, the power of the flora element underwater can be enhanced. He is completely won over by the talent the boy displays. Using the simplest elemental counter, plus coordinating with a teammate, they easily subdued a higher-level monster. His instant reaction, ability, and leadership skills are also very outstanding. The teacher turns to the other teachers and says, "It seems we don't need to think about who gets first place in this practical combat." A female teacher also agrees. There's only one final blow left, and she can completely kill this lion. When the time comes, the entire video will be sent to the guild for review. He will very likely receive the highest score in history. The main lion is now half floating, half sinking. Blood staining the lake surface red. The display screen suddenly goes black with a snap. The teachers suddenly panic. The live broadcast was cut off. Why, at this moment, back at the lake shore, the drone device sizzles with smoke, leaking electricity, and falls to the ground. Ziling had quietly drawn his bow and shot an arrow, destroying the crucial evidence. He smiles with full satisfaction. Without video evidence, don't even think about getting the highest score. The system displays a blue panel next to the Mane lion's corpse. Successfully killed level 2 D rank, two-headed lion. Gained 100 experience points. Bai Yi can't help but feel admiration. Good thing we had your abilities. Qi Yin hurriedly acts modest. No. It was all because I followed your commands, he interrupts. No. It's because you've trained your elemental resistance enough that you could use one skill with so many variations to catch it. She asks blankly. Elemental resistance. Ziling suddenly steps forward, startling Qi Yin. All right. You guys defeated the boss. Now stop chatting and go outside to talk. He just turns and walks away, his face fuming with jealousy. That's enough. Bai Yi speaks up indifferently. You know very well what a D-rank monster suddenly getting a power boost means for students entering a demon lair for the first time. Right? Ziling makes up a blatant excuse. I already told you. I originally meant to help that girl get stronger. But who told her to dodge? He blocks his words again. Then your skills are pretty poor. Bai Yi's words hit right at Ziling's sore spot, making him widen his eyes in guilt. He resolutely exposes the dirty trick. As an archer, is this the best aiming ability you have? Qi Yin also reacts fiercely. No wonder you weren't chosen for the school's top students group. Ziling flares up, drawing his bow. What did you guys say? Bai Yi habitually steps forward to shield her. The aura of both of them doesn't cool down one bit. He is so angry his jaw contorts, his eyebrows furrowed tightly. Unable to utter a single word, Ziling thinks of something and retracts his bow, snorting contemptuously. The road ahead is still very long. He decisively turns away, leaving behind a grudge-filled remark. You guys just wait for me. Ziling heads straight for the dungeon's exit. He and Qi Yin slowly walk behind. Suddenly, the broken drone device rolling on the side catches Bai Yi's attention, waiting for him to leave completely. She finally shows her frustration. That senior's personality is really annoying. Then, seeing him kneeling and looking intently, Qi Yin gets curious. What are you doing? She bends down to peek. Isn't this Bai Yi holds the severed cable? Thinking. He did this. Could it be to stop us from getting a high score? Now, everyone can't see what's happening here anymore. After he goes out, he'll have to apply for an entry permit before he can come back in. The others are also quite far from this demon lair. So this way, I still have enough time. He smiles mysteriously. He actually helped me out. Now I have the chance to do the rest. Qi Yin ultimately doesn't understand Bai Yi's intentions. What do you mean? What do you want to do? She follows him to the front of a glowing red seal. Two crossed spears forming an X block the ring of fire. He stands there defiantly. A green aura radiating around him, contrasting with the red magic smoldering deep in the cave. Class President, can you keep what happens next a secret for me, even if you tell others? No one will believe you anyway. Qi Yin goes from one surprise to another state of confusion. Keep it a secret, no one will believe me. What exactly are you planning to do? Bai Yi silently puts his hands in his pockets. He runs back a bit. A brief memory of victory. Only his own dialogue. But you have to give me something too. The unsealing magic stone. You have it. Bai Yi takes out the sparkling, reflective demon lair spirit jade from his pocket. He places it on a rock outcropping. Every single word on the demon lair spirit jade suddenly glows with multicolored light. I'll take this demon lair spirit jade. He extracts a stream of dark energy from inside it. Completely unsealing it, she realizes the danger from all sides and immediately tries to stop him. No, you can't. This is a D-rank demon lair. If you unseal it, all these high-level magical beasts will come out. The demon lair spirit jade radiates countless streams of dark red aura, releasing at full capacity. That energy penetrates the seal. Bai Yi spreads his legs, maintaining a firm stance. Don't worry. Their power is still affected by the seal's power. But Qi Yin stubbornly advises. Avaso. Just the two of us dealing with so many D ranks. The three small fire rings on his wrist gradually sense the spiritual energy. We don't need two people. The initial green light has already turned red. Bai Yi's body is now surrounded by flickering smoke and fire. She stares wide-eyed in shock. Stammering. You. Qi Yin screams excitedly. How can you? The fire is large enough. The staff is ready to burn. He remains as calm as water. Just me. She can't help but gape. How can you also transform into a mage? Bai Yi has no time. Urgently commanding Qi Yin. You guard the entrance, 1. Then 2 main lions break their chains and charge onto the battlefield. Their fangs dripping with drool. Craving prey, they rear up, snapping all their shackles, and aggressively charge towards him. She can't assist in time, only helplessly reaching out to warn him. Watch out. Bai Yi doesn't flinch at all. Swinging his staff, murderous intent takes form, weaving powerful counterattacks. The system above his head displays switch to level 5 E-rank Cloud Element Mage. Bai Yi slams his staff down, unleashing the ice transformation skill. A few streaks of blue light shoot out as fast as arrows, enveloping the main lions that consider him their prey. Qi Yin covers her mouth in awe. A red class profession, I had a really hard time controlling just one lion. Speaking of the fate of those 3 main lions, they are all frozen by a single strike from Bai Yi. She is both admiring and a bit in disbelief. You actually controlled 3 of them in the blink of an eye, he calmly explains. These monsters have been locked inside for so long. They must have gone crazy and would soon rush out together. Bai Yi takes advantage of his boiling battle spirit and seriously requests, I need a bigger space. Hearing the order, Qi Yin immediately dashes off like the wind. Got it. The footsteps of the magical beasts shake the cold rocks. A pack of panthers rushes out like starving tigers. Mad with rage. Level 12, D-rank flaming panther. It's a massive magical beast, aiming straight for him. Bai Yi strikes again with his staff, breaking its leg. He thinks to himself, these monsters are actually D-rank. But having been sealed for so long, their power must have decreased by at least half. Still the same move. Ice transformation. The flaming panther's flesh and skin pale due to the layer of ice covering it. Bai Yi continuously swings his staff as skillfully as a sword. My mage skill is ice transformation. First, I have to control all of them. Simply put, ice transformation condenses the water in the air into ice instantly, thereby controlling the opponent. He agilely pulls his leg back to dodge to the side before some beast's paw crushes him. Bai Yi swiftly turns around, changing in a flash. Switch to Fire Element Warrior. Level Treton D-rank Fire Saber-Tooth Hid Tiger. As soon as it pounces, he launches a counterattack. Bai Yi's face instantly hardens. Trying to sneak attack me. As soon as its 4 paws touch the ground, he flies backward at the speed of light. No person is seen. Only a fleeting afterimage. Switched to Cloud Element Mage. Bai Yi grips the staff and unleashes ice transformation from above onto the fire saber-toothed tiger. When frozen, it is still in the posture of opening its mouth aggressively like the other monsters. Qi Yin is stunned. He can even switch professions at will, seeing him land softly on one foot. She secretly understands. Moreover, looking at his current actions, I can understand why he wanted to go to the elemental room back then. Qi Yin's mind is relatively sharp. The reason for elemental resistance training, the essence of the mage profession, is to channel energy directly in the form of natural power, or control objects of the same element within a certain range. She seemed to have learned something new. I used to think that the stronger the magic, the more powerful it would become with repeated use. Back then, Qi Yin was quite confused while learning spells. The wall of vines, why wouldn't it coalesce? But after seeing his technique, I realized that controlling one's power is even more important. Bai Yi raised his scepter high, casting several more ice spells to seal the crazed Grandmaster-level beasts. She pondered the theory the power of the elements comes from nature wild, primal, and difficult to tame. Qi Yin believed that only by completely controlling her own elemental power could she use more variations. Each block of ice, freezing a beast's corpse, floated in the air under the control of the scepter. He lowered the scepter, and instantly, the heavy blocks of ice crashed down onto the barren ground. She thought to herself, even a basic skill can be used in so many different ways. Qi Yin's gaze suddenly froze. At this moment, she watched Bai Yi neatly take down all the D-rank beasts. She was taken aback. It's like he's already completely used to this, Qi Yin thought pensively. He's left all of us behind from the very beginning. She pressed her lips together in silence. Then, her face lit up with extreme excitement as she praised him. That was so cool. A massive foot stomped onto the ground. A huge beast with glowing eyes appeared. Dungeon Lord. Spirit King of the Demon Lair. Level 10-8. D-rank Hell Mammoth. Seeing the boss appear, the main character grew excited. Good. You're finally out. The beast let out a roar, creating a massive wave of ice that froze everything. Down below, he held his sword and executed a skill. Switched to core-type warrior. He got into a ready stance, thinking to himself, the thing I need is on you. The main character leaped high, soaring over the beast's head, simultaneously using the skill Weak Point Strike. He slashed his sword across its thick hide. Blood spurted endlessly from the beast's wound. The main character's face was cold as he thought. After being sealed, a level 15 mammoth is weaker than a level 10 lion. Even with such a deep gash, the beast didn't die. It whipped its head around towards the main character, its eyes burning with rage as it charged. He quickly leaped up again. The Weak Point Strike skill was unleashed continuously by the main character, leaving the beast to do nothing but roar in pain. The final blow sent it crashing to the ground, but the main character's eyes still shone with a fierce golden light. His entire body seemed to turn suffused with gold, and his eyes sharpened with that same light. Unilateral. An area of effect attack, cleansing Earth. The system announced. Title 1 against 100 activated. The beast opened its mouth wide, screaming even more pitifully than before. The frozen beasts were also affected by his skill, their lives ending. Countless system notifications of successful kills rang out. The main character read the data panel in his hand with a grim look. With a flick of his hand, the system panel disappeared. A large, deep pink gem appeared before him. Resonating jade. A pair of king jades with a special function. Looking at the gem on the ground, the main character sighed in his heart. I finally got you. Reading the notifications about leveling up to D rank, the main character was slightly surprised. Oh. My mage class reached D rank too. Huh? From a distance, Qi Yin could only stare in silence at the pile of monster corpses littering the ground. Seeing her, the main character walked over and called out. Qi Yin. He calmly asked her, do you remember what I said? Hearing him, she looked bewildered and exclaimed, Who? Just then, 3 teachers ran over anxiously. The young teacher in the lead cried out, "If the seal is really broken, it'll be a huge problem. We've never detected such a massive energy fluctuation before. I told you we should have sent someone with them." Suddenly, the male teacher at the front of the group cried out in surprise when he saw Ziling slowly walking up the stairs. "Why are you out here? Weren't you inside protecting the underclassmen?" He asked the question but didn't wait for an answer, immediately dashing off. "No time for that now. Let's get over there." Quickly startled by the question, Ziling asked back, "The seal is broken." He turned to watch the group, who were so worried they rushed past him. He then let out a smug chuckle. "Ha ha ha ha, see, karma comes quickly." The young teacher arrived and called out loudly, "Bai Yi Chi Yin." He was about to ask something but stopped short. "You two, huh?" Seeing the teachers gathered there, the main character asked, "Teachers, why are you all here?" Looking towards a deep black hole behind the stone wall. The young teacher exclaimed, "Huh, was the seal broken?" Another teacher asked. "Could the equipment have given a false alarm? It's good that you're okay." Friday, May 29th. Before class ended, a green-haired person was reading a paper with a dark expression. Opposite him, Ziling had a triumphant look on his face. He smiled victoriously and asked, "Vice Captain, the documents I submitted this time should be enough." "Right, for the last team member position." After reading, the Vice Captain sneered and replied, "I'm truly sorry. Captain, we've already made our choice." Hearing this, Ziling's eyes widened in shock. "What, who?" He lost control and grabbed the Vice Captain. "Didn't you say this spot would be reserved for the most valuable person? Are my strength and background still not enough?" A girl standing not far away cut in. "We've already found the most valuable person." Anale rested her chin on her hand and said with amusement, "That Bai Yi kid is very interesting." Friday night, May 29th. At a deserted diner with only 2 customers, Chen Jinwoo exhaled a puff of white smoke and warned, "Hey, don't cause any more trouble. I had a hard time getting you out early." The person across from him slurped his noodles and replied, Of course. I know." Jinwoo's eyes darkened. He leaned in close to the person opposite him and whispered, "I got news. Captain Hong is coming next Friday." "Did you know?" the person replied. "Don't worry." Suddenly, Jinwoo's phone screen lit up with a call. Ring. 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 He picked up the phone and said wearily, That old man is calling again. I'm heading back to the team. You should go home early too." With that, Jinwoo stood up and left. The person sitting across from him replied softly, "Of course I will." It turned out the person sitting opposite Jinwoo all this time was the main character's father. His eyes glowed with a strange red light as he ate his noodles and said, "Go home early," he says. Now his face was contorted with anger. Looking at the empty house before him, he wondered in confusion. Where the hell did those 2 die? And then a chair was smashed to pieces. He cursed angrily. "How dare you run away from me?" His reflection in the mirror showed his clenched teeth. His eyes bloodshot with fury. "If I catch you," he clenched his fist, shattering the glass, and ground out each word. "I'll kill you both." The main character placed a striking red necklace around his mother's neck and explained, "This is called a resonating jade." He continued to instruct his mother, "From now on, you must always wear it." He held up the necklace around his own neck and continued, "I have one just like yours." An image of the main character's mother's necklace shattering appeared as his instructions echoed. "If you're ever in danger, crush this jade. My jade will sense it, and I'll come to your side immediately." He took his mother's hand, smiled gently, and added, "Without this, I really wouldn't feel at ease leaving you alone." The main character's mother still looked bewildered. He looked at his beloved mother and thought to himself, "As I recall, Mom has never received a necklace or any jewelry before." He smiled softly. He thought with a tender sadness, "She's never had any of the things that should belong to a woman." At that moment, the main character's mother used sign language, her hands conveying the message. "Son, Don't just hang around me on the weekends. At your age, you should go out with your friends more often. Seeing his mother's message, he chuckled. Don't worry, Mom. I don't have that kind of need. Hearing his reply, she waved her hands worriedly. You must have someone important to you. The main character was slightly taken aback by her words. He turned and looked at the glass in front of him, thinking to himself, someone important. Images of his comrades from his past life flashed through his mind. He wondered, will I ever be able to see them again in this life? 1158 p.m. Before the D-rank demon lair, Wildlands. A red mist hovered in the air. The main character's inner voice echoed. In any case, the Jade issue is resolved. I don't have to worry about it anymore. The main character stood in a surreal, red space. This is another hidden dungeon I know of. It only opens for a short time at midnight and closes at 1 o'clock. So I don't have much time. He gripped the blade in his hand tightly and moved forward. Now, I must focus on improving myself. His steps suddenly faltered. A wild corpse orchid and a blood-devouring flower were in front of him. They forced him to stop. In my past life, I became a top-tier warrior. He dashed, moving quickly to another position, his mind still racing. But I could only watch helplessly as my comrades died in front of me. Friends, his face turned cold as he charged at the monster. With one move, he successfully sliced the monster in two. The system announced. Successfully killed the blood-devouring flower. Received 260 experience. Received item blood petal. As if forgetting the present, the main character was still lost in thought about the concept of friends. So what if I have them? He stopped in front of the wild corpse orchid, his mind still preoccupied. When the day comes that my heart and soul are devoted, the main character shot forward like a rocket. Another skill took down the monster. Weak point strike. As he fought, the main character's mind was in a daze. Otherwise, we'll still die without a proper burial. He landed powerfully, making a firm resolution in his heart. I need to get stronger. The system chimed in. Successfully killed the wild corpse orchid. Received 320 experience. It wasn't over. From out of nowhere, countless more monsters appeared and surrounded him. The main character emphasized in his mind. Faster. Stronger than everyone else. He was surrounded by the horde of monsters. But he gritted his teeth and told himself. And then, his eyes turned bloodshot. He unleashed a move and wiped out the horde. The system continued to announce. Successfully killed the wild corpse orchid. Received 320 experience. He bit down on a monster's tentacle. Resolute. I have to fight with my life on the line. Remembering the man who didn't deserve to be called his father, the main character told himself, I'm still too weak now. I can't even beat that guy. Remembering the godlike cheater from his past life, his determination hardened. Let alone that genius who was a golden rank marksman since he was a child. Therefore, I have no detours or shortcuts. The main character's feet dragged slowly as he advanced towards the horde of monsters before him. His heart resolute. I cannot avoid any enemy. The main character stood proudly amidst the blood-devouring flower monsters. He swung his sword forcefully with the unilateral skill. A wave of blue energy radiated from him, surrounding the monsters. Cleansing Earth. The main character unleashed his final move. The monsters were defeated one by one. The system notifications rang out in succession. Successfully killed the blood-devouring flower. Received 260 experience points. He landed. A golden aura enveloping his entire body. The main character's eyes were now filled with resentment. Looking at the slowly closing door, he grew anxious. The entrance to this dungeon will close in 20 minutes. I have to deal with the boss quickly. Saturday, May 30th. 12 IF, Tigo Cymbeline AM. The main character walked with a blue aura enveloping his body. With a blazing spirit, he looked up. Huh. Before him was a massive monster surrounded by a black aura. Found you. Suddenly, the main character let out a confused sound in his head. Huh. The monster before him suddenly shot away, disappearing from sight. It flew right in front of him, preparing to strike. Boss. Level Hus. D rank Yi Wuming. The main character quickly swung his sword in a powerful slash. He gritted his teeth and sliced off the monster's arm. Seeing this, it silently looked at the main character, seemingly thinking something. Then, its severed arm grew back and regenerated. Self-healing skill. The main character's eyes widened in shock. Its self-healing ability is that strong. Wuming then slammed its arm into the ground, shattering it. Then, countless tentacles sprouted from the ground. The main character quickly turned his head to look around. Behind him, now, red monsters with sharp, protruding teeth crawled up. They quickly swarmed towards the main character. He wondered, weren't these demonic beasts already killed by me? How are they standing up again? He glanced around, still puzzled. A D-rank boss shouldn't have a resurrection ability. A strange black object shot towards him. The main character's face contorted in pain as dark red blood splattered. A sharp object had pierced through his body. He glanced behind him to see the monster that had ambushed and stabbed him. Shi Wuming. Yi Wuming's twin brother. It pushed the weapon in deeper, causing the main character to grit his teeth and think. So there are two bosses. Two identical bosses that the main character had to defeat. His eyes flashed as he glanced behind him. Saturday, 12:0569 a.m. The two bosses disappeared one by one in a brilliant flash of light. Saturday, 1:00 m. The dungeon entrance had closed. Now, only faint red lights remained in the dungeon space. Dimly. Saturday, May 30th. Alta p.m. Heavy rain fell from a gray sky. The main character's mother stood before the glass door, worried about him. Another day, and he's nowhere to be seen. I've sent so many messages, but he hasn't replied. He's not answering his phone either. With that thought, she opened the door and stepped outside. He must have gone somewhere dangerous again. Just like last time. I have to go find him. The rain continued to pour as the sky turned dark. Staggering steps and a drunken voice. Haha. You two are really something. Bai Yi's father walked with a chillingly fearsome presence, daring to rent a place outside without telling me a thing. He headed towards the main character's house and remarked, "You found a decent place. You sure know how to enjoy yourself." His eyes gleamed menacingly in the dark sky. His face etched with anger. The main character's mother, unaware. I was walking down to the lobby. Suddenly, she froze in her tracks when she saw something. Her eyes filled with panic at the sight. A bolt of lightning flashed. As if foretelling an impending disaster, the main character tightened his grip on his sword. He clutched his side, panting heavily, and glared at them. This is the 5th time. After I kill them, they just get back up. The monster roared at him, a sound that shook the heavens. The main character continued to fight as the system announced. Successfully killed blood-devouring flower LV. Shursan. Received 1 experience. As he swung his sword, he thought. Moreover, continuously killing these resurrected monsters doesn't grant experience points or items. The main character needed to find the source of their resurrection to stop them for good. His attacks were having no effect on them. They just kept getting back up, and more of them kept appearing. It's not just these small fry that have the ability to recover. The main character zipped through the air, his blades flashing. His eyes were ice cold. Shield toed. The main character charged at the level 20 boss monster. Shi Wuming. His face was serious as he swung his sword towards it. The monster didn't have time to react and took a direct hit from him. Its expression momentarily stunned. Weak point strike. But it immediately regenerated its body. The boss level 1 can also recover instantly. As it was healing, it turned its head to signal the other one, who was using its own healing ability. The main character recalled, "But I tried attacking that other guy before. Even when I cut off his head, he could still heal instantly. This is too much of a bug. Constantly resurrecting dead monsters and instantly healing injured allies," he frowned. "You'd have to be an S-rank healer or higher to reach this level. Is something supplying him with power, or is there a place storing healing energy?" While he was lost in thought, the monster unleashed its shield-toed skill. In an instant, it lunged to attack the main character. He quickly used his sword to block the blow. Parry. Use a weapon to block damage, dispersing more than half of it based on timing. The main character swung his sword, and the monster retreated. Perfect parry. A precisely timed block negates 1000% of damage. Can be activated again within 0.09 seconds. Has a chance to fully reflect the attack back at the opponent. He looked at it with apprehension. Interesting. It can learn my moves in the middle of a fight. At the same time, another monster approached. It spoke in a hoarse voice. You are strong. The large monster with the recovery ability. Its power was so dense it made the main character's eyes widen. He instinctively raised a hand to shield his face. He pointed his sword at it. Found you. With that, the main character charged forward. This ancient tree in the flower-type demon lair is the center of the energy. He sliced off the monster's arm. He watched with narrowed eyes. The boss's healing power can only be used on such a large scale because of this tree's existence. As if realizing his intention, the monster screamed in fear. No, the main character put all his strength into a swing at the ancient tree. So, I just need to cut down this ancient tree, he smirked sinisterly. And I can kill you. Summon Cloud-type Mage. While the main character charged towards the giant green tree with his weapon, another force from afar controlled the elements. Stop him, halt. His eyes were like ice. His hand holding the weapon trembled slightly as he shouted the command. Freeze instantly. The two beasts were frozen solid. On the ground, the text appeared, Dungeon Lord. Level Hus. D rank Shi Wuming. Dungeon Lord. Level Hus. D rank Yi Wuming. One of the two beasts stood proudly. Dungeon Lord. Level Hus. D rank Yi Wuming. Summon Core type warrior. It used its sharp tusk to shatter the layer of ice encasing its body. The main character's eyes looked fierce as he said softly. Looks like my guess wasn't wrong. The monster's eyes glowed gold when it heard him. The giant green tree turned yellow, and an orange glow like a flickering flame appeared beneath it. The main character calculated. When you and the tree fall, you'll lose your healing and resurrection abilities. He rushed forward and killed the two dungeon lords. Successfully killed Dungeon Lord. Level Hus. D rank Yi Wuming. Received 2,500 experience. Received high-grade item, 100 spirit grass. Can instantly recover 50% of health and heal most physical damage. Many red and purple threads intertwined, slowly forming a ferocious-looking, blue-eyed beast. On the other side, the ice casing cracked. The Dungeon Lord gradually regained its strength and stood up, ready to fight. The main character held a scythe in his hand, pointed it at the Dungeon Lord, and declared, Now, it's your turn. The monster looked on with a calm expression. It stood towering before the main character, whose attitude surprised him slightly. It uttered a challenge. Kill me. Dungeon Lord. Level Hus. D rank Shi Wuming. The main character gave a faint smile and replied, This is the first time I've seen a boss like this. You don't want to live alone because your brother died. A flash of lightning streaked through a bolt of blue light. As the main character spoke, he attacked the Dungeon Lord with force. A beam of yellow light pierced through the Dungeon Lord's body. Then I'll grant your wish. Successfully killed Dungeon Lord. Level Hus. D rank Shi Wuming. Received 2,500 experience. The system announced, received high-grade material, Poison Thorn. A necessary material for crafting the Peerless Poison Piercer. A high-grade Tier 5 weapon. A purple object, looking like an animal's claw, appeared in his hand. He breathed a sigh of relief. The system announced again. Core-type warrior class has leveled up to level 15. D rank. Cloud-type mage class has leveled up to level 13. D rank. Received additional stat points. Click to open details. The main character stood before the red cave. A white light shining ahead. His right hand still firmly gripped his dual blades. His left holding the purple object, which emitted a faint glow. After killing the boss, the cave entrance opened again. A notification sound chimed, and a stats panel appeared before him. Accumulated flower-type element is sufficient to awaken a new class. The main character nonchalantly held a finger to his head, wondering to himself. The flower type is already full. He spread his arms wide. and numerous green vines, wrapped in colorful ribbons, appeared around him. He wondered, what kind of class will it be this time? The system announced with a lively sound. Successfully obtained, he smiled brightly, joy evident in his eyes. Last time it was a red class. This time, the system continued to announce. Flower-type summoner. Level Ed. E rank. The main character was a bit disappointed. Just a blue rank class, he sighed. But the summoner class doesn't have high stat requirements. I just don't know what its main skills are. A blue frame displayed the skill Spirit Flower Contract. After defeating a flower-type demonic beast, you can sign a soul contract with it and use it to work for you. Contract completed so far. It didn't split into 2 skills. Passive Field of Blooming Flowers. Can see the souls of recently deceased flower-type demonic beasts. The main character murmured, "Oh. A spirit contract." He then touched the white text on the screen. He glanced back slightly, a look of confusion on his face. In that case, the 2 bosses I just defeated, does that mean I can? The main character stood silently, looking at the 2 creatures he had defeated. Their bodies emitted a blue-purple light. Their spectral forms flew towards him. Looking aggressive, the main character reached out his hand as if preparing to grasp something. Activate Spirit Flower Contract. He held his hand out, palm up, and gave a command. You too. His hand moved slightly, and his expression became stern. Come here. The 2 beasts' forms gradually became clearer. The man was staggering towards the door of the house when the phone in his pocket vibrated. Buzz. 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 The man stood stock still in the rain. He grumbled to himself. Who the hell is calling me at this hour? He answered the phone with an annoyed tone. Oh. Officer Chen. It was unclear what was said on the other end, but he was seen replying while running forward quickly. Really, I can also attend Captain Hong's banquet, okay. Okay. I understand. I will definitely seize this opportunity. This time, I'll definitely prepare a lavish gift for him. Don't worry. I know. I won't miss this golden opportunity to return to the guild. He thought to himself. Today is truly a good day. Humming as he walked, he put his phone in his pocket and thought to himself. So, I should go find my dear sister and reminisce about old times. Shouldn't I Saturday morning? May 30th. Alta PM. Bai Yi's mother stood in the rain, waiting anxiously, the main character, holding an umbrella in one hand and a bag in the other. Slowly approached his mother and asked, Mom, why did you come down here? It's raining. Hearing the familiar voice, his mother froze for a moment. He walked over to shield her with the umbrella, a bright smile on his face, and said gently, Let's go home. The shiny silver bracelet on her wrist seemed to whisper, This foolish child. She sat in a daze, silently gazing at the bracelet on her wrist, and he even said he went out at night just to give me this Mother's Day gift, but a loud noise from upstairs snapped her out of her thoughts. She felt a bit sad and asked herself, Do you really think that just because I can't speak, I don't know anything? Meanwhile, the main character was already in his room, lying on the bed, a slightly puzzled look on his face. I currently have a total of 3 classes, a green rank warrior, a blue rank summoner, and a red rank mage. He sank into deep thought, looking at the system notifications before him. 2 combat classes have reached D rank. The Cloud-type mage. LV. 13. After defeating a flower-type demonic beast, I can form a contract with its soul and use it to work for me. As the class level increases, the number of contracts I can sign will also increase. E rank 2, D rank 4, C rank 6, and B rank 10. After advancing, I can sign contracts with an unlimited number of elements. He seemed a bit tense as he read the notification, and many questions arose in his mind. There are still 5 days until he's released. But with his personality, he might bribe the guards to get out early. 3 silver bracelets, hovering in mid-air, was a setup. That's why I prepared these things beforehand, just in case. The next day, Sunday morning, the main character walked onto the rooftop. A streak of red light covered the sky before him. He thought. But in the end, running away won't solve the problem. Before I begin my cultivation journey, I need to resolve this issue completely. The main character stood still, watching the red light spread across his vision. E-rank hidden dungeon conquered. D-rank hidden dungeon conquered. E-rank hidden dungeon conquered. E-rank hidden dungeon conquered. Sunday afternoon, the main character chose a clearing in the forest and stood there, thinking. These past few days, I haven't been able to rest for even a moment. I must quickly promote my class to C rank. The main character's face looked a bit dazed. His hand half clenched. D-rank hidden dungeon. Danger level. The system pushed a notification, entering the dungeon. Sunday night. The main character's face turned sharp. The air around him heavy. D-rank hidden dungeon conquered. The next time we meet, I will be stronger than you. Level up. A notification box appeared in front of him, leaving him slightly stunned. 4. Received new title, Lone Wolf Warrior. Conquered a dungeon 10 times alone, with a level no lower than your own. Received Warrior's Key. After meeting certain conditions, you can unlock the Warrior's Tower. Monday morning, June 1st. At the Awakened Junior High School, Ms. Huang proudly announced to the class that their class had achieved the final evaluation results, with the first and second ranks in the entire school being the main character and Chi Yin, respectively. Moreover, after the headquarters carefully analyzed his video, they determined his final score was the highest in history, to the astonishment of the two. She continued. So this time, not only have they earned the qualification to participate in the training trip, but thanks to him, they've also earned the chance to meet the God Clan. But the main character remained silent. A stark contrast to him, the classroom erupted in shouts of amazement. An honor that even a divine rank person would find hard to obtain. The main character fell into deep thought, as he hadn't expected to be blessed with the chance to meet those people face to face. The freckled kid next to him, with tears and snot running down his face, whined, "When you achieve greatness, don't forget us old folks." Meanwhile, the kid with glasses was like a proud father, overjoyed that his son had shone so brightly. In the faculty office, Hong Liang looked up at Hong Kangsheng and asked, "Are you sure you don't want to go? Your father had a hard time coming back for a visit, and it's a perfect opportunity for you to go to the headquarters with him and join the training trip." But he remained stubbornly silent. Hong Kangsheng's fists were clenched so tightly they trembled. Though unwilling, he still firmly refused, because he had only managed to get third place. He felt unworthy. He didn't want outsiders to think that everything he had was because of his father. Hearing this, Hong Liang smiled and praised his nephew's ambition. He truly hoped his father could see this mature side of him. At that moment, Hong Kangsheng suddenly looked up seriously and asked his uncle for permission to access the sealed D-rank dungeon behind the mountain. Hong Liang's face darkened upon hearing this. He then explained that his reason was to become stronger, relying only on himself. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, cries of pleading could be heard from within. Ziling slammed the table, demanding to go on the training trip because he was the sole heir of the Z family. The school's principal, Zi Qingjun, hearing Ziling's words, simply remarked, "So you're aware of that? Yet you still act so impulsively." His face grim. He demanded a reason for his outrageous actions during the practical exam that day, where he was accused of ordering a demonic beast to stab a junior in the back. Ziling's face turned pale, and he stammered. Unable to answer, Zi Qingyun angrily scolded him. "Do you think the people above are all idiots? Unable to see through your deceitful tricks? If I hadn't covered for you, how could you still be attending school?" His whole body trembled with fear before the principal's imposing gaze. Ziling dropped to his knees, terrified. He apologized and begged his uncle for forgiveness. Only then did Zi Qingyun tell him to stand up. Ziling hesitated. The principal continued, "You're lucky. Thanks to that incident, the people above discovered someone special, the main character, and they discovered something very unusual about him." Zi Qingyun's expression darkened as he announced, "Someone from the God Clan wants to meet the main character directly." The offer that followed was, "You can go on the training trip with me this time. But you must get rid of your hot temper and be more humble. Otherwise, even I won't be able to protect you." Hearing this, Ziling couldn't hide his excitement and hurriedly agreed, gritting his teeth. Determined not to let the main character go, Ziling clenched his fists as if victory was already his. And, Anne, too. Sooner or later, I'll have you. Monday evening. Before school let out, the freckled kid opened his phone and received an invitation to join the school's Supreme Team. In the letter, the Supreme Team mentioned Bai Yi. "Please join us." He held the letter and shouted, "This is the strongest team in our school. Once you're in, you get directly recruited into the Gods Guild without any exams." The students in the class buzzed with discussion. "This is the Golden Assassin group that our school has built in recent years. It used to be so hard to apply. But now they're directly inviting him." Others were immediately drawn in. "Isn't this for high schoolers? Why are they inviting a junior high student?" The freckled kid sobbed. "Bai Yi, you're too amazing." But suddenly, the main character shot up from his seat. He took the letter and walked towards the trash can. Then he threw it right in. The freckled kid saw this and was horrified. "Why would you reject the invitation? Are you crazy?" The main character just tossed out a "see ya" and left. Everyone in the class watched his retreating figure with confused eyes. The freckled kid couldn't help but feel regretful. Such a good opportunity. The kid with glasses next to him spoke up in his defense. "You don't understand Bai Yi. Do you? He never wanted to join anyone in the first place," he asserted. "Now, he can only be a leader." At the same time, on the mountain behind the school, the main character stood there with a dazed look. "I've got access to the D-rank dungeon. No one will come here tonight." With that, Hong Changsheng urged, "Let's go in." However, he hesitated for a moment, then added a warning. "A D-rank dungeon is still too difficult for you." The hot-headed guy retorted, "Cut the crap. I won't hold you back." He thought to himself. I promised him practical combat skills and how to get stronger faster. But he had to help me get access to the school's dungeon. The main character didn't expect him to get it all. As soon as they entered the D-rank dungeon, Hong Changsheng fell flat on his face. He asked, "Want some help?" The guy yelled. "Get lost, I can do it myself." A monster charged towards Kangsheng. The main character stood quietly behind him, watching him fight. Indifferent to the world, he silently calculated. "For now, since I haven't met the conditions to unlock the skill, I can't enter." Then the main character turned his head to look at them. He decided to fight the monsters to level up. On Tuesday after school, the invitation letters were all thrown in the trash. By Wednesday after school, Kangsheng was being mauled by the monsters. However, a flash of light shot past. The main character rushed out and kicked the monster away. Seeing this, the guy gritted his teeth in anger. "I told you not to interfere," he sighed helplessly. "If I hadn't, you'd be dead." The main character thought for a moment and considered himself lucky. Time passed until Thursday. Kangsheng shouted with joy after leaving the dungeon because he had leveled up. The main character walked behind him. Like a bustling market next to a quiet temple, he walked arrogantly behind, thinking, "Finally, my warrior class has been promoted to C rank." Then he thought to himself, "These current stats are enough to deal with Ling Sheng." That night, Yue Fu asked excitedly, "Are you dating a cute girl?" The main character waved his hands, denying the question. Then, she kept asking why he was coming home late all the time. The main character denied it profusely. Yue Fu then sat down and comforted him. "It's normal to like a girl. You should be brave in pursuing what you like." Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. The main character's expression gradually darkened. "The girl I care about." A woman appeared in his imagination. Her face was revealed to be Anne Les. She rushed forward, demanding a hug from the main character. He then blushed shyly and stopped Anne Les. The scene around them changed again to a desolate landscape littered with corpses. She lay on the ground, struggling to speak. "Captain, we won again." Then the main character reached out his hand and called for Anne Les to come. She happily opened her arms, wanting him to carry her. The main character blushed and ran off to get help from someone else. While Anla pouted at him, in another scene, she was in critical condition. Her body covered in wounds. The main character's anger reached its peak. Thoughts of the past kept running through his head. Then, the main character's face visibly saddened. He couldn't stop thinking about Anla. The main character thought silently. In this new life, I'm the only one who retains memories of the past. Even if we meet, there's no connection between us. Elsewhere, a message arrived. Captain Bai Yi still hasn't responded. It seems he's not interested in our group. Anla sat on her bed and chuckled. She gently placed the invitation letter on the bed. He's getting more and more interesting. Then Anla gave a sly smile. Looking at the letter, well then, I'll go see him tomorrow and deliver the invitation myself. A series of information about skills from the Cloud-type Mage, Core-type Warrior, and Flower-type Summoner was displayed. On Friday, his birthday. The main character looked confusedly at the gift box on the table. Yue Fu tilted her head. This is your birthday present. He couldn't hide his surprise at receiving a gift on his birthday. The main character slowly opened the gift box. Inside the box was a moss-green scarf, along with a letter with her well wishes. However, he still didn't understand why Yue Fu would give him a scarf when summer was just around the corner. The main character's eyes were fixed on the scarf she gave him. Then he was suddenly stunned. He asked, "Mom, you knew I was going to the Sacred River Nation." Yue Fu told the main character to take good care of himself, and that she could also take care of herself. It was then that he realized his mother had always known what he was doing. Yue Fu gave the main character some money so he could treat his friends to a birthday meal. The main character sighed softly, because he didn't really have any friends. Later at school, the clock on the tower struck the hour. The schoolyard was empty. A statue of a young girl holding a staff amidst rising water was placed on the table. The main character's face darkened, his eyes slightly judgmental. The freckled kid was extremely proud of his gift, but the kid with glasses acted mysterious and said, "You're too conventional. Watch this." With that, he placed something on the kid's desk. Seeing the item, he was utterly amazed. His favorite movie, Fatal Magic, was right in front of him. The main character was too excited to speak. In his past life, he and the kid with glasses would often go to the warehouse to watch banned historical films. He whispered, "The teachers can't know about this. Keep it safe." The main character placed the movie disc in his desk drawer. Then he turned to thank the kid with glasses. He smiled gently. Chi Yin approached and softly called the main character's name. She suddenly held out a gift. "Happy birthday." The kid with glasses and the freckled kid stared, wide-eyed with astonishment, when they saw the gift. The gift Chi Yin gave him was an A-rank mage weapon, the illusory gemstone. The main character froze. He stared silently at the gemstone. He quickly pushed the gift away and refused to accept it. Chi Yin tilted her head, a smile on her face, and encouraged the main character to accept it because her family had plenty, and it would be very helpful for him right now. With that, she pushed the gift box back towards the main character. He needed to improve himself right now, so there was no reason to refuse. The main character considered, "She saw me switch classes and use the lowest level mage weapon, so she gave me this." He silently praised her. Chi Yin is a very thoughtful girl. Even the main character was surprised that everyone remembered his birthday. The kids with glasses whispered about the ambiguous relationship between the two of them. Suddenly, she spoke, startling them both. After some thought, he proposed, "Let's go eat together tonight. My treat." "Are you guys free?" the main character said with a smile. "My treat. Are you guys free hearing this?" Chi Yin stood frozen in surprise. The kid with glasses and the freckled kid were now cheering with joy. The freckled kid was even already thinking about where to go. Just as everyone was chatting happily, a group of students walked in, looked at them, and started whispering, "Aren't those high schoolers? Why are they here?" "Yeah. And it looks like they're heading towards our class. I heard that's the leader of the Supreme Dark Team, coming personally to invite Bai Yi to join." At that moment, students from the class also ran out to see what was happening. "What? Is that really happening? Have you ever seen the team leader?" the student from before replied. No. I've only heard she's a great beauty. Seeing the conversation straying, the main character decided to go over and refuse in person, watching his back as he slowly walked away. The kid with glasses and the freckled kid couldn't contain their excitement and trembled. At that moment, on the third floor of the school, a group of students were huddled together. Doing something unknown, Ziling stood among them. His face twisted in annoyance at the thought of the main character. Just as he was thinking about him, a figure appeared in front of Ziling. The main character stood there calmly, hands in his pockets, facing him. Suddenly, a light bulb emitted sparks, golden lightning. Immediately after, other lights started to do the same. The nearby students were bewildered, not understanding what was happening. In contrast to them, the main character's expression suddenly became tense. He only saw bolts of lightning heading straight for everyone. One of the lightning bolts was aimed at the main character. His expression remained calm as he observed it. In contrast, everyone around him was in a state of utter panic. But the main character immediately recognized it as a feint. He pulled a weapon from his spatial storage, his gaze determined to face it head-on. While he was off guard, they launched a sneak attack from behind the main character. Luckily, he reacted in time. He easily blocked the assassin's attack with one hand. The people around were shocked by his speed. The blurry figure gradually became clear. It was Enle. She smiled, staring at the main character. He observed his opponent carefully. In a flash, Enle had moved a short distance away. She exclaimed with excitement about the main character's reaction. I really didn't choose the wrong person. When he fully realized his attacker was Enle, the main character's composure completely shattered. Enle's entire body emitted a dazzling golden light. The glow attracted the main character's gaze. She leaped over him, to the astonishment of everyone around. Enle praised the main character's good reaction. Indeed, I didn't choose the wrong person. Looking at the girl in front of him, he couldn't help but be stunned. The main character remembered the young woman's smile, how she always wanted him to give her a hug. She sat on the stone steps, smiling brightly, her arms open, waiting for him to embrace her. Even after that battle ended, with Enle's body covered in wounds, she still wanted a hug from him. The main character turned away. Blushing, she pouted and called him mean, but the girl in front of him now had a completely different demeanor. Enle had come to find the main character because her invitations had gone unanswered. Freckles and glasses couldn't hide their astonishment at the scene either. He whispered, criticizing the main character for being so harsh as to reject Enle to her face. She held out her hand, preparing to introduce herself to him and everyone else. Before she could finish her sentence, the main character rushed forward. He hugged Enle tightly, causing her to freeze. But Chi Yin had just arrived in time to witness this scene. The hug was like a lightning bolt, leaving Ziling stunned. The main character called out Enle's name, his hands still holding her tight. His voice was somewhat gentle. Long time no see. Everyone around could only watch in silence, no one daring to speak, and Le also remained silent, letting him hold her. Seeing the main character hug her so directly in front of so many people, Freckles shouted in shock. Glasses whispered a reminder. And Ellie was originally our classmate, but because she awakened in her first year, she skipped ahead to high school. Seeing this, Chi Yin was stunned, her eyes wide. Suddenly, an Le transformed into a dazzling golden light. She quickly escaped from the main character's embrace. An Le lightly touched his back with her index finger, a smile on her face. She asked him if hugging her like that meant he had accepted her invitation. According to Enle, the Supreme School team received the full support and investment of the school, had the best resources, many ways to get stronger, and they could fight together. The main character remained silent for a long time without answering, and then he flatly refused. Joining the school team meant nothing to him. His fingers twitched slightly. The main character took Enle's hand. Because soon, I'll be starting my own guild. A smile appeared on his face. Because with his own guild, he would also have the chance to fight side by side with her. A green-haired male student rushed over to find Enle. He urged her to hurry and greet Captain Hong. Enle left, leaving only the words, "We'll see each other again soon on the training trip. We can talk more then." She was also quite curious why the main character had told her. Long time no see. Le left just like that, leaving him standing frozen in place. Ziling's face was dark. He watched her retreating back. The fact that the main character not only rejected Le's invitation but also invited her to join his own guild caused the male students there to whisper among themselves. Gradually, the gossip grew louder and more unrestrained. They also found it hard to understand why Anila didn't refuse to join the main character's private guild, even in his wildest dreams. He never thought he would meet Le this way. All information about the members of the Gods Guild is kept strictly confidential. We never ask about anyone's past. Because of that, he had almost missed this reunion with her. The main character smirked slightly. This can be considered a surprise for my birthday. After school, the main character and his group, including Chi Yin, gathered at Old Wang's barbecue restaurant. Freckles and Glasses were eating and chatting noisily. Chi Yin asked if he was serious about forming a guild. The main character's words that he wouldn't be staying here also made her curious. He wasn't staying because after the training trip, he planned to stay in the Sacred River Nation. Chi Yin's group was utterly shocked to hear this. The main character rested his chin on his hand. I just don't want to study there. Everyone was so surprised they stammered when he said he wanted to apply to the Divine Weapon Academy of the Sacred River Nation. Elsewhere, a car stopped in front of the Kempinski Hotel. A silver-haired man stepped out to a welcoming crowd. Liang respectfully invited Captain Hong inside. The man puffing on a cigarette was Hong Bing, a captain of the Gods Guild. He strode inside confidently, the hem of his white coat fluttering. Liang looked around, sweat beading on his forehead. Lingsheng jutted out his chin with a provocative expression. Jinyu leaned against the wall, watching. He was confused as to how Bai Lingsheng, who was clearly locked up for 15 days, could suddenly appear here. Jinyu advised Liang to turn a blind eye. Because Lingsheng had paid double the bail to be released early, he gritted his teeth. Furious but helpless, Liang questioned Jinyu about why he brought him to Captain Hong's party. Because previously, Lingsheng had been kicked out of the guild for a minor incident, and this was a rare opportunity for him to seize. Wanting to return to the guild, Lingsheng had brought his entire fortune. Suddenly, there was the sound of ore crashing to the floor, followed by a curse. Get out, who let you in here? But before Hong Bing's imposing presence, he began to tremble. The cigarette in his mouth was still glowing red. Hong Bing mockingly called Lingsheng a stray dog, unworthy of attending the guild's party. His aura was so intimidating that even Jinyu felt scared. He bent down, picking up the scattered pieces of ore from the floor. Lingsheng apologized, begging Hong Bing to give him a chance to explain. Suddenly, a hand reached out, grabbed Lingsheng by the collar, and pulled him up. Hong Bing said coldly, "You have no ability, no status. Yet you dare to come to me trying to buy your way in. Take this useless junk of yours and get the hell out." Lingsheng lay motionless on the floor, listening to Hong Bing's insults. His hand trembled uncontrollably. His eyes widened. Suddenly, Lingsheng smashed the gemstone lying on the floor with his own hand. Those contemptuous words had wounded his pride, enraging him to the extreme. He slowly stood up, a chilling, killing intent radiating from him. Anger had consumed Lingsheng. He transformed into a demon, cursing, "Damn you all. Every single one of you. I'm going to kill a woman." Carrying a bag of groceries in one hand, opened a door with the other. Lingsheng stood below, looking up at the tall building. Yue Fu's face showed extreme terror. He gave an unreadable smile, his face contorted with ferocity. Lingsheng's voice made her tremble. "What good luck." A group of people in black cloaks stormed into Old Wang's barbecue restaurant. What the main character noticed was the insignia pinned to their cloaks. His eyes followed the group in black. From the insignia, the main character recognized them as members of the Gods Guild. Freckles leaned in close and whispered that if he got into the Divine Miracle Academy, he could become their superior. He sighed deeply, as this was their last meal together before parting ways. Chi Yin immediately reacted, saying she would also work hard to get in. The main character still couldn't take his eyes off the members of the Gods Guild. Ignoring that, the other three raised their glasses to celebrate his birthday. An unsettling feeling grew in the main character's heart. The four of them clinked glasses. Happy birthday. The pendant on his neck glowed with a vibrant pink light. On the other side, Yue Fu's trembling hand clutched the pendant. Her face was pale, her mind blank, filled only with panic and fear. Ling Sheng questioned her. You betrayed me to live a comfortable life. He continued to ask, who are you relying on? The veins on his face stood out clearly. Ling Sheng looked down from above, his eyes flashing with a cruel light. Suddenly, Ling Sheng's eyes were drawn to the items Yu Fu was wearing. The stone on her bracelet emitted a blue light. Yue Fu was startled and quickly tried to hide it, shaking her head in denial. Suddenly, he covered his face and laughed loudly. His voice was vicious. No wonder you could afford such a nice room. Ling Sheng clenched his fist, aiming a punch at Yue Fu. His fist flew through the air. Something shot out from the bracelet, blocking Ling Sheng's fist. Sensing the danger, Shi Wuming and Ye Wuming emerged from the bracelet. They grabbed Ling Sheng's wrist, stopping his punch. Ling Sheng looked on with a confused expression, his eyebrows furrowed. Two D-rank flower-type summoned beasts stood protectively around Yue Fu. Only then did she realize it was thanks to the bracelet the main character had given her. He had told Yue Fu to always wear it when he wasn't around. Shi Wuming lunged at Ling Sheng, delivering a powerful and mighty blow. He quickly raised his arm to shield his face. Yi Wuming didn't stand by idly either, preparing to attack. Shi Wuming landed a painful punch on Ling Sheng's chest. He staggered back, clutching the wound. Despite the pain, Ling Sheng still smiled. He wiped the blood from his mouth. Just in time for me to vent some anger. Ling Sheng's eyes radiated killing intent. On the other side, the main character's group was still eating and drinking. He silently stared at his pendant. Suddenly, the main character shot up from his seat. To everyone's confusion, a wave of anxiety washed over him, and he immediately left. The main character leaned against a wall, calling Kang Sheng to ask about Ling Sheng's situation. He informed him that his father had attended Hong Bing's party today and was kicked out. The main character listened in silence, his brow furrowed. Yue Fu's phone, sitting on the table, rang. He kept trying to video call his mother, but no one answered. The main character started to worry, thinking about Ling Sheng going to find Yue Fu. His face darkened. He guessed that his mother was now in danger. The main character quickly rode his bike back to find his mother. Even though he had left the Wuming brothers with her, he couldn't stop worrying. At this point, Ling Sheng had nearly gone berserk, defeating almost all the summoned beasts. On the other side, one remaining summon was tenaciously protecting the main character's mother. Seeing this, he smirked, looking amused. But suddenly, Ling Sheng frowned. It turned out the summon was trying to stop him. You shall not pass. Bai Ling Sheng's face darkened. So annoying. He grabbed the summon. Ling Sheng roared, determined to destroy it. Yue Fu was horrified by the bloody scene. After finishing one off, he turned to threaten her again. Bai Ling Sheng advanced menacingly. The situation was now completely bewildering to the summon as well. Then, it decided to risk its life and charge forward to protect Yue Fu. The summon tried to shout, "Don't look back." Yue Fu witnessed two horrific scenes unfold at the same time, her spirit on the verge of collapse. She listened to them, turned, and ran for her life. The summon tried to wrap itself tightly around Ling Sheng, but his strength and rage still seeped out. He quickly grabbed its arm and directly knocked it out. Looking up, he saw Yue Fu's hasty retreat and let out a low growl, running. The word had barely left his lips when Ling Sheng suddenly appeared in front of her. He gritted his teeth and threatened, "Where can you run? Tell me." "Where do you think you're running?" Bai Ling Sheng reached out and snatched the jade pendant. Then he roared, demanding to know who gave it to her. Ling Sheng cursed wildly as he crushed the jade pendant in his hand. This act terrified Yue Fu into a stupor. He brandished a sharp knife, his mouth spewing venomous curses. In that moment, Yue Fu remembered her son's words, "If you're in danger, crush the jade. But when the jade breaks, I will appear." The thought had just finished when the main character appeared to save her, causing her to stare wide-eyed in surprise. Ling Sheng, now restrained, struggled uncomfortably. He coldly commanded, That's enough. In the past, the main character had also pleaded desperately against his father's brutish actions. But he didn't stop. Instead, he hit harder. At the same time, he relentlessly hurled the most venomous curses. Back then, the main character could only beg in despair. Don't hit Mom anymore. I'm begging you. Dad. But no matter how hoarsely he screamed, the club still came down without hesitation. Yue Fu was beaten until she lay curled up and motionless. In the main character's memory, that beating happened because he and his mother came home late from an outing without telling Ling Xing. So, when they returned, he beat her mercilessly to vent his anger. When Yue Fu was no longer conscious, Ling Xing, with a savage expression, turned to look at the main character. The demon inside him had been completely unleashed. Before the main character's eyes, Yue Fu had been beaten half to death. At that time, he could only cry out in helplessness. Under Zuck's immense stimulation, he had evolved twice. He received a blue rank class, which then transformed into the Platinum Core type warrior. The main character remembered that he had almost lost control back then. He tightened his grip on the chain. That power had killed the old man. But even so, the main character couldn't bring his mother back to life. Even after destroying his wicked enemy, the male lead couldn't feel happy. In this life, he swore, I absolutely won't be a step too late again. That momentary burst of power shattered the knife Bai Xingling was holding. The resentment in Bai Xingling's eyes practically spilled over. He sneered. I thought some blind fool had lost his way. So it's you. Perfect timing. I'll beat both you and your mother together, true to his word. Bai Xingling aggressively lunged forward. The male lead stood calmly, waiting. A second later, he swung his blade, simultaneously activating parry to completely nullify the damage. Bai Xingling was sent flying by the blow, painfully spitting out a mouthful of blood. Only then did Bai Xingling suddenly realize that the blade was his own Kunwu sharp blade. Seeing it in the male lead's hands, he couldn't hide his bitter resentment. Zi Yuefu looked over anxiously. The summoned beasts behind her had gradually recovered. Seeing this, the male lead ordered them to protect his mother. Hearing this, Bai Xingling also realized that those summoned magical beasts were called by him. He quickly deduced that the male lead was a dual element, awakened a core element warrior, and a fire element summoner. With his twisted logic, he even laughed proudly. The male lead frowned. Annoyed by this attitude, Bai Xingling aggressively stepped forward again. Just inheriting my talent isn't enough, moving out without a word, searching my safe without permission, and even sending your own father to prison. None of these sins can be forgiven. His eyes were bloodshot. Bai Xingling thought all of the male lead's actions were just arrogance from awakening dual professions. Anger clouded his reason. Bai Xingling recklessly charged forward. This terrified Zi Yuefu, who wanted to step up and warn her son. But she was stopped by the two summoned beasts. On the other side, the male lead didn't say a word. He silently used his power to switch to the Cloud Element Mage profession. This sight left Bai Xingling stunned, his eyes wide. His entire body was frozen in an instant. Bai Xingling couldn't understand what was happening. Only then did the male lead speak slowly. Dual professions? No. He stepped forward with overwhelming power. The male lead firmly stated that how many professions he could awaken had nothing to do with him. These words infuriated Bai Xingling. But he added, because in my eyes, you're not worth a single cent. Hearing this, Bai Xingling went completely mad. Grinding his teeth, Bai Yi stood there, watching with a cold expression. He spoke up. How many professions I awaken has nothing to do with you. The current, you. Those contemptuous words filled Xingling with extreme indignation. Bai Yi said, disdainfully, is not worth a single cent in my eyes. He angrily blurted out, damn it. What did you say? Xingling instantly shattered the ice. I praise you a little. And you think you're all that, you've only just awakened. While I am a class veteran of the battlefield, it seems you've completely forgotten who the strongest person in this house is. Bai Yi remained standing calmly, ready to fight at any moment. Both of them charged at each other with cold expressions, launching their attacks. His eyes were filled with a terrifying resentment. Bai Yi continued, unleashing an armor-breaking skill on Shengling. He was instantly subdued. Growling. This damage is completely unstoppable. Impossible. The sharp blade immediately wounded Shengling. He cursed in confusion. How can you do this? You haven't been awakened for long. An E-class awakened can't have such strong attack power. Bai Yi warned sternly. From today onward, we are no longer father and son. My mother will also have nothing to do with you. From now on, Bai Shengling. You are nothing in my eyes. Shengling seemed to collapse. Defeated in both body and spirit, he suddenly let out a sly laugh. As if still plotting something. Shengling scolded. Do you know who worked hard out there to make money before? Who busted his ass to feed you and your mother? You are my son for a day. And that won't change for a lifetime. Unable to control his emotions, he lunged forward and shouted, You unfilial, ungrateful wretch. Bai Yi coldly delivered a kick that sent Shengling flying. Both had taken too much damage and lay exhausted on the ground. Bai Yi still got up and charged. Ready for another clash. Shengling also sprang up, throwing a heavy punch at him, but Bai Yi easily dodged those attacks, making him furious. Wondering why, Shengling stubbornly threw another punch. Yes, but he seemed slower than Bai Yi. He angrily unleashed a flurry of punches. While Shengling was still wondering why, he was knocked backward, blood splattering. Still thinking to himself, I am a red class. Bai Yi grabbed his hair and spoke. Didn't you hear what I said? With a sharp, cold gaze, he affirmed. You were never my match. Bai Yi growled. You were never my match. But for over a decade in the past, you abused us time and time again. You only knew how to use violence to prove your status in the house. All because you didn't dare face those stronger than you outside. You are just a weak, useless piece of trash. Absolute garbage. You don't even deserve to be called a man. Then, with strength and anger, he slammed his head into the ground. His mother covered her face, tears welling up because he dared to stand up and protect her. Xiao Yi Shengling pleaded, Apso. But his eyes showed no remorse. Hey. Wait a minute. Xiao Yi. No matter what, I raised you. You have to consider our family bond. Right. Hearing this, his eyes grew even more furious. Bai Yi yanked his head up to face him and said, Family bond, he shouted. When you beat me. Did you consider our family bond? He recounted. When I was 7, you pinched my ear, just like this, smashing me against the wall over and over. Dad, please don't hit me anymore. Dad, I know I was wrong. No matter how much I begged, it was useless. You pinched my ear until it tore, and you still didn't stop. How many times have you beaten my mother since I was born? Has there been a single month where she didn't have to go to the hospital if the food wasn't good? You hit her. If she didn't do as you wanted, you hit her. If you came home in a bad mood, you hit her. As long as you were around, we never had a single day of peace. Angrily, he slammed his head into the ground again. Then Bai Yi stood up and continued. And now you bring up family bonds with me. Do you even deserve a family bond? His entire body was trembling now. Unable to get up, he struggled to stand, his voice trembling. I'm sorry. Dad knows he was wrong. I won't be like this anymore. He glared and gritted his teeth. I'm sorry. Dad was wrong. But he couldn't go soft because of these words. The more he remembered the past, the angrier he got. You did this last time too. You clearly realized that you weren't my match. So you started crying and apologizing. But right when I thought you had truly repented, you grabbed a knife and stabbed at me. Bai Yi's anger seemed to reach its peak, causing the bloodline in his body to surge continuously. He said, A person holding a butcher's knife will never put it down willingly. Continuous beeping sounds rang out. Shengling's eyes also sensed his transformation, but the bloodline in his body kept surging, beeping loudly. Then, Bai Yi raised his sword, preparing to strike. Pure land of one direction. Evolve. Second stage judgment. His mother reached out anxiously. wanting to stop him. Xiao Yi, he slashed and said, trying to make a sinner truly repent. It is worse than making sure he never has the chance to commit a crime again. A slash of second-stage judgment unleashed a powerful, majestic force, battering his entire body, unable to move his whole body. He cried out, "Ah, the tendons in my arms." His voice was weak. Calm down, calm down. Xiao Yi. Don't kill me. Don't kill me, we're father and son. But Bai Yi's face remained cold and indifferent. Then, he raised his hand and unleashed an ice element skill. Shengling's mouth was sealed by a layer of ice. Bai Yi raised his hand to strike, his voice full of anger. "In my past life, you died by my hands. What does it matter if it happens again?" Suddenly, a voice rang out, making him pause. "Xiao Yi. That's enough." "Xiao Yi." He turned his head. Whose voice was that? A woman's voice. Then Bai Yi realized it was Ye Wuming's ability. He transmitted his mother's voice to him. Zi Yuefu reached out and said, "Xiao Yi. Don't become someone like him. He has already lost everything he was proud of. From now on, he will live every day in regret and resentment. This is the greatest punishment for him." He hesitated. "Mom. But Her face was sad. "Mom doesn't want to see you turn into the next him. I especially don't want to see you living in darkness in the future." Bai Yi recalled sitting behind iron bars in his past life. Looking outside, her words served as a wake-up call. He said, "I know. Mom. I won't kill him. But he won't get the chance to come near us either." Bai Yi gripped his sword tightly and prepared his stance. This was also his skill from his past life. Then he unleashed the second stage judgment in an X shape. Second stage judgment, used when the enemy is in a dying state, releases all accumulated power, capable of crippling opponents of the same level or lower, completely stripping away all magic power. His sharp eyes watched the attack. The powerful attack struck him directly, stripping him of all his awakened power. Bai Yi pointed his sword at him and warned, "Bai Shengling, I have crippled all your awakened power. From now on, you are no longer an awakened. Leave this city tomorrow and stay away from my mother forever." He walked over to his mother and said, "I will have Ye Wuming memorize your scent. If you come within 3 kilometers of my mother, even if I have to spend my whole life in the awakened prison, I will come and kill you without mercy." By now, the ice on his mouth had melted. Beaten to exhaustion, he struggled to say, I know." He lay motionless on the ground, looking up at the dark sky with thousands of stars shining like the Milky Way. The night now blanketed the apartment complex, with only a few units still lit. Bai Yi ordered his D-class fire element summoned beasts, Yi Wuming and Shi Wuming. "Heal my mother." Shi Wuming immediately replied, "Don't worry. He hasn't harmed our mother." He ran over, sat near Yuefu, and said, "Good thing I arrived in time. Otherwise," she replied softly. "Didn't they already tell you?" Zi Yuefu smiled gently. "Mom is fine." She gently and affectionately rubbed Bai Yi's head. He said helplessly, "That still won't do. Later, I have to figure out how to get a jade stone." Suddenly, Bai Yi became extremely panicked. Seeing this, Yuefu also looked surprised and stunned. Just now." He leaned close to her face and asked, "Mom, did you just speak?" She replied in confusion, "I spoke." Bai Yi smiled foolishly. "This time it wasn't your inner voice, but a voice coming from your mouth." Yi Fu raised her hands to hold her face, unable to believe it. "How could I open my mouth and speak?" Yi Wuming added. Mother's language system was malfunctioning. In reality, it was a mild nerve injury caused by trauma. "I can cure it." A few days later, Shi Wuming's voice was talking to Bai Yi. "Master, can you really not stay here? Your mother and friends are all here. If you're willing to let go." He pondered. "I've paid the rent in full. Once I save enough, I'll buy that house. Besides, I've prepared a new jade pendant for Mom. If she encounters any danger, I'll be there immediately. It's just that for most of the remaining time," hearing this, The two of them teared up. Reluctant to part, Bai Yi turned to them and asked, "Take good care of Mom for me." Later, Ye Wuming and Shi Wuming were helping Yuefu cook in the kitchen. He thought to himself, "Mom knows I have to go cultivate. But she doesn't know that. I am no longer the me in her mind. I bear a hatred that I must face. Now that I've gotten a ticket to Shanghai Nation, he is there. This is my best chance." The enemy Bai Yi had been searching for all this time was the mysterious masked man. He held the cultivation journey invitation from the Holy Guild headquarters and muttered, "I can reach Shanghai Nation earlier than in my past life. But I don't know if I'll succeed, or if I'll survive to return. Maybe this is just a one-way ticket. But I have to get on this train." Currently, Bai Yi was walking with Yuefu. She spoke up. "I almost forgot the time." He asked in surprise. "What time?" "Today is June 25. 2105. Yuefu turned and smiled brightly. "The time for blessings has come. Tonight is a full moon. On the first 15th day of the annual summer vacation, the Grand Mage of the Flower God Temple will return to Chushi County." Bai Yi thought to himself, "I forgot Mom is a devout follower of the Flower God religion. She didn't ask. And I haven't told her that tomorrow is the day I leave. This is fine too. I'll just leave quietly. After all, I'm terrible at face-to-face goodbyes." At this time, the bespectacled kid was lying in a hospital bed. The doctor said, "The surgery went very smoothly. It was just a minimally invasive procedure. But he needs to rest for a few days. Fortunately, your son caught the issue in time." His father happily grasped the doctor's hand and said, "Thank you so much. Miracle doctor, you saved my son," the mother cried out. "Lie still for me. Don't move or fidget," the bespectacled kid said helplessly. "Didn't the doctor say it was just a minor surgery?" She gently fussed over him. "Surgery is surgery. There's no big or small. You are not allowed to move." He thought to himself, "Forcing me to have surgery today, tomorrow. Bai Yi's group is heading to Shanghai Nation. Now I can't go see him off. I wonder if I'll ever get the chance to see him again." The next day, the day the cultivation journey began. Oniki Otuz Peme. June 26. 2105. At Sheng train station, Chi Yin's mother's voice advised, "Take good care of yourself when you get there. Okay, remember to call Mom. If you see your dad, tell him to stop staying up so late. Give Mom a kiss. My precious daughter." She blushed in embarrassment. "All right, Mom." Seeing this, a friend felt a bit annoyed. "Geez. Everyone just go home. It's just a sightseeing trip. We'll be back in half a month. Don't act like it's a life or death parting." Then the group of friends waved goodbye to their families. Everyone had family to see them off. Only Bai Yi remained lonely, standing by himself in a corner the whole time. His face darkened. Standing silently without saying a word, Miss Huang walked over and asked, "Why are you here alone? Didn't your parents come to see you off?" But he dodged the question and replied coldly, "The train is arriving soon." She looked surprised. "Are you always this independent?" Bai Yi's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. He thought to himself, "Independent, that's right." A moment later, the train began pulling into the station. He said quietly, "I'm used to being alone." At this moment, Bai Yi thought back to the past. When he was little, his mother was in a very serious accident. Back then, Bai Yi cried uncontrollably. "Mom, Mom. Wake up. Mom." His relatives all said, "Did you hear Lin Lu passed away from lung cancer?" They didn't even finish the surgery in time. Friends around him said, "You should go back. Dong Yang can't come back anymore." His master also abandoned Bai Yi and left. Remembering that time, he screamed in agony, "An Luo Lu Xian." Not only that, but his teammates too. Bai Yi thought to himself, "I'm used to it. Un by one. They all left me. My life has been nothing but partings. I got used to it a long time ago, calmly accepting the loss of everything." At this moment, the train arrived. Ms. Huang turned and announced, "The train is here, everyone. Get ready to board. Bai Yi stood in front of the train, his eyes pensive as he heard the announcement. Just as he was about to step forward, someone called out from behind, Bai Yi. He flinched slightly, his eyes widening. Bai Yi turned around, thinking to himself, that's why I'm still not used to it, the feeling of starting over. Behind him were Yuefu and two of his friends calling out, Bai Yi. The freckled kid cheered. You have no idea. Linlu's parents were watching him so closely. If this kid hadn't thrown a fit and insisted I sneak him out, I would have come looking for you this morning. Bai Yi asked Linlu. Your health needs more rest. How could you? The bespectacled kid smiled and said, Don't worry. I'm perfectly fine now. As for you, once you get there, make sure to take good care of yourself. The freckled kid held out a gift box. I really didn't have time to buy a proper gift, so I picked out an outfit for you and bought some snacks. Bai Yi shook his head. I can't. You guys just gave me birthday presents. The freckled kid pouted. Why are you talking so much? Just take it. At this moment, Chi Yin was also walking over. Zi Yuefu handed him a bracelet. This is a bracelet Mom prayed for you to have. The bracelets from the Flower God Temple are very effective. She took his hand and placed the bracelet on it. She said radiantly, Mom hopes this can protect you. He thought to himself. So Mom went to the Flower God Temple to pray for me. Could it be she knows I'm leaving for a long time this time? Behind them, Ms. Huang reminded. Hurry and get on the train. Everyone, it's about to depart. The cultivation journey is officially beginning. Everyone stood watching Bai Yi board the train. He thought, that's right. In this 1 month since I returned, he sat on the train, a happy expression on his face, telling himself, I've changed a lot. Then he looked outside. He Ming, Linlu, and his mother were outside. Yuefu waved. Xiao Yi. Remember to eat well while you're away. The freckled kid and the bespectacled kid also waved goodbye. Remember to send me pictures when you get there. Bai Yi waved back and told himself, my closest family and friends, their lives have changed. In my hometown, there are people waiting for me. He placed his hand on the table, thinking, wait for me to settle everything. I'll be back soon. From afar, Zhongjiang stood on a tall building, watching the train. His voice was contemplative. He boarded the train safely. It won't be long before he reaches Shanghai Nation. The item has been successfully delivered to his hands. Then Zhongjiang asked, are there any other instructions? The system replied, nothing else. From here on, we can only rely on him. Inside the train, Bai Yi remained focused, intently reading the newspaper. Ms. Huang spoke up. The train for the guildmaster and the captain left 1 trip earlier than ours. They went ahead to handle the sea crossing procedures. We'll soon reach the border of Jiang Nation. Right across from it is Shanghai Nation. This cultivation journey officially begins now. Entering Shanghai Nation takes a day. According to tradition, tonight we will temporarily stay at the border and conduct a cultivation training session first. Outside, Ziling sat a few seats back, his face darkening as he thought to himself. Bai Yi. He let out a sinister smile, thinking, today's border cultivation training will have a great show waiting for you. Right now, the train was still rolling. Ms. Huang announced. We're almost at Shanghai Nation. Inside the train, she explained. Everyone knows that God created our world, and it is God who always protects us. The 3 families of God possess supreme power. The Shanghai Nation before us is where 2 gods and their families reside. Therefore, after entering, you must strictly abide by God's laws. Absolutely do not cause any trouble. To enter Shanghai Nation from Jiang Nation, we must pass through 3 checkpoints. Ms. Huang handed Bai Yi a letter and said, we've already passed the first gate. To sit on this train, you must have an invitation and a travel pass for Shanghai Nation. When they reached the 2nd station, she announced, the 2nd checkpoint is right here at the border. Everyone needs to register their information and undergo a comprehensive security check. The information check usually takes a day to complete, and we can only enter the country the following day. Therefore, Tomorrow will be the first stop on our cultivation journey. And so they stopped at the border of Jiang Nation. Today is June 27. 2105. In the morning, they received practical combat training. Everyone had fully gathered at the coastal border region of Jiang Nation. In the wilderness area, Qi Yin looked at Bai Yi and smiled. Wearing this new outfit makes you look more mature. In the distance, Tutu cheered. That's the boy who rejected the Supreme Guild. Master Xia Wen walked closer. He looks really cute. Tutu happily greeted him. Your name is Bai Yi. Right. I heard you got the highest score in history in the third-year practical exam. Xia Wen beside her asked. Could you take us with you later? Bai Yi raised his hand to refuse, leaving them stunned, but the two of them still giggled. Oh my. Even his rejection is so adorable. Bai Yi looked around, thinking to himself, the level of the magical beasts in this wilderness area is too low. It won't be of much use for leveling up my professions. After reaching class, leveling up becomes very difficult. Unless. From behind, Zhang Jun walked over and said loudly, Haha. I also took first place back in the day. Defeating those sealed monsters in the school's assessment isn't really anything special. Real-life magical beasts are a completely different story. Therefore, only through this practical combat can you truly see a person's capabilities. Xia Wen laughed. Handsome June. Then you'll take me with you later. Right, Tutu beside her chimed in. Me too. Zhang Jun laughed happily. Haha. I've got you all covered, right then. Ms. Huang called everyone together. Those who can participate in this cultivation journey are all the most elite students of the school. Although this was emphasized many times on the train, I want to reiterate it once more. During practical combat training, you must remember 1. Training is conducted in designated areas. Absolutely do not wander too far. 2. Avoid acting alone as much as possible. If you encounter monsters, know your limits. 3. Before she could finish, Zhang Jun had already dragged Xia Wen and Tutu away, shouting as he ran. 3. Be at the campsite before 8 p.m. Got it. The remaining students saw this and burst out laughing. But Ziling stood still, his face darkened. A moment later, he gripped his backpack tightly, a sinister smile on his lips. At the same time, in Shenga Nation, a voice rang out. Captain, you've returned. A person bowed and said, the hunting festival is about to begin, and the captain of the Divine Security Squad has been waiting for you for a long time. Someone next to An Lua whispered, this is the privilege of the Supreme Guildmaster to travel with the captain on the train without having to pass through any checkpoints. Hong Bing frowned and shouted, go straight to the squad and wait for me. Chiang Sheng was a bit scared but still obeyed. Understood. Right now, in the wilderness area, Zhang Jun had used his power to slash a green lizard to death. Xia Wen and Tutu cheered. No wonder he's a red class awakened so cool. At this moment, the system displayed successfully killed E-class giant lizard. Zhang Jun boasted. Not bad. Just normal efficiency. On the other side, Bai Yi checked his system, thinking to himself, I've currently upgraded all 3 professions to class. Then the system displayed Cloud Element Mage, Level Husonej, Class, Spirit and Element Burst, Core Element Warrior, Level Husonketu, Class, Body of Steel, Strength 3 times that of a normal person, Fire Element Summoner, Level Husonej, Class, Blazing Power increases with level. After defeating a fire element magical beast, you can form a contract with its soul, forcing obedience. As you level up, the number of contracted beasts gradually increases. At higher stages, you can even contract magical beasts of other elements, depending on spiritual power. Bai Yi thought to himself. But I've been stuck here for over 10 days. If I want to gain experience, I have to defeat monsters of the same or higher level than myself. The magical beasts I can encounter in the monster lairs of Jiang Nation are at most D-class. Scattered in the wilderness are low-level monsters that even the guilds don't bother with. The wilderness area is divided into many different tiers. he thought. Killing lower-level monsters brings almost no benefit. Suddenly, a D-class 8-foot spider attacked Zhang Jun, making him cry out in fear. Monster Xiaowen worried. This spider is really vicious, Tutu screamed in fear. We can't handle this level. Zhang Jun, who had been poisoned, turned around and yelled, Aren't you going to help me detoxify, after all? It's a complete D-class creature, unsealed in the wild. The monster turned its head and charged straight at Bai Yi. Everyone panicked and cried out, Kid, watch out. Right as the monster lunged at Bai Yi, everyone warned, Kid, be careful, the monster is charging at you. He didn't hesitate to unleash a sword strike. The spider monster was defeated. Bai Yi's achievement left everyone surprised and admiring. Successfully killed 8-foot spider. Experience +2. Received item, poisonous spider leg. Then he discarded the poisonous spider leg item. Even the dropped items are mostly low-level materials that take up too much space in the backpack. All high-level monsters are controlled by God's guilds. That's why people say the gap between C and B is like the difference between heaven and earth. Then Bai Yi walked away. Xiaowen said, You don't want this D-class poisonous spider leg, he waved his hand, implying he didn't need it. But I remember that behind the wilderness area, at the border of Shanghai Nation, some high-level magic crystals were excavated. Then I'll go deeper to explore. Who knows? I might be able to gather some useful materials. His eyes were resolute as he moved forward. Evening. 1958. Inside the dense forest of the wilderness area, the sky had completely darkened, flashing with bright stars. Bai Yi pondered, I did find quite a few magic crystals. But it's too bizarre. Magic crystals contain massive amounts of energy and are usually formed in monster lairs and places with many magical beasts. He received the item Unbroken Depleted Magic Crystal. But the magic power of the crystals here is all depleted. Moreover, it looks like it was just absorbed. There were many depleted magic crystals around. Bai Yi stood up and looked. The trees in front of me are the same, as if all their nutrients have been sucked dry. So what kind of magical beast can rapidly extract energy from the surrounding environment like this? Can a D-class monster possess such power? But in front of him was a flowing waterfall. Bai Yi muttered, There's no path ahead. Suddenly, he noticed something on the ground. He bent down to look. A broken glass bottle containing green liquid. Bai Yi looked at the text written on the bottle cap and speculated, This is a scene transition to 2000 at the night campsite. It was time for the night camp. Everyone was joyfully celebrating with a barbecue party by the fire. 2 young men stood nearby. Teacher, you actually defeated so many D-class monsters by yourself, miss. Huang held a freshly grilled skewer, turned, and handed it to the 2 boys, saying, Practical combat training is a wilderness simulation. So foraging for food is an important part of surviving in nature. You've all been fighting all day today, and it seems quite a few of you have thought about this. Zhang Xiaoho crossed his arms and mocked. A cultivation journey. Yet they didn't even prepare food. So stingy. Chen Manyuan smirked. Can this stuff really be eaten? But Qi Yin and Miss Huang were still eating deliciously, without saying a word. She looked at everyone gathered. Only Bai Yi and Ziling had yet to return. Ms. Huang looked at the pile of food. I'll leave some for those 2. Qi Yin asked curiously. I thought you only taught theory. Ms. Huang. But I didn't expect you to be so proficient in practical combat. Ms. Huang smiled shyly. I wouldn't say proficient. Actually, before becoming a teacher, my dream was to join a guild, or even become a divine cleric. But she sighed. It's just a pity that my abilities weren't enough. I didn't even have the chance to take the exam. She leaned into Qi Yin's ear. I'll tell you a secret. This is actually my first time coming to Shanghai Nation, so I really have to thank you guys. Thanks to you and Bai Yi, I got this opportunity to visit the Holy Land I've always dreamed of. Qi Yin said. Miss Huang. Then you should. Suddenly, she sensed something was wrong. A sharp object radiating green energy was aiming straight at Qi Yin. Seeing this, Ms. Huang pulled her away, then stepped in to take the blow for her. It turned out to be a monster's leg. It pierced through her chest. Blood spurting out. Blood splattered onto Qi-yin's face and body. She cried out, "Miss Huang." Everyone hadn't yet realized what was happening. "What is this thing?" Bai Yi's footsteps grew faster and faster. He tried to run to warn them of the danger. "I have to quickly go tell everyone to get out of here," he thought. "There's an extremely dangerous creature here." "Ms. Huang said in pain. "Run. All of you, go find the nearest guild." The monster's silhouette appeared. Nutrients, my nutrients. This was a B-class magical beast. A B-class, fire element warrior. Corpse wolf spider. It possessed intelligence and an extremely high threat level. Source, Zifeng Industry Laboratory. If you encounter this monster, run immediately and contact God's Guild. Flashing back to earlier that morning. Inside the wasteland, a figure appeared with dark and terrifying thoughts. Bai Yi. Ever since you showed up, Ziling. With a ferocious face. All the attention was stolen by you. He held the extremely dangerous, level 8 corpse wolf spider bottle in his hand. Acting so arrogant every day, he threw the bottle to the ground. A terrifying-looking bug crawled out. Absorb the nutrients here well. His expression was vicious. He thought, wait until you guys are exhausted and miserable. That's when I'll show up and let everyone see who the true savior is. Now, in the wilderness campsite, Bai Yi's eyes were filled with panic and terror. How could this be? He wondered. It hasn't even been a day, this thing grew way too fast. He held his bow in his hand. From afar, the silhouette of a giant monster loomed. The corpse wolf spider bared its fangs and glared. Its face incredibly ferocious. It had injured Ms. Huang and terrified everyone. Bai Yi charged forward. In my past life, I clashed with an S-class corpse wolf spider. At that time, even though I had advanced to a higher stage, it still took a lot of effort to defeat it. It excels in both offense and defense, and is skilled at hiding. In terms of individual combat power, it's an all-rounder. The highest level among the students and teachers here is only C, clashing with a B class like it. They absolutely cannot win. He pondered. If I don't use my full strength now, I might not be able to defeat it either. He looked toward the corpse wolf spider. But if I use it, wouldn't that be revealing to everyone that I have more than one profession? Doing so might draw more attention from God. The corpse wolf spider knocked everyone down. In the blink of an eye, it had taken down the whole group of kids, leaving them on the ground. Bai Yi looked at Miss Huang, lying motionless on the ground. This monster's attacks come with a paralyzing effect. Ms. Huang's wound bled continuously. She looked at the giant corpse wolf spider, then at the paralyzed kids. What should I do? Suddenly, the corpse wolf spider looked toward Qi-yin. Its eyes lit up. Nutrients, delicious nutrients. Qi-yin's eyes widened in sheer terror. The corpse wolf spider approached Qi-yin, its bloodshot eyes wide with craving. Ms. Huang spoke up tremblingly. You are not allowed to touch my student, the corpse wolf spider drooled. Surprised. Who? It left Qi-yin and headed straight for Ms. Huang. Huang. It opened its giant mouth. I'll start with you. It lowered its head, preparing to swallow Ms. Huang whole. Suddenly, the monster fell into extreme panic. It struggled and roared in pain. Then, a person suddenly appeared before Miss Huang. His body was enveloped in a layer of pale blue energy. She was astonished and panicked, covered in blood. Miss Huang held her stomach with one hand and looked at the person in front of her. Bai Yi also gently swallowed hard. He used his hand to block the monster, which was in a berserk state. Bai Yi unleashed a skill. Slicing its body into pieces, the monster's eyes widened, radiating an oppressive aura. He stood guard, protecting her with his sword. Bai Yi analyzed. The attack power of a class warrior is still a bit lacking against it. System. Switch to Cloud Element Mage. He frowned. I'll just have to control it first. And then Bai Yi charged forward to attack as his weapon transformed. Info panel, bone-chilling ice burst. Crowd control skill. shoots out a barrage of ice chunks, freezing everything in sight. Instantly, the monster was frozen by his power. Everyone around couldn't help but blink and stare at Bai Yi. Tutu covered her mouth and exclaimed, "That boy actually froze a B-class monster," Xiao Wen added. "Isn't he a core element?" Warrior Chen Manyuan pointed in fear. "Could it be you're a dual profession awakened?" Bai Yi thought. "Even if I'm exposed, there's no other way. I can't just watch them die here." "Ms." Huang called out anxiously. "Bai Yi, are you okay?" Suddenly, cracks appeared in the ice, and a loud noise rang out. The monster sealed inside glared at him angrily. "Just you wait, it's not over yet." And then a terrifying event occurred. As it struggled with all its might, the sealing ice finally shattered into tiny pieces. Everyone started panicking and screaming. "It disappeared. Is it dead?" Bai Yi cut in. "It's still not over. I just injured it. It temporarily hid and might appear again. My current strength isn't enough to kill it. We should take this chance to retreat right now," she instructed. "You guys go first. I still have to stay here." Qi Yin asked. "Why?" "Ms." Huang's voice made him feel helpless. "Ziling hasn't arrived yet. However, many students I bring out. I must bring that many back. We agreed to gather here at 8. If he comes and doesn't see anyone," Bai Yi held up the item and stated, "This monster was released by him," the masked man said. "Today's breakfast is spicy wontons," Shaolin excitedly said. "That's my favorite. Put lots of chili in it," Bai Yi added. "I want another bowl." An Luo smiled. "Captain, you're so fast." The masked man tilted his head. "Captain, you need to control your food intake. If you get fat, and Luo won't like you anymore." And Luo frowned and said angrily, "That's not true." Suddenly, Bai Yi's body stiffened. His body couldn't move. The masked man walked slowly through the gloomy forest. A hot bowl of noodles. The breakfasts for the past month have all been mixed with paralysis powder. To kill the strongest people like you, I have to prepare thoroughly. In Bai Yi's hand was a broken object. This monster was released by him. On the outside of the canister, words were clearly printed. Qi Yin's eyes widened. Zifeng Industry is a property belonging to Principal Zi Qingyun's family, currently managed by Ziling's father. Bai Yi held up the canister and said, "Their laboratory specializes in researching magical beasts, so they use special canisters to store mass quantities of miniature forms. I found fragments of this miniature form canister deep in the forest. Other than people from the Zifeng Industry family, no one has the chance to come into contact with this." Ziling was secretly standing far away, observing them. Suddenly, he clenched his fist and punched the large tree next to him. Ziling thought angrily, "If I had known, I would have thrown that canister into the river." "Bai Yi, it's you again, it's you again, it's you again, it's you again, it's all your fault." His eyes rolled back in anger. "Every time. It's always you." Everyone was in an uproar. Why would he do that? Why would he want to harm people? But Ziling's eyes glared. He should be thrown in jail, who knows? Maybe it wasn't him. Then why doesn't he dare to show up? It seemed he had completely lost control of himself. "Ms." Huang's chest began to ache. "No matter what. You guys hurry up and leave, then take this wireless rescue device to a place with a signal and..." Qi Yin's face began to show panic as she stammered. "Ms. Huang." Just as she finished speaking, a powerful beam of light silently attacked. "What's wrong?" Bai Yi's face turned serious as he glanced to the other side. Qi Yin's palm was bleeding. "Qi Yin, are you okay? Who shot that?" The walkie-talkie was damaged and had no signal. Qi Yin's hand bled continuously. In constant pain, Bai Yi's expression was now extremely furious. Suddenly, something was thrown out, spreading green smoke everywhere. "What is this?" They were made to cough violently by the green smoke. Someone covered their nose and grimaced. "This fog smells like paralysis powder." Suddenly, a figure was walking slowly. Who is that? Bai Yi's entire body was glowing at this moment. Ziling, behind the mask, trembled. No, it's all Bai Yi's fault for letting everyone know I did it. It's your fault. None of you can leave this place." Everyone panicked at the beam of light appearing before their eyes. Ziling's entire body was covered in a bright red glow. "Are you planning Bai Yi?" gritted his teeth. "To drive everyone to their deaths." The green smoke was still gradually enveloping everywhere. Zhang Xiaoho's face darkened. "What is in this fog? I feel so tired I'm about to." He collapsed in front of Chen Manyuan. "It's paralysis powder. It's clearly a B-class item used to deal with magical beasts." 3 bottles containing paralysis powder bore the words Zifeng Industry. Ziling, in the mask, looked at them. "Why use it on us?" His eyes rolled back uncontrollably. "That's right. Originally, these things were meant to deal with that stupid creature. I was supposed to run out and save you all." Bai Yi was still trying to stand firm. "It's all because of this street rat." Ziling began to draw his bow. "Every time, you ruin it." He and Bai Yi stood facing each other in the fog. "Ms. Wang spoke up. Ziling, it's still not too late to stop." Her voice trembled. "Don't make any more mistakes. You accidentally let the monster out." "Right. You didn't mean to put everyone in danger." "Right," Ziling objected, shouting. "No. No. 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 No, it's already too late. Now everything is beyond saving. Don't lie to me, miss." Huang grimaced, thinking to herself, "I can't move at all. Is the effect of B-class paralysis powder this strong? At this rate, I'll pass out too." A gleaming golden blade suddenly pierced straight into his thigh. "Miss." Huang's eyes widened. "Ms. Huang. He's right. Everything he's done is already beyond saving." She blinked at him and hesitantly called out, "Bai Yi." His voice deepened. "No matter how much grievance you've suffered, no matter what bizarre excuses you have." Just as he finished speaking, Ziling released the bowstring. The masked man's eyes glowed red. Pointing forward, Bai Yi shouted, "How could you point your weapon at your own people?" His blade suddenly lit up, slashing straight at the bow and arrow. In no time, Bai Yi had closed in on Ziling. Bai Yi's eyes darkened as blood splattered. Without any hesitation, he used his sword to slash at Ziling. The mask simultaneously broke off his face along with blood. With a sharp gaze, he looked straight at him and whispered, "Traitors can absolutely never be forgiven." Bai Yi bluntly severed his arm. "Absolutely unforgivable." Ziling cried out in pain. "It hurts, you lunatic. It's clearly your fault. It's all your fault." The golden blade gleamed with bloodstains. Bai Yi said sternly, "So that's why you've been hiding here?" "Huh?" Ziling's face was dazed, blinking at the disaster unfolding, blinking at the disaster he caused, gradually becoming unsalvageable. In the past, Ziling had stood by and watched helplessly. Everyone fought the monster with all their might, while he just cowardly stood still, not moving an inch, letting the monster charge in and attack people. Tears finally fell down Ziling's cheeks. I was scared. I was scared I couldn't beat it. Listen to me, explain." Bai Yi just kept a stern face and slashed at him with his blade. Ziling's eyes rolled back. Covering his mouth, he pointed his sword at him. "If you make a decision, just bear the corresponding consequences." Ziling looked at Bai Yi, trembling. "This lunatic," Ziling cried continuously. "He's the real lunatic." Blood kept flowing from his mouth. "He's really going to kill me." Bai Yi's face showed no emotion as he raised his sword high. A system notification. Second stage judgment. Used when the enemy is in a dying state. Releases all accumulated energy. Capable of crippling enemies of the same level or lower. Completely stripping away all magic power. Ziling's body was slashed continuously by the blade. In immense pain, Bai Yi just stood still, swinging his blade without any mercy. The system displayed a red panel crippled. Lost awakening ability. Ziling gasped and cried out, "Help!" He sobbed tragically. "Help me!" But Bai Yi's eyes remained unmoved. "Qi Yin." He paused, glancing over at the teacher's voice. Suddenly, the corpse wolf spider unexpectedly appeared in the fog. He frowned. This magical beast is making its move again. Bai Yi's companions were all unconscious beneath the corpse wolf spider's feet. He gritted his teeth and cursed. "Under the effect of the paralysis powder, my mobility is reduced. Even if I go all out now, I probably can't beat it. But there's no other way. Right now, I'm the only one with a chance to save them. A golden light crept through the dark night. Suddenly, the light became intense. Bai Yi's expression suddenly froze. He watched helplessly as the golden light slowly enveloped his entire body. His feet struggled to stand firm on the ground. The corpse wolf spider's body was severed by the light, becoming injured. Ms. Huang sat down and looked up at An Luo. You arrived just in time. Golden assassin. An Luo. This monster isn't easy to deal with alone. She turned her head and asked, Can you still fight? And Luo's attitude made Bai Yi pause for a moment. Everyone slowly sat up to fight the corpse wolf spider. On this side, it just stood still, staring at them. Suddenly, the corpse wolf spider's body gradually faded and disappeared, and Luo looked serious. It disappeared, Bai Yi added. This thing has camouflage abilities. Earlier, after I slashed it, it hid itself. Suddenly, Bai Yi frowned and gritted his teeth. Looking forward, his thigh was starting to bleed, and Luo just silently observed Bai Yi's leg. He crouched low. The paralysis powder is taking effect. They'll all be unconscious for a while. Everyone lay unconscious on the ground. I didn't expect you to hold out this long. Finishing her sentence, and Luo tossed something to Bai Yi. He caught the medical bottle. I only brought one recovery potion. You use it first. An Luo. Class Lightning Element Assassin. The guild is too slow. Who knows when they'll get here? Bai Yi hesitantly added. It's still here. Absorbing. Suddenly, something sharp appeared in the green smoke. Nutrients. The sharp black object was heading straight for Bai Yi's neck. A notification panel appeared. Block. Use weapon to block damage. Mitigates 50% or more damage. Determined by timing. And Luo swiftly and silently attacked from behind. The corpse wolf spider reflexively turned its head to look, dazed by the current situation. It started to get angry and roared. The corpse wolf spider used its legs to send dirt and rocks flying everywhere. And Luo looked stern. I didn't expect it to recover so fast. You still haven't answered me from earlier. Well, can you still fight? Bai Yi smiled. Of course. Let's do a team up. Bai Yi and An Luo stood facing the monster, which looked like a giant mantis, with dust flying all around. Bai Yi smiled faintly, glancing at An Luo. Your attacks and reflexes are excellent, but you're still a student after all. Remember, safety first. Hearing this, An Luo replied, You say that as if you aren't a student yourself. The monster angrily stomped its claw and screamed. Damn it, its eyes turned red as it muttered. You people. Seeing this, Bai Yi gripped his weapon and immediately charged forward. He shouted, Let's attack together. He tried to slash hard at the monster's body. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. Bai Yi's sword was forcefully knocked away by its massive claw. The knockback force was so strong that Bai Yi was pushed far away. Many golden lightning bolts emitted from An Luo's body. She charged forward powerfully, exclaiming, Leave it to me. Then she decisively attacked the monster's face. And Luo looked astonished after the attack. Her sword left almost no wound on its face. She thought to herself, I can't damage it at all. Seeing this, Bai Yi panicked and shouted, An Luo. The monster immediately counterattacked An Luo. She took the hit, getting injured and pushed far away. She touched the wound below her neck and frowned. This is bad. Its attacks are poisonous. Seeing this, Bai Yi immediately used instant teleportation, standing in front of An Luo to shield her, while using his sword to block the monster's next strike. He calculated inwardly. Its defense has already reached the level of a top-tier B-class warrior. Even An Luo's ultra-high burst attack couldn't hurt it. Seeing the two of them struggling, the monster smiled smugly and mocked. You will all die, Bai Yi thought to himself. No. Not only that, it's been constantly absorbing nutrients from this place. It's continuously getting stronger. Whether it's strength or intelligence, it's evolving. At this rate, we won't even be able to hold out until the guild arrives. Our current strength is only class. And An Luo is injured too. We have to break its defense quickly. Bai Yi stood tall, his demeanor serious, his eyes full of determination. Then he remembered what he had said in the past, when our battle encounters an enemy with equal or even greater strength, and we fall into a stalemate. What should we do? Shaolin quickly answered. Then we retreat, Anluo added. The Holy Legion doesn't have the option to retreat. Bai Yi then said. This is the rat bait plan we'll discuss today. First, I will go all out to attack the enemy, drawing all of their firepower onto me. Once the enemy is successfully lured, they will highly concentrate all their strength into the battle, attacking and defending. Bai Yi sprinted toward the monster, gripping his weapon tightly and charging forward quickly. His eyes were filled with determination. Next, we wait for the right moment. Here, and Luo quickly teleported behind the monster. Seeing this, Bai Yi was startled and shouted, No, Anluo. Don't attack. Wait there and accumulate energy. Hearing this, she suddenly stopped herself. Are you planning to take it on alone? No. This is too dangerous, even if he's outstanding. He's still just a green class warrior. And just a student. I'm clearly the golden class awakened here. Her eyes grew increasingly horrified. But why does it feel like you're the leader? At this moment, Bai Yi charged right in front of the monster without fear. The sword in his hand swung decisively and sharply, but the monster forcefully knocked the sword out of his hand. On Enluo's face now was sheer terror. The monster coldly pierced Bai Yi's chest with its claw. She screamed. Bai Yi gritted his teeth, trying to endure. Blood trickled from his lips. He mobilized the energy in his body, then threw his arm out to stop Anluo. Seeing that signal, she was stunned. He's telling me not to act. What does that mean? Could it be? She quickly drew her lightning sword and stared intently at the two of them. Seeing him motionless, the monster laughed smugly. Haha, humans are nothing more than the final dish. It opened the wide mouth on its back. Become my nutrients, Bai Yi had been counting every second. Almost there. Then, with all his might, he opened his mouth. He shouted while tightly gripping its claw. Anluo. Now she received the order. Understood flash god lightning flows through the whole body, instantly increasing speed by 10,000 times. She assessed. Its previous injuries all appeared when it was eating others. So when it's swallowing, its defense drops. The most crucial step in the rat bait plan is to exploit the moment the enemy completely exposes their weakness, and have the rat catchers appear. And Luo stabbed fiercely into the monster's heart. Lightning blade hitting the enemy's vital spot can add a paralyzing effect, she thought to herself. Destroy the opponent instantly. It hadn't anticipated this and trembled, its entire body unable to move due to paralysis. Heart paralyzed. Defense completely broken. Bai Yi jumped down, a look of joy on his face. Next, it's time for the final step. The corpse wolf spider, hit by the attack, was paralyzed. Anluo, in pain, struggled to say. My crowd control skill only lasts a few seconds if it activates its skill again suddenly. Bai Yi stood up and cut her off. That's enough. This time, I won't let it escape. Then he stood straight, radiating power, his eyes looking forward with determination. He gripped his weapon tightly, switched to Cloud Element Mage instantly. Bai Yi pointed his weapon at the spider, using an ice spell to freeze it in place. Standing nearby and seeing this, and Luo's eyes widened in astonishment. You actually possess dual professions, when asked. He only gave an arrogant smile and channeled his magic. Switched to Core Element Warrior, Bai Yi returned to his cold demeanor, exuding intense killing intent. The power I've accumulated from my previous injuries and exhaustion is enough. Quickly, he slashed his sword to execute a skill, flying straight at the spider. Pure land of one direction. The corpse wolf spider's blood rained down. The system beeped loudly. Defeated corpse wolf spider. Character leveled up to 22. Received 10. 100 experience. 300 elemental physicalization. And B-class armor material, strong orchid branch. Then he used his ability to heal his wounds, thinking to himself, as expected, I still have to kill high-level monsters to gain experience. From afar, and Luo walked over, still in shock. There are very few geniuses in this world who can master dual elements. But for someone as young as you to awaken dual professions, that's truly unheard of. Bai Yi, while holding his magic, heard this and glanced over. System notification switched to Fire Element Summoner. Bizarre energy sources appeared, startling her. He rubbed his chin, pondering. After switching and leveling up to class, I can contract 6 magical beasts. Right now, there are 4 empty slots left. He reached out to receive the dried-up corpse wolf spider. You. Come here. Its details appeared. Skill allows contracting with a magical beast's soul after defeating it. Currently 2/6 contracts. Then the corpse wolf spider's body trembled. Successfully contracted. Received Fire Element Warrior Corpse, Wolf Spider. E-Class. Bai Yi calmly walked up to it and spoke. The name Corpse Wolf Spider is too hard to remember. From now on, I'll call you Qiangzi. The system confirmed Qiangzi. E-Class. Understanding his words, it was also happy. Qiangzi is very happy. Then they stood still, staring intently in the silent space. After hesitating for a moment, Enluo finally asked, You just switched professions again. You have 3 professions. You really never cease to amaze people. Being praised. Bai Yi's facial muscles relaxed. Since you saw me switch today, can you understand Enluo cut him off? Possessing so many professions. Yet you didn't show them during the graduation exam. Is it that you don't want too many people to know? Right, saying this. She placed her hand on her chest as if swearing an oath. Don't worry. I know how to keep a secret. Suddenly, 2 soldiers from Squad 26 flew down from the sky and arrived at the scene. Everyone. This is Shanghai Nation. God's Guild. Eastern Region Squad 26. They looked at the surrounding scene, asking questions one after another. We're finally here. Is everyone okay? But when the leader saw the corpse of the B-class corpse wolf spider, he was surprised. Huh, you guys already took care of the monster. Then he walked over, used healing magic on everyone, and shouted, Those who were unconscious have all woken up after taking the medicine. Let's do a roll call in a corner. Qi Yin and Miss Huang supported each other. Qi Yin said anxiously, Ms. Huang, I was almost swallowed by that monster. Wasn't I, Ms. Huang comforted her. Don't be scared. Don't be scared anymore. It's all over now. The others walked up to Enluo and Bai Yi. Some searched the area, while others greeted them. A B-class monster like this. Even an experienced high-level squad couldn't handle it. Yet you 2 students managed to defeat it. No wonder you're genius students from Jiang Nation. Being praised. One appeared cold and humble, while the other gave a relieved smile. Then Bai Yi's schoolmates also walked over to express their apologies. This time, it's all thanks to you that we survived. That's right. If it weren't for Bai Yi's heroic performance, we'd definitely be meeting our ancestors right now. Then, the brown-haired student stepped forward and offered a friendly handshake. Thank you for saving everyone. Meanwhile, another group of people used healing magic on Enluo. Captain, are you okay? Why did you come back alone? Qi Yin added. Do you know how dangerous that was, being scolded like that? Enluo just replied hastily. Don't worry. Hasn't it all been resolved? Seeing the cheerful atmosphere, the blonde young man stepped out to tease her. Don't underestimate our captain, after all. She's a golden class awakened. A genius like that only appears once every few years. How could there be anything she can't handle? Hearing those words, Enluo turned her head to look to the left, denying it in her heart. No. Today, I met a true genius. She kept staring at him. Bai Yi. You really are a mysterious person. Bai Yi remained as silent as a grave, saying nothing. Everyone around gathered in one place. Roll call is done. We're only missing 1 student. The rest of you, get on the special train first. Leave the missing student for the guild to find. At this time, in the wilderness forest, an energy bottle was broken. Ziling faced something dangerous, revealing a terrified look. No, don't come over here. I didn't let you out to eat me. But the giant monster with a large horn kept getting closer. He crawled on the ground, Begging. 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 You idiot, you were supposed to go eat those guys. But the monster scrutinized Ziling even more. Then let out a groan. On the other hand, on God's Guild's special train, everyone was fast asleep. Only Bai Yi sat studying the system panel. The corpse wolf spider has huge growth potential. If nurtured properly, it can become a great combat asset for me. Its stats appeared. Spirit Flower contract skill allows contracting with fire element magical beasts after defeating them. Currently completed 3/6 contracts. He thought further. Today, after defeating the corpse wolf spider, my mage profession leveled up once. But the gap to B class is still far. A series of system panels appeared. All 3 professions are at class with high attribute multipliers. The fire element specifically allows forming contracts with magical beasts after defeating them. And the number of contracts increases with level. Success rate depends on spiritual power. Bai Yi was deep in thought. Monsters of S-class and above are basically controlled by the God Clan and the guilds. Suddenly, a purple-haired guy reported over the phone. Successfully gathered the students. They have currently boarded a special train. Bai Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. I need to find a way to get more opportunities to level up. The train was still speeding straight into the tunnel. After passing through this coastal tunnel, loud noises rang out continuously. They had finally returned to the city. He thought. This is Shenghe Nation, long time no see. Bai Yi looked out the window with pensive eyes. Everyone. I'm back. His mind was filled with the silhouettes of people he could never forget. Not long after, in the eastern part of Shenghe Nation, at 8:00 a.m. on June 28th, the students marveled. The train has arrived at the East Campus station of the Divine Weapon Academy. No wonder it's Shenghe Nation. Even the station is dozens of times bigger than ours. This is the richest country in the world. So of course it's different. Gao Lung, the director of the Eastern District of the Divine Armament Academy, stepped forward and said, Welcome, students, to the Shenghe Nation. Next, I will guide you on a tour of the highest academy for awakened in the world. He reached out, pointed behind him, and said proudly, The Divine Armament Academy. Bai Yi followed his gaze and thought, The Divine Armament Academy is where that guy graduated from. According to the timeline, he's currently studying here too. His face darkened with a resentful glare. Chris, it's about time we met. The scene shifted to a giant statue. Gao Lang said, This is Cuthbert the Best, one of our 5 great creator gods. Everyone looked at the statue and couldn't help but gasp. The students became excited. Finally, I get to see my idol. The best family is now the most powerful family. I wish I was lucky enough to meet them. A girl replied, Keep dreaming. They are from the divine race. Jiang Xiaoho was still full of hope. But didn't they say the divine race might accept us this time? I'm really looking forward to it. He began to narrate. When the demon dragon appeared, slaughtering humanity and devouring the earth. It was the great Cuthbert who stood up, killed the dragon, and helped humanity survive. Later, to unify the strongest forces, he founded the Gods Guild and the Divine Armament Academy. The 4 Divine Armament Academies are the world's top awakened academies, and also the only and #1 academy. Every year, only 100 students, aged 12 to 18, are recruited from all over the world. But moreover, besides reaching B rank, you also need to pass an extremely strict entrance exam. Zhao Menyan exclaimed in shock. B rank. He was equally surprised. I tried my best in middle and high school, and barely passed D rank to step into C rank. That's right. There are only a few B rank awakened in the whole country, and you have to reach that level before turning 18. So getting into the Divine Armament Academy is too difficult. Bai Yi frowned tightly. That's right. Under such extremely difficult circumstances, he still managed to graduate from the Divine Armament Academy. He searched his memories. A man spoke up. This is the new member of our group. Chris. Right. Although you guys can't be curious about each other's pasts, I'll tell you a little secret. He's the top graduate of the Divine Armament Academy. Super strong. Bai Yi's eyes flashed with determination. According to the timeline, he must be at the Divine Armament Academy right now. I have to quickly reach B rank. I have to be stronger than him. I also have to enter the Divine Armament Academy. Qi Yin stared at Bai Yi, lost in thought. Bai Yi said he wanted to stay at this school. He must have his ways. A voice suddenly rang out, interrupting her thoughts. Little princess, you've arrived in the Shanghai nation. Why didn't you go see your father first? Qi Yin immediately turned around. The curious gazes of the other students also followed. Gao Lang approached and bowed. Greetings. Secretary General Chen Lu. He replied. Greetings. Director, your father overworked himself and fell ill 2 days ago. He didn't let me tell you. She gasped in panic. What Qi Yin's face showed obvious worry as she hurriedly rushed into the car. Zhao Manyan was stunned. What kind of background does this girl have? That the director respects her family's secretary so much, a boy replied. I don't know. Just then, a luxurious black car sped up and stopped right in front of everyone. The students were all stunned, their bewildered eyes fixed on the car. Zhang Xiaoho jumped. What is that? He said with wide-eyed amazement. Are all the cars in the Shanghai nation this luxurious? The driver stepped out and bowed to open the back door of the supercar. The first person stepped out of the car with an incredibly arrogant posture. Then, on. They left the car and leisurely walked towards the other students. Gao Long said sternly, Students, you're late. Hao Tian smiled and said, Oh my. You know, sir, students from the Dongjing High Private School like us have to go to the demon dungeon to train every night. We had a big battle last night. Got too tired. So we woke up late today. Please be a little understanding. He stayed silent, then turned and said, Let me introduce you. In this training journey, 2 schools from 2 countries are participating together. These students are from the Shanghai nation. From the Dongjing High Private School. A boy praised. Wow. The locals in the Shanghai nation dress so fashionably. Gao Long continued. These students are... He suddenly interrupted loudly. All right. No need for introductions. We already know. They're from a vassal state. Right, probably all from commoner families. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this, unable to hide their shock. Miss Huang frowned and asked, Are there only 5 of you here? Could it be? The group burst into laughter. Hao Tian mocked. I told you they were country bumpkins. It's perfectly normal that they've never heard of a private school. We belong to noble families in the Shanghai nation. Therefore, the educational resources we enjoy are naturally different from yours. It's not that only 5 of us came, but our school only has the 5 of us. All the school's resources are dedicated solely to us. Yeah, of course. Country bumpkins attending public schools like you wouldn't understand. An indignant student said, You speak too condescendingly. Who are you calling country bumpkins? He stepped closer and glared. Condescending. We'll be studying at the Divine Armament Academy in the future. I'm only in 11th grade now, but my level is already 30. C rank. I'm just 1 level away from reaching B rank. We're here to get familiar with the school beforehand. What about you, the student? Extremely annoyed. Stammered. Our ultimate school team can definitely compete with you guys. Hao Tian sneered disdainfully. You guys think too highly of yourselves. The 5 of us have reached perfect coordination. Yesterday, we successfully conquered a D-rank dungeon. This is a record-breaking performance for a high school. A girl in his group, CU, spoke up. Hey, what's the use of talking so much with them? They probably haven't even seen a D-rank demon dungeon before. How would commoners living in the slums know what the luxurious life of nobles is like? Our goal is to become God-blessed, while they'll just live a country bumpkin life forever. Hearing this, Bai Yi fell into deep thought. God-blessed is the highest social status that an ordinary person without divine race blood can achieve. It's the goal everyone pursues, and also the ultimate status I reached in my previous life. A dog its whole life just to serve the gods. I will absolutely never go through those days again. Suddenly, the roar of an engine echoed like thunder, descending from the sky. The students were bewildered, all looking up at the sky. What is that? Is this the exclusive aircraft of the divine race? Why is it here? A mystical gray smoke billowed from the aircraft, swirling and descending to the ground. A blurry male figure gradually emerged from the smoke. It seems all the students are here. He stared at the person in absolute shock. This is the God-blessed of the best family. Lin Feng. He continued. Then Bai Yi must be here too. Hao Tian wondered. Who is Bai Yi? The other student hadn't recovered yet. What does Lin Feng want with him? Lin Feng slowly approached Bai Yi, who stared back coldly. He smiled faintly and adjusted his glasses. It's you. You perfectly conquered a D-rank demon dungeon single-handedly in the mock exam. The divine race, the best family, is very interested in your performance. On the occasion of the hunting tournament organized by the family recently, we specially invite you for a visit. She stammered in shock. Single-handedly, he continued. Perfectly conquering a D-rank demon dungeon. The divine race invites you. Lin Feng leaned sideways and pointed at the aircraft. Please, come with me. Bai Yi remained cold and didn't reply, his mind seemingly pondering something. 100 years ago, the world fell into an era of chaos. Many monsters possessing immense magic power invaded the human realm. Humanity didn't have enough strength to fight them. Then, 5 mighty gods descended upon the world. They protected humanity, slaughtered the powerful monsters, and kept the human world safe under their divine protection. Since then, humanity has deeply revered and worshipped these gods. To protect humanity, the gods stayed in the human realm from then on. They bestowed immense power and knowledge upon humans, built powerful armies, and established new laws. They even intermingled with humans to produce offspring. The direct descendants of the gods are called the divine race. Bai Yi thought with sharp eyes. This is the history we were taught. Everyone in this world lives under the rule of the gods. A student in the crowd suddenly asked, Can we go too? The hunting tournament is held in the divine race's territory. Commoners might never get there in their entire lives, let alone visit. Hearing this, Mu Han looked over and replied, The training journey was originally organized by the best family. This time, logically, all students will be invited. There's still some time before visiting the Gods Guild. Any student who is interested can come along. Hearing him, the students gasped in awe. We all have a chance to set foot in the divine race's territory, but there were also those who weren't very surprised or excited. That's a place only nobles can go. So lucky. Mu Han kept a smile on his face and continued. Then please, everyone, come along. The territory of the best family. Sky City. On the massive island, high-rise buildings were built close together. Suddenly, a voice rang out. The families of the 5 gods are scattered everywhere. The Shenghe nation is mainly inhabited by the best family. Hearing this, Bai Yi also thought, they are all descendants of Cuthbert the Best, currently commanding the strongest army in the world, the Gods Guild, and simultaneously managing the Divine Armament Academy. So the selection and management of the army are all handled by the best family. Mu Han led a group of students into the Grand Hall. The awakened academies of various countries are also ruled by them. This time, they are interested in me because of my performance in the graduation exam. He pondered deeply. But why choose to meet at the hunting tournament? The room was large and spacious. In the distance, a figure seemed to be waiting for them. The students kept looking around with fascinated eyes. Wow! This is the residence of the divine race. It's so high. They approached the figure, the divine security team of the best family. Bai Yi's sharp eyes looked straight ahead. Divine race. We finally meet again. The subordinates of the best family's divine security team immediately bowed and spoke solemnly. They're here. Shin suddenly spoke in a deep voice. My grandfather once told me that art is the only trace showing that humans ever existed in this world. I am Shin. Shin, the best. The first heir of the best divine race. But my royal father said that ruins are the only trace of existence. But I believe that creating ruins is, in itself, art. His words at this moment surprised everyone. Hao Tian whispered, "Did you forget what your parents taught you? Hurry up and bow your head to show respect. How can you look straight into the eyes of the divine race like those ignorant country bumpkins?" Bai Yi's eyes coldly stared at Xin the Best, the eldest son of the god, currently ruling the Shenghe nation, the pinnacle of power in this world. Xin leisurely strode before their eyes. Lin Feng smiled and gestured. "Please follow me." The central area of Sky City. The hunting ground. A massive barrier appeared before their eyes. This place is the hunting ground. It looks so vast. Everyone looked ahead. Look at those demonic beasts. In the blink of an eye, other families appeared above. Sodal glanced sideways. How many people are participating this time, I don't know. They're about to announce it. Yes. Last Kim casually pointed. Iced coffee with 32% sugar. Alice Kim also appeared. I don't need it. Ji Xing quickly replied. Yes. Bai Yi immediately looked up. The two grandsons of the Ode family. The grandson and granddaughter of the Kim family are all present. I didn't expect to see 3 divine families present here at the same time today. At this moment, everyone silently looked at Xin's leisurely back. Lin Feng tilted his head and spoke. The hunting tournament is about to begin. Let me introduce some things and rules of this hunting tournament to everyone, so it's easier to understand while watching. The hunting tournament is held in this giant arena. The core of the hunting tournament is awakened versus demonic beasts in the hunting ground. The demonic beasts here are all C rank, captured from all over the world and raised by the Gods Guild. The awakened here are independent registrants from all corners of the world. To increase the challenge of the hunt, the required strength of the registrants must not reach B rank. Each registrant is their own faction. Every time they kill a C rank demonic beast, they get 10 points. Finally, they are ranked by their points. Zhang Xiaoho was surprised and immediately spoke up. C rank demonic beasts, but the participants can't be B rank. That means their strength is roughly equal. We are, Ka whispered in his ear. Monsters of the same level usually require a team to challenge one. Those registrants are so brave. At this time, An Luo, Qi Yin, and Andy had all received the hunting information. Lin Feng announced loudly. This year's hunting tournament coincides with the anniversary. Therefore, the best family has prepared an extremely generous reward for the winner. Finally, let's welcome this year's contestants to the stage. Before their eyes was an incredibly vast artificial forest. Everyone stood up high and looked down. This year, there are a total of 12 participants. First is Louis from the Shengdian nation. Immediately, the contestants appeared on the big screen. Lin Qing from the Naiyi nation. De Yuan's eyes widened as he spoke. These participants must be very experienced. Zhang Xiaoho looked up and added, when facing monsters of the same level, killing one is already the limit. But there are hundreds, even thousands of monsters in this arena. While there are only 12 players, it's really dangerous. But if you win, the reward will be extremely generous. I heard you can even get S-rank equipment. Ka turned around and spoke. Moreover, if you perform well, you might even receive a reward from the divine race. Then I'd rather keep my life. If a monster like that stood in front of me, I'd pee my pants. Suddenly, Xin spoke slowly in a deep voice. You. His eyes were a bit intimidating. Are you Bai Yi, conquering a D-rank demon dungeon alone while still in high school? You still haven't shown your full strength. Right. Xin's face darkened as he looked down. Now, kill a C-rank demonic beast for me to see. Siyu was immediately startled and spoke up. What? Forcing a student to duel a C-rank demonic beast? How is that possible? But this is a request from the divine race. And Luo crossed her arms, glanced over, and thought, no wonder they specially invited Bai Yi. This request shouldn't be hard for Bai Yi to handle. He previously successfully killed a B-rank demon with me. So his strength to kill a C-rank is definitely, just as that thought ended. Bai Yi spoke up. No. He shifted his feet and continued. How is one enough since I'm already here? Let me join the hunting tournament too. Shin's eyes still hadn't left Bai Yi's confident demeanor. Sodal's eyes widened in excitement. He wants to participate. Last Kim just rested his chin on his hand. It seemed Bai Yi wasn't pleasing to his eyes. Bai Yi smiled and thought. Currently, C-rank monsters can no longer be found in the world. Advancing to B rank, this is my only and fastest opportunity. Moreover, today, 3 members of the divine race are participating. Let me bring you the most thrilling performance of your lives. And Luo quickly raised her hand. Wait, I'm signing up too. Next was Ansti, who smiled and raised his arm. Me too. At this moment, both Siyu and Hao Tian were shocked. Staring at them wide-eyed, whispers immediately broke out. What are these kids talking about? Shin spoke in a deep voice. Your levels are all C rank. It indeed fits the requirements. Oh. This is interesting. It's the first time students have come to participate in the hunting tournament. I agree to your request. Kalo's tone was a bit sarcastic. These country bumpkins want to show off in front of the divine race. Hao Tian crossed his arms and added, there was a case before where someone was directly chosen as a god blessed by the divine race because of their outstanding performance. But you guys are too hasty. Suddenly, he smiled and pointed at his face. I'm participating too. Lin Feng interrupted in a deep voice. Think carefully. The hunting tournament doesn't have traditional safety measures. If you encounter danger, no one will save you. Hao Tian smiled awkwardly and stammered. Of course. Isn't it just C-rank demonic beasts? What's the big deal? Could we possibly be inferior to those people from a vassal state? The hunting ground quickly appeared on the screen. Suddenly, there were 8 more participants. It seemed everyone was extremely well prepared mentally. Sodal smiled and spoke. A group of 5 from the Shanghai Nation Private Academy, and a group of 3 from the Jiang Nation. Now this is getting interesting. Last Kim suddenly looked over and interrupted. Who are you guys betting on? Sodal smirked. Of course. I'm betting 1 million on the students from the Shanghai Nation Private Academy. I'm also betting 1 million. They grew up with elite, noble education. Second only to us. How can they be the same as those unknown bugs? Shin slowly stepped sideways. Interesting. He spoke in a deep voice. Then I'll bet on Bai Yi. Sodal quickly turned his head. Bai Yi, you mean that white-haired guy? Then you better prepare your money to throw it down the drain. It seemed Last Kim still had no interest in joining the conversation. He slowly sighed and frowned. So who should I bet on? But Lin Feng beside him seemed to have realized something. He thought to himself, I forgot to tell them. Absolutely do not go near the dark forest in the center. However, seeing the figures looming ahead, they probably won't go that far. Right. At this time, the 2 rival groups had quickly split up. Siyu was extremely terrified. Looking around, she trembled and spoke. We've never fought C-rank monsters before. Hao Tian immediately turned his head. What are you worried about? Real combat isn't like we've never fought a D-rank boss before. The strength of a C-rank monster is only on par with a D-rank boss. We just need to fight as a team like before. Let's show those country bumpkins what true elites are. The trio of Bai Yi, Andy, and Enluo were in the forest. Suddenly, Bai Yi's face became tense. Thump. Thump. He crouched down, clutching his chest. Thinking. What's going on? My heart is suddenly beating so fast. Could it be? Enluo noticed and asked. What's wrong? Bai Yi waved his hand. Nothing. Andy turned around. Since the 2 of you came together anyway, why don't we fight as a team? Ever since you rejected the ultimate school team's invitation, the captain hasn't been able to sleep at night. On the contrary, she wants to cooperate with you even more. She blushed. What are you talking about? He smiled slightly. How about it? Consider it a bit. Elsewhere, a giant beast emerged from the darkness. It attacked everyone, but they managed to block it with their shields. Eric, they retreated in fear. Name Calivan. Class Core Element Mage. Level Harmeens. C rank. Can you keep up with my movements? The giant beast stood on its toes to build momentum and lunged forward. Cloud Element Giant Beast. Level Husonet. C rank. Frost Blast Dragon. Kalo. Pale and trembling. opened the system panel on his arm. The giant beast's foot had also touched the magic circle on the ground. He leaped up and desperately slashed at it. Poison Abyss / a flower element combat skill, accompanied by a highly toxic / Suddenly, something attacked and slashed the Frost Blast Dragon. Beautiful snowflakes appeared in the air. This was Cu unleashing her skill. Realm of Ice and Frost, a cloud element Silver Teeth skill. The enemy falls into a frozen state. She stood behind everyone and shouted, "I've controlled it." The giant beast stood motionless. Frozen state. Xiao Yun immediately drew his bow. Good job, strong poison arrow, a fire element archer skill. The arrow carries poison attribute damage. Kallo swung his sword. Enchanted Sword Blade, a cloud element combat skill. The next normal attack turns into flying sword aura. Behind them, Calivan leaped high into the air, creating a giant fireball. Let me finish it. The pressure from the fireball made him grimace. Die. The attack was unleashed with all his might. The Frost Blast Dragon couldn't react in time and took the full brunt of the skill. Flame Burst Projectile, a core element mage skill. After accumulating power for a long time, it explodes violently. The fierce flames tore through it, blowing the giant beast to pieces, leaving not a single bone intact. Calivan rejoiced. We did it. System notification. Obtained item Frost Dragon Illusion X2. Obtained item Frost Dragon Tail X1. See. Guys, I told you we could do it. We are the elites among elites. Kallo chimed in. Top tier IC Calivan got 10 points. We actually killed a wild C-rank monster, he replied. You guys help me kill this one first. The next ones will be saved for you. Siyu looked up. Look. Everyone. That's the leaderboard. The three of them have already killed over 10 monsters each. Lin Feng was working when he remembered he forgot something. I forgot to tell them. Absolutely do not go near the dark forest in the center. However, they probably won't go that far. Right. Back with the group. Siyu finished reading and was shocked. How is that possible? Calivan's face twisted. Unable to utter a single word. In the room, a wine glass was thrown down and shattered. Sodell was furious. Elite education, my ass. A bunch of trash. Fighting a monster with a lower level than themselves, and it took so much effort. We're going to lose money again. This guy is quite lucky. Huh. He was extremely angry. Shin stood behind, silently observing the leaderboard. Sodell continued. I didn't expect a bug you picked at random could get third place. He replied. Never underestimate the power of bugs. My father warned me since I was young. Last Kim, who had been sitting all this time, finally spoke up. Hey. I haven't placed my bet yet. This hunt is too simple. Isn't it? Playing like this is too boring. Shin was wary. What dark scheme are you plotting again? He slowly stood up and left his chair. Me. I want to sign up too. I bet on myself. Last Kim pulled hard on the man's ear. However, let my dog go instead of me. Sodell objected. He's a god blessed. The rules only allow C-rank awakened to participate. He smiled sinisterly. The divine race is the rule. By the way, release the chained high-level demonic beasts. If he doesn't get first place, then let him die. Jixing looked worried. Star element giant beast. Level Husonkilens. C-rank. Pillar elephant. Everyone was struggling to fight against it. Why? Why are there suddenly so many high-level monsters? Louis was severely injured and cried for help. Help me, I forfeit, let me out. As soon as the cries died down, an announcement was made. Louis has been eliminated. Everyone discussed animatedly. Look. Guys, another awakened has been eliminated. He clearly forfeited. This is too cruel. Miss Huang stood in the crowd, trembling. Then she turned her head to look at something. Her heart was filled with chaotic worries. But they seemed to be enjoying the pain of others. Sodell cheered. That's more like it. It's only interesting when there's back and forth, the best. Do you have any more trump card monsters? Release them all. Hearing this, Shin just glanced over but didn't reply. He quietly observed the competition display screen. In the forest, star element giant beast. Level Husonyolds. C rank. Stone ape. The monster slammed its hand down. sending rocks flying everywhere, and Luo spun around. It lost a leg, and still has this speed. Suddenly, something dashed past incredibly fast. A foot kicked straight into the stone ape's face. It was Bai Yi who kicked the massive giant beast away. The trio of Andy, Bai Yi, and Luo stood together. The giant beast could still stand up and fight after the blow. Suddenly, it suffered a speed reduction pressure. Name Yin Jixing. C rank. Class Star Element Mage. I've controlled it. He applied a Star Element Mage skill, marking a single target and applying extreme pressure to the opponent. Bai Yi channeled power into his legs, cracking the ground to build momentum, then drew his blade and charged forward with determined eyes. With just one move, he finished off the Stone Ape giant beast. Successfully killed level 28, Stone Ape. Obtained Meteorite, X4. Luo stood observing, then called out to Bai Yi. This is already the third time he stepped in to help me. Even though it's team combat, he's always the one directing the battle. Moreover, he only uses warrior class skills. Her heart was full of thoughts. Bai Yi checked the system and thought, as expected, I came to the right place. In just a short time, the warrior class has leveled up twice. All the classes I use in combat gain experience. I can't casually reveal my other classes. He carefully glanced around, then decided, I have to find a way to find an independent space. Let's go check out the Darkbone Forest in the center. While Bai Yi was deep in thought, Andy crossed his arms and sighed. He looked up at the ranking board and exclaimed, Our squad's teamwork is pretty good. Andy happily looked at the rankings. It seems first place will belong to one of the three of us. Then he turned to Luo. The score for fourth place is lagging a bit far behind. She ignored Andy's words and kept her eyes on the leaderboard. Suddenly, Luo's eyes widened. She pointed at the leaderboard and shouted, Look at that. Guys, on the leaderboard, a drastic fluctuation was taking place. Someone's ranking was rising at lightning speed. Immediately, Bai Yi recognized the person rapidly climbing the ranks. As soon as he realized this, his face grew tense, a hint of worry flashing across it. Why is he participating too? Meanwhile, another monster was quickly killed. The system continuously displayed notifications. Successfully killed, level 29, Pillar Elephant. Gannicus's accumulated points plus 10. He walked proudly after easily dispatching the monster. The notification displayed God Blessed Gannicus. B rank. Cloud Element Warrior. He carried his sword on his shoulder, his face devoid of any emotion, just glancing coldly. Then Gannicus quickly left the bloody battlefield he had just created. At the same time, the system also displayed the ranking change. Gannicus had taken third place, pushing Bai Yi down to fourth. Seeing such a rapid change, Last Kim couldn't hide his joy. He laughed out loud. Here, Last Kim stood up excitedly. My ranking has surpassed the best. He used a sarcastic tone. The person he chose is only so-so. I'll be taking first place this time. Sodal was indignant but couldn't say anything more. Having a God-blessed participate for you is cheating. Then he glanced sideways. But this the best you've never lost a bet so far. Right? Then he laughed gleefully. Finally, we get to see you lose. Seeing the mocking and disdainful words, Shin just listened silently. He pursed his lips tightly, then calmly spoke. Gentlemen. Suddenly, he made a proposal that made everyone turn their heads. Want to raise the stakes, you can freely change your betting target. Then he decisively declared, As for me, I'm betting an additional 100 million on Bai Yi. Dare to follow. Hearing such a sudden proposal, Sodal's eyes widened and he asked, Are you crazy today? 100 million? That's a week's worth of tribute. But Last Kim put on a confident face. Gannicus is the most loyal dog I raise. If you want to give away your money, go ahead. Hearing this, Shin stepped forward. Then, he approached the leaderboard and announced, To give them more motivation to win first place, he ordered, Add more rewards to the game. Lin Feng beside him immediately grasped the instruction. Understood. Right then, an announcement was broadcast widely. Attention! Participants, The final stage of the hunting tournament officially begins. The announcement continued. More powerful monsters will be released. Currently, all participants can choose whether to stay in the hunting ground and continue hunting or not. This announcement shocked the other players. Hearing this, CU hastily decided, I want to withdraw, but the announcement wasn't over. In addition, the best family is specially offering a new reward. First place in the competition will receive an item. As soon as the announcement ended with the item Holy Edict, Bai Yi's face grew tense. Bai Yi thought to himself, Holy Edict. That's a ring that each divine race member can only give away once in their lifetime. An ordinary person receiving a Holy Edict means possessing a death exemption medallion. He recalled his previous life. Even if you commit a capital offense, you can be pardoned once thanks to the Holy Edict. In my previous life, Master used the Holy Edict to save me from the awakened prison. Bai Yi thought about the current situation again. I didn't expect the best family to be so generous this time. He pondered. At this rate, the competition will become increasingly fierce. I don't have much time left to level up. Andy's voice interrupted his thoughts. You two. Andy quickly analyzed. Team, combat. Although having a high success rate, increases accumulated points slowly. Moreover, the number of demonic beasts around is decreasing. Why don't we fight independently from now on, he pointed up. That new guy is about to leave us far behind. Everyone looked up at the leaderboard. At this time, Gannicus was leading with 320 points. Far ahead of second place, and Luo, with 270 points. Bai Yi considered. Can you guys protect yourselves well? And Luo happily thought. As expected. He accepted team combat because he was worried about our safety. She replied. Don't underestimate the ultimate school team. Let's compete to see who gets first place. At this time, Gannicus was fighting another monster. Howls and screams echoed endlessly in his ears. That's right. Keep doing that. Tear those demonic beasts apart. He killed the monster with a single slash. That voice continued. If you don't secure first place, then die in there for me. Last Kim was so excited he couldn't sit down while watching Gannicus. See that? The guy I raise is a hunting dog. He sat back down in his chair and didn't forget to provoke. Shin. You've definitely lost. Look at that Bai Yi you chose. Last Kim pointed at the screen and mocked. Even his teammates abandoned him. What a piece of trash. While he was passionately rambling, Shin suddenly stared straight at the live broadcast screen. Looking closely, his eyes were somewhat terrifying. The screen also gradually became static. Shin realized the problem. He raised an eyebrow in surprise. Suddenly, Bai Yi's screen went black, leaving Last Kim confused. Why was his livestream cut? What's going on? Meanwhile, Shin remained extremely calm. He just thought, finally, you're about to start showing your strength. And what about Bai Yi's side? The livestream equipment had been frozen by him, unable to continue operating. Intentionally coming to the central area, this is a place many people don't dare to enter. At this moment, Bai Yi finally got serious. Cloud Element Mage Mode. He recalled. Moreover, Master once taught me the places where monsters in the forest like to hide. In front of Bai Yi were 3 giant monsters. Level 29, C-rank lightning owls. He still didn't panic. So finding these experience bags is very easy. A surge of power radiated from Bai Yi. Let every single one of my classes level up. Elsewhere, everyone was anxiously staring at the screen to watch the live stream. Xiaowen was worried. Why was that boy's screen suddenly cut off? He didn't encounter any danger. Did he? Miss Huang couldn't hide her anxiety either. What exactly happened to Bai Yi suddenly? Someone pointed at the screen, breaking the anxious atmosphere. Look, Bai Yi's score. The screen displayed. Bai Yi's score is increasing non-stop, in just the blink of an eye. He gained 30 points. He went straight to second place. Bai Yi's score on the system continued to rise rapidly. Everyone gasped in amazement at this spectacular comeback. It went up another 20 points. He's in first place now. The cheers outside contrasted with Last Kim's panic. Is there a mistake in the system? He hurriedly leaned forward. Why did that brat score skyrocket when the live stream was cut off? Lin Feng immediately spoke up. The accumulated points system won't make a mistake. We connected the chips on every monster. Only when they are killed will the accumulated points be calculated for the participant. Suddenly, Last Kim threw his still steaming coffee right into Lin Feng's face. He yelled furiously. Do I need you to explain? Do you think I don't know, Last Kim? Feeling insulted, turned to complain to Shin. The best. God blessed of the family. Don't you understand the rules? Since when does he get to interrupt when the divine race is talking? Shin remained calm. He just asked gently. Are you that afraid of losing? Just that was enough to leave Last Kim speechless. Shin didn't care. He looked up at the leaderboard and silently praised Bai Yi. You're more interesting than I thought. And Luo had also just finished killing a demonic beast. She looked up at the leaderboard and couldn't help but exclaim. I thought I would catch up after you started fighting alone. But who knew you could be so fast? She smiled. At this rate, you can definitely win first place easily. Andy had also noticed the change in the leaderboard. He was extremely surprised. How is that possible? Is this something a human can do? Andy ignored the monster corpse behind him and asked himself, could it be that when he was fighting in a team with us earlier, Bai Yi was hiding his strength all along? Andy quickly regained his composure. This is a rare opportunity to show off my strength in front of the divine race. The central area is very dangerous. But there must be more monsters there. Andy looked towards the gloomy path behind him and decided, I'll go to the central area too. At least I can't drop too far in the rankings. Andy turned and walked deep inside. As long as I stay away from the dark fog forest, there shouldn't be any danger. Deep inside the dark fog forest, Bai Yi and his two beasts stood as if waiting for someone. Dark fog, I'm finally here. His eyes lit up. Along the way here, I've killed almost all the monsters inside. 3 notification panels appeared one after another. Cloud Element Mage C rank X 400%. Core Element Warrior C rank X 300%. Flower Element Summoner C rank X 350%. And other information about stamina and strength. Bai Yi glanced over and thought, these classes have all leveled up quite a bit. Maybe today I can upgrade Warrior to B rank. He turned his head to look at the system panel next to him. As for summoned beasts, I signed contracts with 2 more. The information on it read, Skill Flower Spirit Contract. After defeating a flower element monster, you can sign a contract with its soul to make it work for you. Currently completed contracts 5/6. Bai Yi looked back at the 2 beasts behind him. Xiao Lin is used to help me search for enemies and scout the surroundings. Cloud Owl named Xiao Lin. Flower Element Mage Thorn Chrysanthemum Ape named Kong Kong. Flower Element Warrior. Kong Kong is used to fight alongside me. He turned his head and called out, Xiao Lin, help me check if there are any more demonic beasts around. Suddenly, the soul inside Bai Yi's body was violently shaken. He collapsed to the ground. Bai Yi's face was dripping with sweat as he clutched his chest. As expected, it's this feeling again. He tried to look up. It's deep inside here. Isn't it? Bai Yi looked deep into the dark forest. Is it you calling me? Belphegor. But memories of the past gradually surfaced. Let me give you a hand. In the opponent's hand was a heart. Consider it a meeting gift from me to you. He asked with a cold face. Then why do you want to make a deal with me? What's the price? He smiled ear to ear. His face full of sinister intent. His voice was somewhat hesitant, evoking curiosity in the listener. Wait until you return to the past. Bai Yi's vision suddenly changed. Exactly as if he were hypnotized. He said something else to him and laughed loudly. Bai Yi's whole body tensed up. His face drenched in sweat. Back to the present. He stood up from the ground. It seemed his face was now terrifyingly serious. It's time to fulfill my promise to you. Miss Huang and 2 others stood watching the scoreboard. I didn't expect the hunting tournament to turn into this situation. Among the top 4, 3 are students from the Jiang Nation. Deng Ming looked up at the live broadcast screen. Bai Yi is really top-notch. But there's still no live feed of him. I wonder how he did it. Mei Yuan looked at him. Maybe he went to the central area. Before the ultimate school team came on this training journey, we took supplementary lessons related to the hunting tournament. Actually, the area where the hunting tournament takes place is extremely vast. We can't see the whole thing, so we can only watch through the recorded live streams. The hunting ground is divided into 3 areas: the basic hunting area, the high difficulty hunting area, and the dark fog forest. Right now, what's in front of us is the basic hunting area. The monsters appearing here are of relatively low level, and their numbers are small. As they go deeper inside, the monster levels will get higher and higher, and their numbers will also increase. So Bai Yi being able to quickly get a high score must be because he went deep inside. Deng Ming's doubts were resolved. So that's how it is. He noticed Ji Xing's surveillance screen. But the dark fog forest in the central area is a place you absolutely must not go. Rumor has it that place is cursed. If you go in, you definitely won't be able to come out. Why did the vice captain go there? Ji Xing looked around. He thought to himself, I was planning to go deeper to fight more monsters, but I unknowingly arrived at the dark fog forest. He noticed something. However, Ji Xing stood behind a tree, watching Bai Yi. Why is Bai Yi here too? Does he want to go in? Doesn't he know how dangerous the dark fog forest is? He was about to reach out to stop Bai Yi, but Ji Xing paused and slowly lowered his hand. He thought of the scoreboard. Well, that's just perfect. Ji Xing smiled sinisterly. If he disappears, then the eyes of the gods will easily notice me. He silently watched Bai Yi's fading back. At this time, Bai Yi had gone deep into the dark fog forest. He looked at the mark he had carved on a tree trunk. I'm back here again. After I carved the mark, I kept walking straight. I didn't make any turns, but I still came back here. Bai Yi looked at the skulls lying on the ground. It's a ghost wall. Surrounding him were skeletons piled on top of each other. He thought to himself, it seems that in the past, quite a few hunters got lost forever in this place. Did someone cast some kind of powerful magic here? Why is there magic here? What secrets are hidden in the dark fog forest? And Luo looked at the scoreboard. What's going on? Why did Bai Yi's score stop at 750 points? Suddenly, Ji Xing ran over. Captain. She turned her head. Did you see Bai Yi? His score hasn't changed for a long time. Ji Xing pointed behind him. I saw him in the high difficulty hunting area. It seems he's heading to the central area. And Luo was a bit worried. He didn't accidentally wander into the dark fog forest. Did he? Bai Yi's scoreboard suddenly became static. After a moment of static, a red notification popped up. Lost contact with him. Then, Bai Yi's score was immediately erased from the scoreboard. Deng Ming was completely stunned. Bai Yi's score suddenly disappeared. Could he have Miss Huang froze? Unable to believe it. No, you must be safe. At this time, deep in the dark fog forest, Bai Yi closed his eyes and thought, close your eyes. Don't trust what you see. He heard. Trust what you can feel. Follow the rhythm of your heartbeat. It's getting closer and closer. He clutched his chest tightly. Bai Yi clearly felt everything around him. It's here. After sensing it, he slowly opened his eyes. In front of Bai Yi was a large, bottomless pit. He stared into the pit. I didn't expect there to be such a giant abyss in the hunting ground. In my previous life, I never saw this in any documents. Sky City is indeed hiding something. Bai Yi used his switching power. Flower Element Summoner. Shaolin. Let's go take a look. After saying that, he jumped down the abyss with Shaolin. What exactly is at the bottom of this abyss? A moment later, Bai Yi had jumped to the bottom of the abyss. He lightly touched the ground with his feet. Bai Yi went to explore the bottom of the abyss. Where exactly is this? He looked around. Did a great battle take place here? Bai Yi didn't notice a soul in the distance. It seemed he was extremely angry. Who is it? Hearing a voice, he turned his head to look. Catching Bai Yi's eye was an array of souls. Level 28, Pillar Spirit. Level 29, Cloud Spirit. And level 27, Emperor Spirit. All of them were C rank, and standing at the very top was a level 36 Star Element Warrior Lord, equivalent to a B rank Death Soul Warrior. How dare you trespass into the forbidden area? The Death Soul Warrior was extremely furious that someone had intruded into his territory. Kill. Looking at the remaining wounds on the monster, and Luo secretly deduced. The wounds were frozen by magic, but there are still burn marks. It was definitely killed by Bai Yi. She looked up at the path ahead. The entire surrounding area has been checked. And Bai Yi's trail is on this path. Ending her train of thought, An Luo said decisively, "The monsters here aren't enough to pose a danger to him." So he definitely went inside. Jixing immediately suggested, "We should still hurry inside and fight monsters. If he's still alive," and Luo cut him off. "No." Her eyes were full of determination. "I'm going in to find him." Hearing this, Jixing panicked. "What?" And Luo slowly walked forward, her voice full of self-blame. "It's all my fault. I didn't warn him about the dangers of the Darkbone Forest." Jixing reached out and shouted, "Captain, that's the Darkbone Forest," he thought to himself. "Are you just going to go in like this?" But then, the corners of his mouth curled into a sinister smile. "Then wouldn't I have one less competitor? Wow." Elsewhere, a loud laugh echoed in front of the surveillance screen. Last Kim pointed at the screen and laughed mockingly. Is she crazy? She actually dared to run into the dark fog forest by herself. A moment later, he sat laughing gleefully. "Oh my. What should we do about this? I originally thought this would be quite an interesting competition." A smug Last Kim. "Now it seems first place belongs to my hunting dog." Sodal was curious. "Ton. What exactly is in that gloomy, dark forest? Why does anyone who goes in never come out?" Tan just sighed. Sigh. "Who cares about that? It's almost the final stage." In the surveillance room, an arm pointed at the screen and shouted, "There are only a few minutes left until 12 o'clock." Shin stood silently, his eyes never leaving the screen. The time was now June 29. 2105. 11. Lima Lapan Im. Sky City Hunting Ground. Xiaowei cried out, trembling. "It hurts so much." De Yuan bandaged her wound while offering words of encouragement. "Hang in there, honey." He patted her head to reassure her. "Once it's 12 o'clock, the match will end." She gritted her teeth tightly. "But it really hurts." Ahead of them, Calivan was cursing angrily. "Damn it, what do you mean we can choose to withdraw? They basically didn't give us any way to withdraw." He looked around. "Fortunately, we found a place with relatively few monsters to hide." Calivan frowned tightly, his voice decisive. "Points don't matter." He turned to reassure everyone. "Just hold out until 12 o'clock and we'll be fine." Calivan added, "Our lives aren't as cheap as those commoners. We have to survive and get out." Just then, a piercing bell rang. Ring. Ring. "Time's up, attention hunters. The normal phase has ended. The official competition phase of the race has ended." Hearing this, Calivan was momentarily startled. "Time's up," the blue-haired guy cheered joyfully. "It's finally over." Suddenly, the cold announcement voice rang out again. Now, entering the final surprise. In the desolate ravine, everyone was stunned when they heard the announcement. Boss battle. Kang Wu's face turned pale. "What?" At this time, the announcement still echoed. "The final boss has appeared on the hunting ground. This will be the last chance for the hunters to turn the tide." Suddenly, the ground shook violently, causing everyone to panic. An earthquake. Xiaowei burst into tears of despair. "Why isn't it over yet?" The loudspeaker announcement rang out again. "The person who defeats the boss will receive 1,000 points. The ultimate grand prize is waiting for you." Calivan frowned and shouted, "Are you kidding me? What boss battle? Let me out. Didn't you say the hunting tournament would end at 12 o'clock? Let us out. I don't want any ultimate grand prize." Before he could finish his sentence, his face suddenly twisted, his voice choking in his throat. "I am a noble." Calivan's eyes were filled with terror, his arrogant smile gradually disappearing. Right at that moment, a long, sharp claw pierced through his stomach. Every stream of spiritual energy was sucked dry. His body quickly withered like a mummy. A giant monster figure stepped out, its freezing aura immediately enveloping the space. From afar, Kang Wu stared in shock and screamed, "Calivan is dead." Siyu's face was drained of blood, tears uncontrollably streaming down. Why is this happening? In front of them was a level 36 B rank flower element mage lord. Soul-snatching corpse. Kang Wu's voice trembled. This is a B-rank boss. Callow turned pale. Even if the few of us are no match. Even if all the participating awakened rushed in together. There's no way we could win a C-rank awakened. He looked at the soul-snatching corpse and assessed it as a B-rank boss. It's absolutely impossible to win. Elsewhere. In Sky City. The second level of the Abyss. Bai Yi was engaged in a fierce battle with the Death Soul Warrior. He declared loudly, "You're the only one left." In his heart, Bai Yi had already realized. During the hunting tournament, all my class levels have increased. Now, both my combat classes are approaching the peak of C rank. The system continuously displayed information about the Core Element Warrior, Cloud Element Mage, Flower Element Summoner, and Flower Spirit Contract Skill. Bai Yi thought to himself. But according to single class data, he affirmed, I can't fight a B rank. In front of him was a level 36 B rank Star Element Warrior Lord. Death Soul Warrior. Bai Yi charged forward, swinging his sword to attack. However, my advantage is having multiple classes. Immediately, the Death Soul Warrior activated Blade Soul. Purple light exploded, seemingly swallowing the space. Bai Yi immediately jumped back. Switching to Cloud Element Mage, he raised his staff to cast Ice Transformation. A thick layer of ice immediately covered the opponent. But the Death Soul Warrior swung a purple slash, completely shattering the ice layer. Ice Transformation failed. Bai Yi was knocked far away, sliding across the ground. The Death Soul Warrior launched a fatal downward strike. The purple blade tip spun fiercely, tearing through the air. Seeing this, Bai Yi quickly switched to Core Element Warrior. He activated Grapple. A powerful golden sword aura swirled around the opponent, restricting its movements. Bai Yi looked on coldly. The important thing is, right at that moment, a pure white blade unexpectedly pierced through the Death Soul Warrior's body. It was a stab from the C-rank summoned beast. Kong Kong. Bai Yi secretly evaluated. A powerful summoned beast. It has grown very fast during this time. Its strength is not inferior to a C-rank awakened. The purple energy around the Death Soul Warrior exploded violently. The green sword buried deep in its chest made it roar. Suddenly, a streak of white light pierced straight through its head, shattering its armor. Bai Yi gripped his sword hilt tightly, driving it deeper. These things, but this is enough to close the gap between you and me. He and Kong Kong pulled their swords out at the same time, causing blood to spray all over the Death Soul Warrior's body. System notification. Successfully killed B-rank boss Death Soul Warrior. A blue light enveloped Bai Yi's body. System notification. Core Element Warrior leveled up to level 30. Cloud Element Mage leveled up to level 28. Flower Element Summoner leveled up to level 27. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Finally defeated it. Killing monsters above my level is truly too difficult. Bai Yi gripped his scythe tightly, standing before the door covered in iron chains. Now I can open the main door. Suddenly, the system popped up, making him exclaim, "Oh," in surprise. Right at that moment, a fireball appeared, surrounded by a blue circle. Star element accumulation is complete. He looked at the golden particles around him. The star element is full. The system popped up, new class awakened. Lord Soul Snatching Corpse. B-rank Flower Element Mage. Possesses intelligence. Unknown abilities. Danger level. Extremely dangerous. Origin unknown. And the system displayed information about the Core Element Warrior, Cloud Element Mage, Flower Element Summoner, and Flower Spirit Contract Skill. At this time, while on guard duty, someone asked, "Have you ever heard of Sky City? This place is the Gods Guild." Sixth Guild. Audic. Squad. The two of them spoke seriously to each other. I heard that inside this tower, there's a mysterious space imprisoning many powerful monsters. The other person heard this and found it unbelievable, asking, "How is that possible? This is the divine race's territory." He immediately reminded, "You've been listening to too many nonsense urban legends." Hearing this, the other person replied, "If you don't believe it, then I'll go tell someone else." It's as if you've been inside yourself. Suddenly, the captain of the 8th Squad walked over and warned, "Who allowed you two to talk while on duty?" The two of them immediately panicked, raised their hands, and said, "Sorry. Captain, sorry." He immediately warned them seriously. "Our duty is to protect the safety of the divine race's eastern territory. Today is the hunting tournament. There absolutely must not be a single mistake." The captain of the 8th Squad immediately pointed to the other side. "You've been in for 3 years. Yet you're still as clueless as rookies." They bowed in apology in unison. He added, "Remember to learn well from Chris." On this side, a man silently looked in that direction and thought, the mysterious space of Sky City back to Bai Yi. A sound rang out. New class is about to awaken. Beep beep. Successfully obtained. Successfully awakened Star Element Mage. Bai Yi looked down, unable to hide his surprise. Red Star Element Mage. Currently, he is a level 1 E-rank Star Element Mage. At this point, Bai Yi recalled the battle back then. Jixing and I have the same class. He just stared at the system panel. Suddenly, Bai Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. A wave of pain hit him, causing his body to stagger. Bai Yi stared around. The feeling is getting more and more intense. He looked straight at the door, wondering, could it be behind this large door? Bai Yi's hand immediately initiated a switch. A sword appeared. He pointed the sword straight at the door, preparing to attack. Core Element Warrior. Then Bai Yi swung a slash, cutting the chains. The massive chains immediately fell, creating a deafening sound. His hand then placed on the door, pushing it open with force. The door opened, a loud sound echoing throughout the building. Then, Bai Yi quickly walked inside the door. In this place, chains were continuously strung everywhere. He looked up, his face becoming tense. The system displayed its information: level 5 Hell Chains, followed by level 5 Star Soul Lock. Amidst those chains was a man tightly bound in midair. The person raised his head, smiled, and asked, "Another person sent to humiliate me." Seeing this person, he asked without hesitation, "No. Are you Samael?" Hearing this, the man was startled and asked, "How do you know that name?" Bai Yi walked over and replied, "I'm here to save you." The man heard this, lowered his head, and fell silent. Then, suddenly, strange sounds echoed around them. Bai Yi was startled and looked towards the door. A loud sound rang out as the door slammed shut. From the ground, black smoke gradually appeared. The smoke gradually condensed into a humanoid figure wearing armor. This was a level 36 B-rank Star Element Warrior Lord, Death Soul Warrior. Upon seeing this person, Bai Yi's face changed color. "What's going on? I clearly killed him earlier." Suddenly, another sound rang out, and another figure appeared. This person was still a level 36 B-rank Star Element Warrior Lord, Death Soul Warrior. Just like that, continuously, another Death Soul Warrior appeared. A total of 3. Seeing this, Bai Yi couldn't help but be shocked. How is this possible? How can there be so many? Suddenly, the ground in front of Bai Yi shifted again. Something unexpectedly appeared with a massive sword. The opponent was a level 40 B-rank Star Element Warrior Lord Leader, Death Soul General. He spoke up. Stepping into the forbidden area means certain death. Seeing this, Bai Yi immediately got into a combat stance. Now this is going to be hard to deal with. Suddenly, Samuel behind him laughed out loud. He showed disdain. "A kid like you actually attacked all the way in here and lured them all out." Bai Yi didn't dawdle and asked directly, "Stop talking nonsense. What do I have to do to free you?" He replied. "You can't even find the key. Yet you dare to tell me that." Hearing this, he thought to himself, "Key." Then Bai Yi looked at the massive guys in front of him. The size of that weapon fits perfectly. So Bai Yi had found his target. Moreover, coincidentally, it's all-powerful Star Element Force. He shouted. The sword in his hand is the key. Samuel behind him smiled and praised. Quick reaction. He continued. But you should also know that saying you want to save me is so arrogant. With your current skills, you'll only become a dead soul under his blade. Bai Yi seriously looked straight at the opponent. No wonder the hunting tournament organized by the divine race doesn't allow awakened above C rank to participate. Because they want to cover up everything here. At this point, he understood. They know that even if a B rank awakened finds this place, they will definitely die without a burial site. Samuel smiled, seemingly not holding any hope. It seems you already know your fate. However, his eyes were full of determination. I won't. Bai Yi pointed his weapon straight ahead to switch. Core element warrior. He continued. Won't just obediently wait for death. At this point, Bai Yi asked again. Dare to make a bet, if I save you and get you out. At this time, they also attacked simultaneously. He continued. Then you will have to listen to me. How about it? Demon King Samuel. The words echoed powerfully. Striking straight into his mind, Samuel evaluated Bai Yi in his heart. I'm not afraid at all. So he smiled excitedly. Interesting. Then do it. A gleam of light shone from Samuel's eyes. If you can really let me out, I, the Demon King, will agree to any condition of yours. Information popped up. Lord Leader Death Soul General. B rank Star Element Warrior. Possesses intelligence. Unknown abilities. Danger level. Extremely dangerous. Origin unknown. The Death Soul General raised the weapon in his hand high. He forcefully brought the sword down very fast. Immediately, that spot exploded like a bomb. Bai Yi, drenched in sweat, looked at the spot that had just exploded. What strong attack power! As soon as the smoke cleared, the Death Soul General quickly turned his hand to attack. He gritted his teeth, turning his head sharply to look at him. Bai Yi used his sword to strike the Death Soul General's massive sword. Another Death Soul warrior suddenly lunged from behind. It swung its sword down from above. Unexpectedly, another sword intervened. The sound of metal clashing rang out deafeningly. Kong Kong appeared behind to block the blow for Bai Yi. He and it simultaneously jumped back to retreat. Samuel looked up and spoke. A summoner, so it's a human. Dual classes. Not bad indeed. In front of Bai Yi were rows of Death Souls. But what he was facing was the Death Soul Legion. He looked up, his breathing heavy, and said, Indeed. Not easy to deal with. The Death Soul General lunged forward to attack again. Bai Yi swung his sword back, then lashed out, using its momentum to strike him. The Soul General used repel to push Bai Yi back. He was thrown back forcefully, his feet dragging across the floor for a long moment. Injured, Bai Yi struggled to his feet. So it was a high-level repel skill. The surrounding Soul Warriors, seeing him at a disadvantage, rushed in. Bai Yi quickly swung his sword to block the attack. He coughed violently and spat out a mouthful of blood. This isn't right, even though I'm at the peak of C rank now. While he was blocking, another one attacked from behind. But facing so many B rank monsters is still too much for me. Bai Yi somersaulted into the air to dodge its attack. He quickly found a safe place to land. Bai Yi landed safely, lowering his body and widening his stance. They won't let up. Even more of them are rushing in to attack. Bai Yi gritted his teeth, looking up at the Soul Warriors. In the moment of crisis, Kong Kong rushed out to block a blow for him. Dark red blood splattered everywhere. Seeing this, Bai Yi screamed. Kong Kong. He held out his hand and commanded. Return. The summoned beast immediately faded and disappeared. Bai Yi's whole body trembled with exhaustion. Every one of these monsters is a higher rank than me. He remembered how killing just one Soul Warrior earlier had drained all his strength. A system notification appeared. Successfully killed a Soul Warrior. Bai Yi scanned his surroundings, thinking. But now there are 10 warriors and one stronger general leader. The general alone is level 40. And the rest are all level 36. Samael, hanging high above, suddenly spoke up. Before absolute power, a mysterious glint flashed in his eyes. The weak have no hope. Bai Yi closed his eyes and retorted. No. The nature of this battle. Surrounding Bai Yi were the Soul Warriors, closing in on him. Bai Yi widened his stance and continued his sentence. is not a head-on clash of strength. He opened his eyes and shouted, "Shaolin! Attack them!" From behind, a summoned beast appeared in mid-air. The light it emitted blinded the others. Sensing the light from Shaolin, all the Soul Warriors' eyes turned towards it, seeing his chance. Bai Yi quickly shouted a command. Now Shaolin obeyed and used flash on them. He leaped back behind a Soul Warrior. Bai Yi used Swap Cloud System Mage to freeze the weapon in his hand, seeing it couldn't attack in time. He rejoiced inwardly. I've found their moment of hesitation. Now it's focused on getting rid of the ice. Bai Yi rushed forward, gripping his sword tightly. Then I'll put everything into this next attack. The two swords clashed, the ringing sound echoing throughout the room. He forcefully knocked away the Soul Warrior's large sword. Its eyes blazed. Focused on the key, Bai Yi put a hand on the ground and spun around. The nature of this battle, he leaped up and kicked the Soul General hard in the face, is not a life or death struggle. A sudden pink light pierced through them. It was Kong Kong. Summoned again, rushing to grab the sword. But a fight for the crucial point. It reached out its hand and leaped high. The one who seizes the crucial point, Kong Kong, drew closer to the sword. Just a few inches away from touching it will be the winner. Suddenly, another hand grabbed the hilt. He snatched the weapon and quickly landed on the ground. Bai Yi's jaw dropped in shock at the sight. The Soul General turned and swung a powerful slash. Kong Kong couldn't block in time and fell backward. A notification clearly appeared. Summoned beast Kong Kong has died. The general pulled back his blood-stained sword, his gaze fixed on the spot where it was disappearing. The Soul General turned his head to look back. From the depths of the abyss, the greatest despair descended. The Soul General stared at Bai Yi with gloomy eyes. Surrounded by a thick, swirling mist, he gasped, his eyes wide in disbelief, his lips trembling. Kong Kong Samael's voice rang out. You underestimated their power. Before Bai Yi stood the Star System Lord Warrior, the level 40 B rank leader, the Soul General. These undead are completely different from the beasts you've faced before. A gray mist swirled everywhere as the undead surrounded Bai Yi. They were once my subordinates. Bai Yi panted heavily, looking so small amidst the undead. He gritted his teeth and swung his dagger. The Soul General rushed toward Bai Yi, who was already in a fighting stance. Bai Yi leaped back, successfully using instant dodge to avoid his attack. Another Soul Warrior attacked him from behind. Bai Yi realized it in time and whipped his head around. It attacked so fast it left a streak of light. Bai Yi jumped high to dodge, stomping hard on the Soul Warrior's blade, pinning it to the ground. Then Bai Yi spun around and decisively kicked it hard. At the same time, many other Soul Warriors rushed in to fight him. Bai Yi deftly swung his dagger, spinning the blade through the air. He did this to change his grip. Bai Yi neatly flicked his wrist, letting the handle slide along his palm before tightening his grip. He slashed hard at the Soul Warrior's blade, so fast it created a momentary flash of light. Samael praised. Not bad. Your skills are impressive. Bai Yi was surrounded by two Soul Warriors. They rained down powerful slashes on him, but Bai Yi used block to avoid injury. Samael, witnessing the scene, couldn't stop praising him. His mastery of his class has also reached the highest level. For a frail human, you are truly one of the most outstanding. But you are alone. Bai Yi was surrounded. They raised their blades in unison, and they are a team. He lunged forward, his sword swinging up, its cold edge meeting the opponent's blade. The two attacks collided, creating brilliant streaks of light. Samael's voice echoed. No matter what, you have no chance of winning. The powerful impact sent Bai Yi flying back. He dug his feet into the ground to keep his balance. Bai Yi gritted his teeth. That last blow took a lot out of him. He panted, his breathing ragged and heavy. Sweat rolled down Bai Yi's cheek as he thought. A team. Huh. I used to have a team, too. Bai Yi thought back to the past. He had said, I don't need a team. I'm fine on my own at the Divine Guild headquarters. He sat on a chair. I'm not used to fighting alongside others. Alex, a cigarette in his hand, said, I know. You think you're so talented that everyone else just gets in your way. don't you? Bai Yi, flustered, said. No, that's not what I meant. He turned his face away. I'm just not good at being around other people. Alex stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray. Nonsense. Don't we get along just fine? Bai Yi replied. That's because you're my master. Alex urged him. Stop with the excuses and just give it a try. They are all capable warriors that I painstakingly selected. It's time you made some friends. Bai Yi thought. At first, I thought that with our different personalities and backgrounds, we would never get along. But who would have thought we'd end up spending so many years together? But I haven't been fighting alone for a long time. Bai Yi opened his eyes. Ever since I came back, I haven't been alone. He lowered his head. Using the power of Swap Star System Mage, I've always carried their hatred with me. Bai Yi's eyes sharpened, seeming to glow. Stellar earth surge, the ground suddenly trembled and shattered into small pieces. The skill of a star system mage can alter the surrounding terrain. Bai Yi moved the boulders, forming them into small pillars like a cage, trapping the soul warriors. He quickly clenched his fist, summoning his power. Sharp spikes simultaneously intertwined. Bai Yi's arm remained raised, controlling the surrounding terrain. He thought. For a long time now, I've been familiar with various classes. Snapping out of his thoughts, Bai Yi immediately rushed forward. The warrior quickly pointed its sword at him. It seemed Bai Yi had no way to turn back now. In a flash, blood splattered as the sharp blade pierced through Bai Yi's body. He lowered his head and spoke. A single strike from a B-rank lord is truly vicious. As he finished speaking, Bai Yi's hand quickly grabbed the sturdy armor. His voice was low. You can only cut through ice with your weapon. But now, you can't cut anymore. System notification swap cloud system mage. Bai Yi shouted. Activate all elemental power. World of Frost system notification C-rank skill. Utilizes all elemental force to freeze an individual. Success rate increased. A layer of ice gradually covered the warrior's body. Samael's eyes widened in shock at the scene unfolding. This guy first. He used the star system mage's skill to lure the minions away, creating a one-on-one situation. Then he used himself as bait, letting the enemy's weapon pierce a non-vital part of his body. The moment the opponent couldn't use their weapon, he swapped to a mage class and froze them. System notification, swap core system warrior. Samael still couldn't take his eyes off Bai Yi. Even though he's alone, ice had already appeared all over the blade. Tridirectional severance Bai Yi was trembling uncontrollably now. He's like an entire team by himself. System notification unleashes all power. Can ignore defense. After using this skill, user will enter a state of fatigue for a period of time. Skill of the core system Holy Warrior. Evolved from one-way pure land, the ice quickly enveloped the warrior's entire body. Without hesitation, Bai Yi immediately pulled the blade out of his own body. He gritted his teeth, his voice low. I've kept you waiting. Bai Yi's eyes were filled with determination. The key is here. As he spoke, he quickly threw the blade forward. The sword flew straight towards the place that could be unlocked. The warrior's blazing red eyes looked forward. Don't. In an instant, the ice shattered and vanished. At the same time, the tip of the sword embedded itself in the wall. Cracks gradually appeared on the wall. Immediately, dark streaks spread out powerfully. The corner of Samael's mouth curved up. You really did it. System notification Demon King's fury has finally been released. Bai Yi spoke in a low voice. You said before any condition. He quickly looked up. You would agree to. As he finished speaking, the warrior's arm suddenly grabbed Bai Yi's neck. His entire body was left dangling in midair. The other warriors also suddenly appeared before him. Bai Yi's eyes were squeezed shut in extreme pain. His voice was weak. Now it's your turn to fulfill your promise. Bai Yi struggled to continue. Immediately deal with the entire legion. Samael smirked. You don't have to tell me. I was going to do that anyway. As he spoke, strange patterns suddenly appeared on his body, and a sharp horn quickly grew from his forehead. Samael's eyes suddenly glowed red. I will not forgive any traitors. The warriors all turned their eyes to him. A powerful current of electricity surrounded Samael's body. In a flash, He vanished from his position. Samael clenched his fist and rushed to attack. Sparks of electricity suddenly erupted with incredible force. Samael's gaze turned to the dangling Bai Yi. He quickly used his ability to disappear from his spot. Somehow, Samael was now standing behind the warrior. His hand slowly touched the sturdy armor. Without hesitating, Samael easily tore off the warrior's arm. It lost its balance and immediately fell backward, away from Bai Yi. Finally, he could breathe a little. The electricity still radiated powerfully from Samael. Immediately, the other warriors rushed forward from behind. It seems you still don't realize. Samael suddenly vanished from his spot. His rough hand quickly grabbed a warrior's head. Samael quickly summoned his power. Heaven's punishment, flash prison, with a single blow. The warrior before him was incinerated. Samael's voice was low. Just how grave your mistake was. The other warriors continued to charge and attack. Samael's voice was grim. You ungrateful bastards, without hesitation. He made the warriors explode. It seemed Samael was now venting his anger on them. He shouted, "This place is clearly our manor, Heaven's punishment mass abyss." A stream of power suddenly surrounded Bai Yi's body, healing him. Samael's arm was outstretched. That bunch who call themselves the God Clan invaded our territory. But instead of thinking of resisting, his arm slammed straight down. You chose to betray me. Samael's face darkened. Is being their guard dog more enjoyable than being my subordinate? A warrior struggled to speak. My lord, it was all for survival. We had no other choice. Samael's voice was filled with rage. For survival. He quickly continued his attack. You chose betrayal. The warrior immediately looked down at its incinerated arm. It seemed unable to resist. Please kill me, Samael said sternly. You betrayed me. And you think you can have such an easy death. As he spoke, he unleashed a powerful current of electricity. The warrior screamed endlessly in agony. Samael's face suddenly became terrifying. I will. He held out his hand. Cut your body to pieces. Heaven's punishment, death by 1,000 cuts until not a single drop of blood remains, the warrior's weak voice begged. Please. My lord. Kill me. A bright light immediately appeared all over its body. Without hesitation, Bai Yi used his sword to finish the warrior off. System notification successfully killed the Soul General. Received 100,000 experience. Received item, Soul of the Attendant locked. Samael spoke. How dare you interrupt my execution? His voice was low. Who do you think you are? Bai Yi was a little frightened by Samael's attitude. Samael spoke coldly. After you return to the past, help me find 6 others. Then, release all of them. Bai Yi was shocked to hear this. 6 others, he affirmed. That's right. How should I put it? Then Samael emphasized. They are the 6 great demon kings. Hearing those words, he gestured and continued. When the time comes, the heart I give you will resonate on its own. They hate those gods, just as you do. So you share a common goal. After you free them, to make them your allies to help you kill the gods. Just thinking about it is exciting. Isn't it? The hero and the demon kings. Joining hands. But it's all because of those foolish, ugly gods who brought this upon themselves. Let's overthrow them together. This filthy world under the rule of the God Clan then. Bai Yi angrily drew his sword and slashed. System successfully killed the dead Soul General. Gained 100,000 XP. Obtained S-rank item, Soul of the Attendant. 3 core-type warriors upgraded to B rank. Cloud-type mage upgraded to B rank. Star-type mage upgraded to C rank. Hero's key conditions met for unlocking. Right after, Samael spoke up. You dare interrupt my punishment. He flew into a rage. Eyes shooting fire. Who do you think you are? Bai Yi stood opposite him, remaining silent. Then, sparks of lightning suddenly appeared around his body. He spoke with a trembling voice. My condition was for you to deal with them immediately. You failed, Bai Yi stated firmly. So I did it myself. Samael scoffed. Don't think that just because you helped unlock me, you have the right to negotiate. Bai Yi stood up and retorted. You should know that you can't get out on your own. This tower exists to suppress you. If you want to stay here forever, Go ahead and kill me now. He only frowned. Not replying, Bai Yi asked, Do you still remember Belphegor? That question shook Samael. Bai Yi continued. Finding you and completely freeing you was the condition I promised him. How could an ordinary human like you know Belphegor? Bai Yi pressed a hand to his chest. This heart. This life. Bai Yi looked up and declared. He gave them to me. So I refuse to owe him. Unlocking you is just the first step. Startled, Samael asked. What do you plan to do? Bai Yi lowered his head, his eyes turning sharp and cold. I want to raise hell in this place. Then, the space shifted to a realm filled entirely with chains, inside the desolate wasteland of the abyss's second floor. Samael explained. This place used to be our city. He stepped forward lightly. Samael, Sihid. I can't even remember how many years ago it was. I led the demon race and finally found a sanctuary brimming with demonic crystals and mana. But not long after, a group calling themselves the God Race led an army into our territory. They ambushed us while we were building our home. And our land was stolen. We became slaves. They built this place into Sky City, dividing it into 2 levels. The upper level is extremely luxurious, dedicated solely to the God Race's pleasure. The lower level imprisons humans who tried to resist them. Along with my old subordinates, those gods set up a barrier above, trapping us here forever. The enslaved can only repeat this grueling labor, day after day. Some have even turned into oars, just to keep Sky City afloat and provide energy for the upper level's indulgence. These people committed no crimes, yet they suffer such humiliation. Some have even forgotten their own names. If it weren't for the fact that those gods couldn't kill me and could only lock me up, I probably would have been reduced to this state too. Bai Yi spoke up. Sky City is truly the most accurate reflection of this world. Those in power sit high above, looking down and tormenting the lowly masses. There has never been fairness in this world. But if Sky City's energy source all comes from here, then it's easy to handle. Samael glanced at him and sighed. Bai Yi instructed. Unlock everyone on this level. Then destroy the energy furnace. I'll return to the upper level and destroy the barrier trapping you. Startled, Samael said. Destroy the barrier. You alone aren't enough. The God Race wouldn't create a barrier that can be broken from the inside. Bai Yi smirked. Who said I'm alone? Before entering the hunting ground, I left a backup plan. Everything is already set. I'll help you all escape this hellhole and return everyone to their original worlds. I'm going to tear down this divine tower. Samael hesitated. Even if we all team up, flower-type mage. Level 36, Lord. He yelled. No, even if all the candidates attack at once. We can't win, terrified people cried out. And awakened. C rank absolutely cannot defeat a B rank boss. Suddenly, someone shouted to reassure them. Don't panic. We can fight together. Maybe we can beat it, Carlo cursed. You lunatic. Do you think our lives are as cheap as you commoners? We are from noble families, educated in private academies. If I had known it was this dangerous, I wouldn't have come in even if it killed me nearby. The monster continued devouring everything. He screamed. Look at that. Does that look like a normal monster to you? We're not like you, joining this absurd tournament just for some spare change. De Yuan's voice slowly rang out. For money, he gritted his teeth. Stop living in a fantasy. We never volunteered to join this tournament in the past. Someone had said, Congratulations. You've been selected for this season's hunting tournament. De Yuan had frantically pleaded. No. She just gave birth. She's still nursing. Can I go in her place? The official had angrily replied. Are you trying to defy the God Race's orders? De Yuan said furiously. The hunting tournament. This is nothing but a slaughter created by the gods for their own amusement. We are nothing but the gods' toys, on the other side. Shin's group looked at the screen and burst into laughter. Look at them. They look like they're about to die. Hilarious. Hurry up. Boss. Make your move. I want to see the most spectacular hunting tournament. Chaos was written on everyone's faces. It completely swallowed the cabin. Someone couldn't help but cry out. It's looking at us, suddenly. Red mist spewed from the monster's mouth. Its eerie voice echoed. I smell blood. A terrified girl sat in the corner, clutching her head. At that moment, someone quickly stepped in front of the monster. De Yuan turned his head and screamed. Wife. A slash came down, creating a massive fissure. In the end, he took the full brunt of the attack for his wife. Seeing this, the woman screamed in agony. Husband. The monster took step after step, closing in on her. Carlo hid behind a rock, desperately covering his mouth. De Yuan reached out, trying to stop it. The monster opened its massive jaws, ready to devour her. De Yuan cried out weakly. No. Suddenly, someone struck the back of its neck from afar. System notification. Skill cloud type warrior, wind blade ice spear. Gannicus soared into the air like a gust of wind, appearing right in front of the monster to block it. The woman was stunned by his sudden appearance. The system displayed Gannicus's information. Carlo spoke up. That's the guy ranked first on the leaderboard. Someone stepped forward, cheering. We're saved, he retorted. No. From the moment we stepped onto this battlefield, our fates were sealed. No one can escape this place. The God's game. A voice rang out from Gannicus's earpiece. Hello, who told you to show up now, you stupid trash? Ruining our show, De Yuan asked in confusion. What do you mean by that? Shin laughed in amusement. The gods blessed ruined everything. Our rare entertainment is gone. Las Kim smiled dangerously. What's the rush? I have other ideas. He declared. I want to see something more thrilling. Ignore the monster for now. Turn around. Las Kim issued a ruthless command in front of everyone. Kill that woman. Bai Yi ordered. Unlock everyone on this level. Then destroy the energy furnace. I'll return above and destroy the barrier trapping you. Samael was surprised. Destroy the barrier. You alone aren't enough. The god race wouldn't design a barrier that can be broken from the inside. He smirked. Who said I'm alone? Before entering the hunting ground, I left a backup plan. Everything is in place. I'll help you escape this hellhole and return everyone to their original worlds. I'm going to tear down this divine tower. Hearing those words, Samael fell silent. Samael Sihid. The one chosen by Belphegor is truly interesting. I promised you one condition earlier, and I still haven't fulfilled it. Then, his body emitted a massive surge of lightning. Samael decided. Then allow me to decide for myself. I'll give you a gift up front, as thanks. Belphegor's heart can absorb all elemental powers. I'll transfer all the elemental power I've accumulated over the years to you. The power then began flowing into Bai Yi's body. A massive bolt of lightning struck him directly. System notification. Abundant elemental power. Abundant elemental power. Awakened class lightning type mage. Bai Yi felt it. In an instant, my lightning elemental power is maxed out. I received. He was amazed. My first gold tier class Samael took out a ring. Take this too. This is my demon ring. Normally, it acts as an infinite spatial storage item. But it has another function. It can transmit your voice to me. Just shout into the demon ring, and I can sense your location. He continued. I, Liu Yun, promise right here, no matter if you're at the ends of the earth. As long as I hear your voice, I will immediately come find you. Bai Yi was confused. Liu Yun, isn't your name Samael? He replied. That was my original name. But after certain events, I changed it to Liu Yun. Only a very few people I trust know this name. Bai Yi smiled. I understand. Liu Yun. System, changed class to flower-type summoner. Then, his footsteps lit up. Bai Yi turned to leave. There's not much time left. It's time for me to head up. Once the barrier is destroyed, you must immediately lead everyone out of here. He quickly summoned Shaolin. Samael reminded him. Next time we meet, we have to drink to our heart's content. Bai Yi flew off, replying, It's a deal. Liu Yun. Samael's voice carried deep emotion. Let us, Bai Yi, finish the thought. Turn the god's playground upside down. Back here, the atmosphere was filled with unease. He ordered, Now turn your head around. Kill that woman right in front of everyone. De Yuan weakly tried to stop him. Hey, what are you doing? Las Kim urged. Hurry up, kill his wife right in front of him, someone teased. Las. You're so evil, but this makes it fun. Gannicus reached up and touched his earpiece. Then, he crushed it without hesitation. Gannicus said, You guys need to get out of here. Even if you have to crawl. Leave now. On the other side of the screen, they were shocked. The woman from earlier asked tremblingly. What does this mean? Las Kim cursed angrily. This animal Shin was bewildered. Did this God's blessed really just do that? He roared. You dare crush my earpiece, just wait until you get out. I'll hack you to pieces, right then. Sade pointed and said, Look at that. He was startled. On the leaderboard, the blurry screen showed the rankings changing. Sade exclaimed. Bai Yi's score has appeared again, he's not dead. The scene shifted to the Black Mist Forest. Bai Yi pondered. This hunting tournament from start to finish. It's just a game for the gods. His mind was in turmoil. Whether it's the demons or the awakened, participating in the tournament, everyone who steps into this place is nothing but a player in the game you created. But it's still missing the most important player. And now, it's your turn to join this game. Bai Yi walked as he fell into deep thought. This world is like a giant forest. Dark and full of mist. Once you fall under their control, you will never find the right path again. In my past life, I lived my entire life within the lies woven by the gods. Looking back now, there were clearly so many flaws. Just like this Black Mist Forest. The information panel appeared, Flower-type Mage. Level 39 Lord. Rank B. A machine was continuously supplying energy. He spoke up. Are you the source of this black mist? It seems you're also just a pitiful soul imprisoned here by the gods. In the past, someone kept calling out. Anluo. Wake up, Anluo. Wake up, and Luo rubbed her eyes and asked. Brother. What's wrong? The person tightly grabbed her hand and urged. Hurry, his panicked voice said. Follow me then. And Luo was taken into a dark place. Her brother covered her mouth and demanded, Don't make a sound. An unfamiliar voice echoed continuously. Let me see where you're hiding. At that moment, and Luo's body trembled uncontrollably. A ferocious monster approached. Where did you run off to? Tears streamed down her face. She whispered weakly. Dad. A familiar face collapsed right next to Enluo. Despair became increasingly evident in her eyes. Mom and Luo's loved ones fell one after another. Meanwhile, the monster drew closer. Back to reality. Bai Yi's voice rang out. No, wake up. And Luo. She jolted awake from the nightmare. No, he asked with concern. You just fell into the black mist's illusion. But you're fine now. She softly called out. Bai Yi on Luo's terrified eyes frantically darted around. Bai Yi informed her. It's over. Everything here is over. The player's leaderboard quickly appeared, Shin said excitedly. Look, the score of that person named An Luo is out too. This is so fun, you set this up. Lus. You might just lose the bet again. Sade agreed. Exactly. Now, even his God's blessed dares to disobey orders. They teased. You've lost way too much face. Las Kim angrily clenched his fists. His voice filled with malice. The best. I demand the release of the Akmaza Enhancement Serum. Sin was surprised. Enhancement Serum, that thing is too dangerous, and if a B-rank lord is further stimulated by the serum, he asserted. That's right, I don't care about winning or losing anymore. I just want them dead, let's vote. 5 gods entered today. Las Kim stated viciously. They also hope for something a bit more brutal. Jin replied. If there's a good show to watch. Of course I'll watch it. Sade asked curiously. Aren't you heartbroken for your own gods blessed at all? Alice Kim hesitated. His face darkened. Very good. That's 3 votes. Las Kim then took a step forward. He walked up to the large screen and demanded. Release it quickly, Shin replied lazily and indifferently. Got it. Las Kim said in annoyance. The leaderboard is blocking my view. Turn it off. I want to see exactly how they die with my own eyes. On the display screen, strange pillars on the battlefield began to release a red gas. Kallo panicked. What's happening? What are these things? The monster before them was continuously inhaling the gas. Then, its claws began to crush the block of ice, shattering it in an instant. It grew stronger and more oppressive. System Mage. Flower type. Level 36, B rank Lord. Soul-stealing corpse. Suddenly, the monster leaped off the ground, leaving a trail of smoke. It reappeared in a more dangerous state than before. The mechanical voice continuously announced. Attack power increased. Stamina increased. Elemental power increased. Darkness spread throughout the forest. As the energy was absorbed, the trees quickly withered. More and more monsters appeared in the sky. Gannicus realized, these monsters have been enhanced. His eyes narrowed seriously. Gannicus tensed up. He was still preparing to deal with everyone inside the shield. Las Kim was ecstatic. That's right, this is what happens when you don't listen to me. You damn low-level trash. You bunch of ants actually thought you could escape my control. You're just timid mice, destined to live in the sewers for the rest of your lives. You will never resist me. A member of the God Clan suddenly. The machine blared loudly. Power system failure. A warning sounded. Protective shield about to fail. The man grew uneasy. What's going on? What's wrong with this shield? The final result, shield system has failed. Shin trembled and threw himself into his chair. Isn't this thing supposed to keep us and the monsters apart? How could something go wrong with it? Shin realized someone had sabotaged Sky City. The ferocious monster was approaching Las Kim. It turned its head, looking at him with hostile eyes. Las Kim panicked, his voice trembling. Gannicus. Save me, a subordinate reported. To ensure Sky City can float in the sky forever, I designed 2 power systems. One is the fusion storage power system on the second layer. The lower layer requires manual labor and magic crystals to continuously supply power to the upper layer. The second is the external reserve system. This system stores enough energy for the entire Sky City to operate for at least a month. If the first power system fails, the second reserve system will activate immediately. This ensures Sky City will float forever. Even if dangerous elements infiltrate the God Clan's territory, these 2 combined power systems are enough to guarantee the safety of everyone within it. Dingyu turned and replied, no one would dare infiltrate the God Clan's territory. Sky City will forever stand above all. Las Kim was terrified. The best. What's wrong with your shield? Sin thought silently. The shield failed. That means someone sabotaged the power core. Who could it be? The scene shifted to the abandoned interior of the Abyss's second layer, where immense energies compressed the space. Samael realized, we've destroyed the power core. The rest is up to you. The mechanical voice rang out continuously. Power system changing. Activating backup power. It reported. Activating backup power. A shield was re-erected in their space. Tan hid behind his chair. You scared me to death, Sade added. I didn't expect you to have a backup plan. The system continued. Backup power has been destroyed. Shield completely ineffective. Grandstand thrusters are malfunctioning. Everyone panicked. The grandstand is about to fall. The ground beneath them began to shake. Las Kim was confused. What's going on? What happened to your backup power? Shin realized. This is no coincidence. Someone deliberately sabotaged the power equipment for the entire Sky City. The scene shifted to Sky City's central backup power source. The ground was littered with fallen people. A huge source of power appeared beside the monster. It thought, the energy here is truly delicious. System absorbing energy Erlang, guaranteed. Master, I have perfectly completed the mission you assigned. Info panel. Chiangzi's level increased to 8. It demanded. You'll have to reward me handsomely then. Bai Yi reminded it. Don't get cocky. The most important mission isn't finished yet. It replied. Yes. Boss. And Luo looked at the scene in confusion. What on earth happened here? Everything seems to have suddenly gone out of control. On the other side, everyone was panicking. The shield is gone, quick. We can escape. Xiaowei was overjoyed. Are we finally going to make it back alive? Suddenly, a monster appeared before them. Las Kim screamed. Quick. Notify the nearby Gods Guild. He turned and fled. Why do you keep following me, you bunch of trash? Help me kill it, Tan emphasized. Don't let the monster get near us, Sade yelled. If I get hurt, you're all dead. The monster drew closer and closer to them. Lin Feng warned. Even though these monsters aren't high level, you still need to be careful. Just then, Shin stepped forward. Lin Feng. Looking at this situation, there's only one possibility. Right, after all this time, someone dares to rebel against the God Clan. System Mage. Flower type. Level Harmonchat. B rank Lord. Soul-stealing corpse. Las Kim was enraged. Don't kill it like that. This beast almost killed me. I want to torture it. One cut at a time. He ordered. Electrocute it for me, System Warrior. Core type. Bai Yi demanded. Enjoy this moment of losing control. He observed silently. Strong monsters are fine. Thoughts flooded Bai Yi's mind. And so are Arrogantumons. In Lakin's hands, they all become toys to be abused. The man over here frantically demanded. Yes. Keep electrocuting him, he pondered. This must be the most direct and cruel depiction of the God Clan's foolishness and cruelty. Then, Bai Yi brought his sword straight down on the monster. He silently resolved. So, let it end here. The info panel flashed continuously, successfully defeated the soul-stealing corpse. Gained 88,000 experience. Obtained item, Flower of Heaven's Bone. Successfully killed a boss. Plus 1000 accumulation point. He affirmed. This hunting game needs a winner. Seeing this, Las Kim started yelling. Who told you to make a move? Bai Yi turned and looked him straight in the eye. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon appeared on the ground. Sade exclaimed in confusion. What's happening? Then Shin spoke with a dazed expression. No. This isn't just a small rebellion. Lang exclaimed. Master. It's just as you said. The structure of the Sky Tower is very weak. They never expected us to support the destruction from within. I've completed the mission you assigned. Then, the tower where they stood began to shake violently. Their faces turned pale as they scattered in panic. The space gradually crumbled, and the barrier was destroyed. Shin stood still, staring at the rebels. An S-rank demon king was rushing toward them like a storm. He looked at Bai Yi and concluded. A battle to declare war on the rule of the gods. The surface of the large tower suddenly exploded. The entire tower was shattered by some immense force. The captain witnessed the collapse and shouted. The Sky Tower, it's actually collapsing. Team 8. Go secure the backup power system, find out what happened. The person on the radio immediately replied. Roger that. He then turned to his comrades. All troops. Assemble and move out with me, everyone shouted in unison. Yes. Sir, at that moment, the shadow of a massive monster swooped by. Its sheer size was oppressive. What is that? Its eyes were fixed on a single point ahead. To everyone's horror. What is that thing now? The entire sky descended into chaos as magical light shot everywhere. Laskin pointed at Shin in terror. Didn't you say the strongest monster here was only B rank? Then what's with that giant dragon? Shin remained silent and still. Even my grandfather couldn't kill that giant dragon. And yet, here it is. In the dark, gloomy sky, streams of light appeared one after another, like rampaging bolts of lightning. To the astonishment of the crowd, a giant statue was infused with that energy. Or rather, the energy was grinding it to dust, forcing people to flee. Two young men watched in horror. Lord Kames's statue, it was blown up by a single lightning bolt from that dragon. The dragon bared its sharp fangs. It spread its massive wings as a hoarse voice boomed. I've been suppressed underground by you bastards for so many years. It's time to settle the score. As the scene was about to explode, someone touched Shin. It was Lin Feng. Shielding him. Quick. Dodge. This dragon's pressure is too strong. It must be at least S rank. I have to protect Shin. He suddenly froze. His eyes wide as if witnessing something terrible. The God Clan's territory to suffer such a massive blow. From atop the dragon's head, a terrifying formation appeared. The nobility of Sky City. Rocks and debris flew everywhere. The dragon alone had ravaged the area, destroying the god clan's honor. Everything descended into a chaotic mess with no escape. The ring above its head seemed to suck everything in. It's been completely destroyed. Someone ran, crying in terror. They scrambled through the chaos. Let me hide. Can anyone kill that thing? I'll give you 100 million. The other person scoffed. Are you crazy? How could we beat that dragon? Not unless the god's army makes a move. The dragon, with its blood-red eyes, let out a low, soul-piercing growl. Elsewhere, people were fighting off the frenzied monsters. The monsters from the hunting ground have escaped to protect the god clan as they fought. The entire guard force to the 7th formation. A few figures were faintly visible behind a door. They coughed incessantly from the dust. A girl asked. No one got hit by the falling building. Right, Sia Ven Saichud. Don't worry. We're all awakeners. We don't get hurt that easily. The group gathered together, sitting in utter despair. Mei Yuan cried non-stop. I want to go home. I don't want to be here anymore. A young man held a seriously injured girl in his arms. He watched quietly and said, We have to at least get out of this hunting ground first. Meanwhile, debris continued to fall. Someone shouted, Shin, hurry and call the god's army. Las Kim's father frowned deeply. The god's army. When will they get here, Shin? To say something, but only silence answered him. Destroying the god clan's land. Releasing the demon king below. This was a long-planned act of sabotage aimed at the god clan. A traitor must have snuck into this tournament. Who could it be, as Shin was lost in suspicion? A familiar figure emerged from the thick smoke. It was none other than Bai Yi. He whispered, You're still injured. Get your comrades out of here. Quickly. The dragon was slightly startled. It looked over and said, Come with me. After causing such a mess, the god clan won't let this go. The fact that you went to the abyss will be discovered soon. He smirked confidently. Don't worry. I have my own arrangements. I had everything planned when I decided to join the hunting tournament. Meeting you was just a coincidence. For the gods, this hunting game has just begun. Next is my time for revenge. The dragon laughed loudly. You really are an interesting one. I'm starting to understand why Belphegor chose you, Bai Yi said with a confident face. Stop talking nonsense. The god's army will be here soon. The dragon's brow twitched. What can the god's army do to me? If it weren't for the humans here, I would have turned this sky city upside down with you today. But they've already suffered too much for me. It is time to leave. Bai Yi. You've shown the demon clan the sky again. Liu Yun. I will never forget this debt of gratitude. I will always await your summons. One day, we will overthrow the absolute rule of the gods together. Bai Yi smirked. See you later. Liu Yun. Debris rained down continuously. The system showed a red warning mage skill. Star system. The growling was incessant. Qi Xing appeared just in time to stop the strange monster. Afterward, he cautiously asked, Are you two lords all right? The brothers, Sod and Tan, were still trembling. The monster is it dead, just like that. It's dead. Realizing the danger had passed, he kicked the two bodyguards hard. Useless. The monster almost killed me. The other one crossed his arms and praised. Not bad. Kid. Qi Xing bowed. Thank you for your praise, my lord. While his twin brother scolded, You made me look like a mess in front of these commoners. I've lost all face. Tan was thinking. The losses from this hunting tournament are too great. With such terrible destruction, I wonder if Sky City can be rebuilt, or not. Meanwhile, Shin stood silently before the ruins. In Lin Feng's hand was a broadcasting radio. He approached and said, All monsters on the scene have been dealt with. The giant dragon has flown beyond the borders of the Holy River Kingdom. The god's army has begun its pursuit. Sin glanced over. What about the power source? Lin Feng immediately turned on the radio. Team 8 reported. Team 8 reporting. The backup power system has been restored to normal operation. Backup power activated. Power system restored. Power restored. The shield is back to normal. Only Bai Yi was frowning, lost in a jumble of thoughts. After hearing the announcement, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it's finally over. And Luo gently helped Siyu up. It's okay now. The gods blessed have cleaned up the monsters. That dragon has also escaped. Siyu's eyes filled with tears as Anluo's words echoed. The hunting tournament is completely over. For some reason, something made them both freeze. A blue system panel appeared. What? What is that? The system panel was huge, attracting everyone's attention. A leaderboard. It's the results of the hunting tournament. Miss Huang was concerned to see Bai Yi in first place. At that moment, footsteps were heard. Xin appeared. Standing tall before the crowd, he spoke calmly. Today's hunting tournament had quite a few incidents. But in the end, it was completed. The God Clan's promise will not change for any reason. Just then, Lin Feng came out with a sparkling box. Sade was surprised. He still remembers the tournament at a time like this. Xin really has a lot on his mind. Lin Feng spoke directly to Bai Yi. Bai Yi. Congratulations on winning the championship. He glanced at the box. This is yours. The sparkling box slowly opened, revealing a golden light. An S-rank weapon and ring materialized before Bai Yi's eyes. He gently put on the item called the Holy Edict. At the same time, Bai Yi took the sword. With a decisive swing, he put it away. Bai Yi's face was full of thought. So it's this weapon. At the same time, an announcement was broadcast everywhere. The power system has been fully restored. Sky City has temporarily resumed operations. Double check for any missed injured soldiers. Roger that everyone work together to observe and help. Yes. Seer, only the captain seemed troubled. Traces of a physical attack. Why target the power system specifically? A monster infiltration. The masked man touched some kind of fluid on the floor. His lips moved cautiously. It's not, it's a summon. This attack on the power system wasn't random. It was a calculated plan. His eyes were full of thought. But it's too strange. In my past life, the Sky Tower never collapsed. While Bai Yi was receiving his reward, two people were administering first aid. Mei Yuan was casting a healing spell. An S-rank weapon is a national treasure. This is the first time I've seen one. I wonder if it's been unsheathed yet. Sod. Tun. And Qi Xing. Standing in a corner. All wore ugly expressions. Qi Xing frowned, his eyes unfriendly. Bai Yi, those things were supposed to be mine. I had prepared a final move for the Lord. Las Kim had previously said, "Electrocute it for me." But the opportunity was stolen from him. Whether it was the chance to perform for the God Clan or the S-rank weapon, Qi Xing clenched his fist in resentment. You stole them all from me. Bai Yi held the sword, seemingly testing it. He seemed all too familiar with it. This weapon again. Las Kim suddenly kicked a young man hard, yelling at Gannicus. You idiot. Why aren't you dead yet? A B-rank golden gods blessed, like you can't even beat a country bumpkin piece of trash, I told you. If you don't get first place, Las Kim stomped hard on the man's head in a rage. You should have died in there for me, you trash, you made me lose 100 million. Just then, a platform stopped. It was Shin. He spoke up. Las. Stop. So many people are watching. Have some decency. Las Kim glanced back. The man grabbed Gannicus's head resentfully. Look closely. This is my exclusive God's blessed. His life and death are mine to decide. Just because you beat me with some cheap tricks, you think you can walk all over me. Bai Yi stood by, witnessing everything. Las Kim was always harsh. If we fought properly, how could he be Gannicus's opponent? Bai Yi's brows furrowed in displeasure. Even Shin had a similar reaction. Nah, less than Gannicus. Then let them have a proper match. Las Kim was slightly surprised. He suggested, in the name of a god's son, I order an additional duel between awakeners. The two combatants will be Bai Yi and Gannicus, Shin said with a calm expression. The winner gets the 100 million I won from Las Kim. Everyone was shocked. What? They all exclaimed. A duel between awakeners. He wants Bai Yi and Gannicus to fight one-on-one. Shin had his own agenda. I'm really curious. Bai Yi, how much of your true strength are you hiding? His eyes never left him. Prove it to me. Are you involved in this whole drama? The scene was one of utter collapse, with ruined buildings everywhere. Las Kim chuckled. I didn't expect you to be so quick on the uptake. Shin, I'll give you one last chance to win back all your money. If you lose again, I'll personally take you on a trip back to your hometown. Understood. This sentence seemed to strike a nerve with Gannicus. Shin lowered his voice slightly. So, for this duel, do you two awakeners have any objections? Gannicus bowed his head. No objections. But Bai Yi was displeased. Shin is using his authority as a god's son to give an order. Refusing is the same as defying the gods. Now is not the time. Outwardly. He also replied in a low voice. No objections. Shin nodded in satisfaction. Very good. The platform slowly descended to the ground. He quickly extended his hand. Then the duel will be held up here. Being killed, surrendering, or falling off the stage all count as a loss. One match decides the winner. Bai Yi was serious. But the crowd was in an uproar. Is this for real? They're going to fight right here. Bai Yi faced his opponent with a serious expression. Gannicus. I never expected we'd meet again on the dueling stage in this life. Someone held up Gannicus's wanted poster. Gannicus, after injuring a member of the God clan, fled to his hometown, the Manga country. The god's army is dispatched to capture him alive. If he resists, he can be dealt with on the spot. Scene changed to Manga country. Light shone everywhere. Bai Yi had arrived at Gannicus's house. He was drinking from a bottle of wine. Hearing footsteps, he spoke. You got here fast, Bai Yi said. The God Clan's special, Gods Blessed, are implanted with a tracking device in their hearts. It's useless to run. He slammed the bottle on the table. Of course. In this world, no one can escape their grasp. Lightning crackled in Gannicus's hand. If I'm going to die, a faint afterimage appeared around him. Then I might as well die in my hometown. Bai Yi had also drawn his sword. Radiating a surge of power, two beetles were fighting. A shout rang out. Bite it to death. Two men were excitedly cheering. Go. You idiot. A man stepped forward. Lord Bai Yi of the God's army has successfully landed on the island. Las Kim replied dismissively. I know. Oh. Right. Want to make another bet on who will die. The two now stood opposite each other. Bai Yi thought. In my past life, when we met, I was on the side of the gods. A member of the God's army. Holy Knight Bai Yi. And you were wanted by the gods. Standing on the opposite side, he narrowed his eyes. At that time, I never realized we were nothing more than pawns for their amusement. Small ice shards began to condense in Gannicus's hand. His body was gradually covered in ice armor. Bai Yi thought. Gannicus. We've been brought to this stage built by the God Clan again. The brothers, Soda and Tan, laughed loudly. This is interesting. Scene glanced at them without a word. Las Kim yelled. Hey. Get excited. Kill that country bumpkin. Gannicus, he threatened him with a contemptuous glare. Remember your hometown. Bai Yi spoke up. Think of the people of that town in Manga country. In his heart, he thought. Even if Sky City is destroyed, they won't change at all. The space where they fought was incredibly intense, he told himself. In their eyes, we are forever just ants they can crush, at will. Las Kim's group cowered in fear. Gannicus's expression was ice cold. Opposite him, Bai Yi rushed forward with a fierce attack. The power of the two was terrifying. Threatening to engulf the entire space, his foot gently pulled back. Finally, Bai Yi swung a powerful blow toward him. Gannicus gripped his weapon tightly. Then he countered, launching layers of ice at Bai Yi. The battle was fierce, he told himself. Therefore, this little bit of resistance is nowhere near enough. Bai Yi fought while pondering his plan. Gannicus was gradually tiring. Beads of sweat on his brow, and he emphasized, to spread extreme terror among the God Clan. The crowd buzzed. What an impact, a clash of water and fire. Someone turned pale. Those two are both really strong. I can't see a thing. Bai Yi's attack put him at a disadvantage. Gannicus looked in panic at the blade before his stomach. Bai Yi's cold voice rang out. "Hey, Gannicus." Then he whispered in his ear. "Have you ever thought?" Bai Yi's words faded into the air, leaving Gannicus's expression confused. An earthquake shook the area as light enveloped the space. Gannicus counterattacked, jumping back to increase the distance between them. The tension was palpable. Bai Yi raised his weapon, his expression dark. Gannicus's heart was in turmoil. Why did he say those things outside? Tan yelled. "Gannicus is injured. That country bumpkin dared to attack a confidant of the gods." Las Kim scolded. "What is this piece of trash hesitating for? Get up there now." He rushed forward again at great speed. When the two swords clashed, power shot into the air. Outside, the man was satisfied. "That's more like it. Finish him." In that moment, Bai Yi gently parried the attack, then rushed to slash the ice armor on Gannicus's body. Las Kim yelled. "You can't even handle that country bumpkin," someone exclaimed. This is the first time I've seen Bai Yi fight so desperately. To be able to hold his own against a confidant of the gods. After all, that 100 million prize money, they emphasized. You could live off that for a lifetime. Then he launched into a relentless assault. He could only retreat to dodge. Gannicus's feet were firmly planted on the ground. People murmured. He's pushed Gannicus to the edge of the stage. Bai Yi is advancing. Bai Yi, with a cold face, declared. Full power attack. Then he dashed past Gannicus. Everyone's face darkened when they heard. "It's over," Las Kim exclaimed. "You." But on the stage, his body hadn't fallen. Shin, observing from the side, frowned slightly. Bai Yi exclaimed. "Something's not right." The screen displayed warrior skill. Cloud system. Bone-white ice armor. Behind him, a large block of ice began to appear. At the same time, Gannicus quickly struck. He swung his leg toward Bai Yi. He was immediately thrown from the stage, shocking everyone. They buzzed. Bai Yi is out. Gannicus won, as expected of a B-rank golden. God's blessed. It's the first time I've seen the body double skill. But for Bai Yi to fight like that is also very impressive. That's right. Las Kim looked on with satisfaction. See what I mean? But unlike everyone else, Shin remained silent. Bai Yi, panting, glanced at the man before him. Gannicus looked down at him with a cold gaze. He silently assessed. This person seems to have used all his strength. But during the fight, he continuously avoided my fatal weak points and even left openings. A few times did he lose on purpose. Why? He stood up and said calmly. As expected, the God's blessed is formidable. He calmly admitted defeat. I lose. In his past life, Bai Yi never understood. Warrior skill. Cloud system. Bone-white ice armor. In that battle, his skill level was clearly higher than Gannicus's. But Bai Yi could never defeat him. He never thought of running. Instead, he stayed and resisted relentlessly. That image replayed in his mind until sunset. At that moment, Bai Yi pointed his sword at Gannicus. I've finally found your weakness. And completely defeated him. Then Bai Yi coldly turned and left. But it wasn't until he heard the farewell whistle that he finally understood. The reason he wanted to return to his hometown before he died was to evacuate his family and friends, to save them from the God Clan's slaughter order. And the reason we fought day and night was to buy time for the people in his hometown to escape. At that time, he was a pathetic sight. Blood spitting from his mouth. Gannicus's voice was weak. Kill me. So, in the end, you did everything for your family. Bai Yi complied, raising his sword high and bringing it down decisively. Gannicus closed his eyes, sinking into an eternal sleep. At that moment, he told himself, you won this battle. Then Bai Yi called to report that he had dealt with Gannicus. His body lay cold in the desert. Gannicus, here, woke up and realized he didn't kill me. He only destroyed my awakening ability and even damaged the tracking device in my heart. He sat up and looked toward Bai Yi's retreating figure. Why Gannicus? The strongest awakener of Mungjia country. He had a disabled mother and a younger sister. After accidentally injuring the God Clan's Las Kim, he fled and became a traitor. wanted by the authorities for his defiance. I have the right to deal with him as I see fit. Bai Yi thought. Just like me. You protected your mother. Live on. Ganikus. You still have family. Leave this place. Leave this world forever. Run where the God clan can never find you. He looked at him with expectation. Live on. Ganikus. In this life, let's create a world where we never have to run. The scene was chaotic. With police working frantically, Lin Feng announced. A lot happened during this hunting tournament. But rest assured, everything is under the God clan's control. This is the best family's buffet. Please enjoy your meal. The table was laden with food. Deng Ming was excited. Only national-level officials in Jiang country get to enjoy this. I'm definitely having 20 or 30 of these today. Miss Huang was lost in thought. I can't believe the outside was so destroyed. Yet the dining hall and food are completely unharmed. The God clan's internal architecture is incredibly sturdy. The others at the table ate happily. Alice Kim silently glanced at Los Kim. At that moment, Gannicus stood behind him. Suddenly, the man offered him food. Here. A reward for your good performance at the end. You won me back 100 million. Gannicus replied. It was my duty. In that instant, Los Kim threw the food on the ground. His face darkened. But do you know what you did wrong? Hearing this, he frowned silently. Then Los Kim grabbed his hair. You disobeyed my order and dared to destroy the communication device. Huh? Do you think I... A god? That was wrong. Los Kim flared up and slammed Gannicus's head on the table. He emphasized, remember, this is the last time. Los Kim's tone became threatening. Think about your sister. His eyes immediately became lifeless. Bai Yi stood from a distance, silently witnessing everything. He stood there, lost in thought. Suddenly, Qi Xing approached him. Congratulations. Bai Yi? I never expected you to win first place. I'm proud of you. Bai Yi remained silent. He responded, Vice Leader, you probably didn't know the Black Mist Forest is dangerous. Did you? That's why you didn't stop me when you saw me go in. Those words made his eyes go wide. Bai Yi swirled his wine glass. I'm fine. But Enluo is your classmate of many years and a teammate. If she's in danger again, please stop her. Qi Xing replied. Of course. Friends should help each other. Then he raised his glass and downed the wine in one go. Suddenly, someone said loudly, many strong people participated in today's hunting tournament. Los Kim challenged. How about you let me choose a God's blessed? Everyone in the hall was shocked and looked over. He was terrified. A God's blessed. Others began to marvel. If you rank the world's social status from high to low, then the 5 gods are at the very top. Below them are the direct relatives of the God clan. The first-class nobility, numbering about 100. The gods blessed are ranked as second-class nobility. Besides the God clan, this is the highest status an ordinary person can achieve. The number of gods blessed in the world can be counted on one hand. Everyone covets the position. And there are only 2 ways to become one. One way is like Bai Yi in his past life join the god's army. Achieve great merit. And become a god's blessed. The second way is to be noticed by the God clan and awarded the unique God's Blessed medal. Each member of the God clan can choose an awakener they like to be their lifelong guardian. Someone astutely realized that God clan member could he have his eyes on Bai Yi heavens. He wants to choose Bai Yi as his God's Blessed. He was shocked. How can this be? Isn't giving him so much already enough, and now he gets this highest honor, before. Everyone thought becoming a guardian of the God clan was the greatest honor, but before them was a perverted and despicable God clan member. Life with him would be an endless series of hardships. Tan wondered. Hey, you already have a God's blessed. Don't you? Sade scolded. You idiot. Did you forget? We can each only choose one. Los Kim grew angry, veins popping on his forehead. You guys are the idiots. My sister hasn't chosen yet. I'm here to help her choose a God's blessed. On the other side, Shin frowned involuntarily. The man approached him. You know, I really don't like the look of you. Los Kim growled. Especially your eyes. They're very punchable. He shot a disgusted glance over. So, I want to choose her as the gods blessed. He pointed at her and emphasized, An Luo. And Luo's face went pale with panic when she heard those words. Miss Huang was surprised. He chose An Luo, not Bai Yi. What's going on? People buzzed. That's right. He's choosing for his sister. It's more convenient to choose a female awakener as a god's blessed for a little girl. So, that's it. Suddenly, Alice stepped forward and shouted. No, her voice came out weakly. Brother, I don't want to choose her as my god's blessed. I don't want to right now. But the man quickly slapped Alice Kim across the face. The hall was stunned by the action. Don't move. Las Kim's voice was laced with threat. Say that again? His face was a mask of ferocity. Do you need one or not? Terrified. She replied weakly. I need one. Satisfied. Las Kim patted Alice Kim's head. He praised her. That's right. Good girl. You're so grown up now. How can you live without a guardian? Tan laughed out loud. That kid wants to find a guardian for his sister. Sadi added. It's clearly just a way for him to kill time at night. They murmured. But Las didn't choose wrong. That girl is quite beautiful. It's a pity we've all already chosen our gods blessed. And Luo stepped forward. Thank you for your kind intentions. Mr. Las Kim. But I'm still a student. I want to return to school. I want to rely on my own efforts to enter the Gods Guild and continuously improve. One day, I will become a god's blessed through my own strength. Miss Huang hurriedly stepped in to smooth things over. That's right. And Luo is a student at our school. But at that moment, her body froze. Las Kim exploded. You people don't seem to understand the laws of the God Clan. Do you think I'm negotiating with you? This is the God Clan's territory. I am of the God Clan. What the hell do you think the word of a god is? Hearing this, the soldiers immediately drew their weapons. The girls were startled and backed away. He emphasized, I choose you as the gods blessed. You just need to kneel and be grateful. From a distance, Bai Yi heard this and fell into deep thought, and Luo avoided his gaze, hesitating. But Wenwei agreed. That's right. An Luo. Being a god's blessed is the greatest honor. You should be content. Acting like this is just ungrateful. His face grew darker and darker. Tan was excited. These people are ridiculous. How dare they say such things to the God Clan? Sade added. You guys think way too highly of yourselves. In a corner, Alice Kim trembled involuntarily. Even Shin fell silent at the scene. The atmosphere in the hall became incredibly tense. Only then did everyone present truly understand. Miss Huang's voice trembled. No, in front of the God Clan. They are nothing. Then the man suddenly stabbed his fork into a piece of apple. Next. Las Kim slowly walked towards her. He said, Don't worry. Just be my sister's guardian. I'll definitely treat you like my own sister. Las Kim's words made Enluo anxious. I'll love you to death. His words made Enluo's face darken. Love you to death. Suddenly, a force shot towards Las Kim's back. Bai Yi closed in on him, filled with rage, but a triumphant smile played on the man's face. The rules have been set. With shining eyes, he thought. Bai Yi came to. Then Bai Yi threw a shocking punch at Las Kim's face. He attacked unexpectedly, intending to break the rules. Miss Huang and Shin's eyes went wide. The others were also stunned by the action. Bai Yi rushed forward and struck again. The man was sent flying, his back slamming hard onto the floor. Bai Yi didn't stop. Advancing on him, Bai Yi continued to land fierce blows on Las Kim's face. The man's face began to deform from the beating. Someone trembled and exclaimed, Is that guy crazy? Next, Bai Yi pointed his sword at him. Hey, Ganikus, he asked loudly. Do you want to kill Las Kim? Hearing the question. He was stunned. Ganikus stood frozen, watching Bai Yi strike. Looking at his expression, he realized he was truly preparing to kill Las Kim. The man, his face bloody, cried out, Help someone save me. Bai Yi's attack was ruthless. Bai Yi brought his fist down on his face. Blood sprayed from Las Kim. He raised his hand and struck again and again, and Luo covered her mouth in shock and called out. Bai Yi, June 28. 2105. The God Clan's celebration day. A series of world-shaking events occurred. The city in the sky collapsed, and the Abyss Demon Clan escaped, and violently defeated the God Clan. The system screen displayed mage skill. Star system. Stars Earth prison. Then, a force enveloped Bai Yi's hand. He frowned in annoyance. Countless soldiers surrounded and captured Bai Yi. But his eyes darkened. The god's revenge. Bai Yi looked up with sharp, cold eyes. Has just begun. Sometime later, Bai Yi was in handcuffs. Shin thought. Why did he suddenly do something so impulsive, he told himself. This is a bit strange. At that moment, a soldier called out. Lord the Best. How should we handle him? Shin replied. Take him to the detention room for now. Any criminal act committed in the God Clan's territory will be judged by the Grand Marshal. Everyone murmured. Judged by the Grand Marshal, usually. Anyone brought before the Grand Marshal is sentenced to at least 4 years in prison. No. If convicted of publicly insulting the God Clan, it's a death sentence, Sade said. A commoner attacking a God Clan member is certainly a novelty, Tan added. His life is over. The butler announced. Tonight's banquet is over. Please return to your residences. Bai Yi was escorted away by soldiers. The commander looked at Las Kim and shouted. Healer. Get over here. Vane Vi. On the side. Thought. Such a good opportunity. And he ruined it himself. His future is over. And Luo called out. Bai Yi. What will you do? Startled. He turned his head to look at her. Bai Yi's hand secretly made a sign to An Luo. She understood he was telling her not to worry. And Luo was confused. What does that mean, Bai Yi? Why? Why are you still not caring about yourself at a time like this? The sky was dark, lit only by the faint light of the moon and stars. Yedisufurpeme. June 28th. At the God Clan's guest room, the nurse had things thrown at her mercilessly. Las Kim raged. You idiot. Can't you be gentle? His face was twisted with resentment. Las Kim yelled. Tell me. Where is that idiot locked up? I've never been so humiliated in my entire life. In the Awakener space. Someone asked. He'll be locked up here all night. Right, yeah. Tomorrow he goes to the Holy Land Sky Prison. The other person asked. This place hasn't been used for decades. I didn't expect the equipment to be so new. The bars are made of the hardest black magic crystal. Even an S-rank weapon can't break them. It is the God Clan's prison. After all, with the same standards as the Sky Prison. Suddenly, the two were startled by a noise. Open the door. They realized it was Mr. Las Kim. He yelled. Open the door. Let me in, I have to find that idiot. The soldier blocked him. Mr. Las Kim. He ignored him and walked toward Bai Yi's cell. His face was a mask of indifference. Las Kim said. Bai Yi. You don't actually think you have the upper hand. Do you? I am forever a noble god. And you will soon be sentenced to death. But don't think I'll let you die so easily. I will make you feel the greatest mental torment. I know you're close to that An Luo girl. So I've had someone take her to my room. Now, even if you kneel and beg, it's useless. Today, I will destroy what you cherish most. You have no idea how serious the consequences of offending me are. Bai Yi retorted. Of course I know. A piece of trash like you won't realize your sins even on your deathbed. So I don't intend to stop. His hand gripped the iron bar tightly. Then let's see. Las Kim was frightened by the action and stepped back. His voice was startled. You. Bai Yi's body radiated power. He said, let's see which of us will kneel and beg for mercy. Before 9:00 p.m. June 28. 2105. Sky City Hotel. A sudden voice called out. Please come with us. And Luo held a paper and read aloud. Invitation for the Gods Blessed. Alice Kim. Miss Huang asked in confusion. Does this God's blessed transfer ceremony have to happen tonight? And why must it be at the God clan's residence? Shouldn't this be a public ceremony? A man in black nearby said hesitantly. This is the God clan's order. We dare not resist. His companion added, This is Sky City. Please don't make things difficult for us. Hearing that, Anluo sighed helplessly. I understand. I'll go with you. Miss Huang was worried. Anluo reassured her. If we run now, it will only cause more trouble. Don't worry. I'll find a way to explain things to her. A quiet night at the best family estate. East Wing backyard. God clan's guest room. The two men in black gestured for Anluo. They said in unison, This is it. Please come in. As she stepped in, the door slammed shut. Samcheong sat comfortably on a chair. You've finally arrived. Anluo asked sternly. Where is Alice? He laughed lewdly. The God's blessed Alice. Of course. Must be personally inspected by me. Her brother. To see if she's qualified. This isn't an opportunity everyone gets. Serve the God clan well. When one person succeeds, their whole family rises with them. Anluo said coldly. I came today to make it clear. I cannot accept the position of God's blessed. Hearing that, Samcheong's face twisted in disgust. I thought you were a smart woman. Are you trying to defy the gods? Those who dare to oppose the God clan all suffer a miserable death. Hearing that, Anluo fell silent. Her eyes filled with unease. She then decisively turned to leave. Farewell. Suddenly, Samcheong hit himself in the head. Blood flowed from his forehead. But he wore a vile smile. He immediately shouted, assassinating a God clan member in the middle of the night. After failing, she attempts to escape alarmed. Anluo spun back around. Samcheong arrogantly ordered, Seize her immediately. A figure appeared before Anluo. A hand reached out to attack Anluo, but she decisively blocked it. Anluo tried to counterattack Gannicus. But when he swung his fist again, she was hit. She was knocked back. Suddenly, a large block of ice appeared, trapping Anluo's entire body and rendering her immobile. A giant hand emerged from the air, creating a savage feeling. Gannicus was fighting Anluo fiercely. He nimbly dodged her attack. Then Gannicus retaliated, sending Anluo's body flying. Next, giant blocks of ice formed in the sky and rained down. She looked at her frozen body below. Stunned, Anluo gritted her teeth. No. My wounds from today haven't healed. And this God's blessed's level is much higher than mine. I can't beat him right now. Gannicus spoke. If you leave now, you will become a God defector. A traitor who fled after a failed assassination. You will be hunted by the entire world. All the students and teachers who came with you will be implicated. Hearing this, she got agitated. What are you talking about? You clearly saw I didn't do anything just then. Las Kim's wild laughter echoed. He said, Everyone within a 1-kilometer radius of this villa has been cleared out by me. None of them dared to ask why. They just obeyed. Las Kim's face turned vicious as he asked, Do you know why? Because no one dares to doubt or disobey the divine race. I am the law here. Whatever I say happens. Happens. You know. You should thank your friend Bai Yi. It's because you two are so close that you caught my eye. I can tell he cares about you a lot. And so do I. He emphasized, That's why I must have you. Las Kim's eyes became bloodshot. I'll take you at any cost. His tone was full of mockery. 2 country bumpkins only stepped into the divine race's territory by pure luck. Did you really think you could sit at the same table as me? You lowly ants actually dared to say you'd make me regret it? Right now, he's locked in the dark magic crystal prison. Soon, he'll be transferred to the sky prison to be tortured, and then sentenced to death. And Luo screamed in terror. Don't come any closer. A sword quickly materialized in her hand, and Luo declared firmly, I'd rather die than fall into your hands. Gannicus clenched his fists watching this, while she screamed in fear. Don't come near me, Las Kim declared. I'll ruin you first, then make you watch Bai Yi's execution with your own eyes. His laughter shook the entire space. Suddenly, A massive surge of power erupted around them. Astral Mage Skill, Astral Earth Surge. Las Kim was blasted into the wall, cracking a large section of it. Gannicus was startled by the sight and glanced over. Onluo, her face pale, quickly turned her head. Then, her tears flowed uncontrollably. A cold blade slowly reached out and touched the ice. Bai Yi's figure gradually appeared in the distance. With clenched fists and a murderous aura, he approached. Las Kim covered his mouth and asked, "How is this possible? The dark magic crystal prison is indestructible. How the hell did you escape?" Bai Yi's cold voice rang out. Las Kim, you will never know. Arshaba. August 28. 2105. The scene shifts to a prison. In the awakened cell, Bai Yi was sitting facing the wall. His hand moved gracefully, writing something on a piece of paper. Outside, someone gossiped. "I hope that divine race guy doesn't come to provoke him in the middle of the night again. If he causes any more trouble, I'm afraid he might break out." The person next to him agreed. "No need to worry about that. The cell has 3 doors, all made of dark magic crystal, and the 2 of us are here guarding it." He guaranteed. "No one can escape from here." The villa was still brightly lit. From the top floor to the bottom, Las Kim said, "Get lost. All of you. I don't want anyone within a 1-kilometer radius." He ordered. "Did you hear me?" his subordinates replied. "Understood," Bai Yi's divine beast reported. "Master." He ordered the guard squad to leave. "Should I crush the jade pendant right now to summon you?" Bai Yi calmly replied. "Wait a little longer. I can't leave the prison for too long, so I must get out at the most crucial moment." He thought to himself, "All high-level items in this world can only be refreshed a maximum of 4 times. I've farmed the Spirit Jade Demon Cave 20 times and obtained all 4 pairs of jade pendants. I used 1 pair to save my mother the first time, and left another pair for her before I left. With only 2 pairs left, we have just 1 chance. I must kill him in the shortest time possible." Back to reality. He walked over to Enluo and comforted her. "Don't worry. It's okay now." Her face flushed with emotion. Enluo looked at Bai Yi and asked, "How did you get here?" He replied nonchalantly, "To kill someone." Las Kim started screaming. "Are you kidding me? How did you get out?" He started barking orders. "Hey, Gannicus, kill him for me," Las Kim threatened. "If you don't, I'll kill your entire family." He looked at him with satisfaction. "Yes. Exactly, you beat him before. So this brat is no match for you. Let him taste the power of my..." Las Kim's subordinate. Bai Yi remained calm and expressionless. Gannicus spoke up. "Hey, can you really do what you said in the arena?" Hearing those words, his expression relaxed in surprise. He softly requested, "Attack me with all your strength." Las Kim yelled in shock. "Hey, Gannicus, are you crazy? What arena? What are you doing? What did you 2 talk about suddenly?" Bai Yi gently closed his eyes and said, "All right, I understand." Then, he was sent flying by Bai Yi's fierce power. Las Kim's jaw dropped in shock at the sight. He turned and ran. "Damn you, Gannicus. You dare betray me. Just wait until I get back. I'll slaughter your entire village, leaving no one alive." Las Kim ran for a bit before suddenly being blocked by rising pillars. Terrified, he started screaming frantically. Bai Yi didn't stop and continued to cast his skill, Astral Earth Surge Prison. Las Kim turned his head to look back. Trembling, he screamed in fear. "Hey! Wait! Damn it! Right! The guard squad!" He yelled like a madman. "Where is the guard squad? Where did you all die off to? The guard squad is coming." Hearing this, Bai Yi gave a faint smile. "The guard squad, have you forgotten? There's no one within a 1-kilometer radius. You chased them all away." He had once said, "I've cleared out everyone within a 1-kilometer radius of this villa." None of them dared to ask why, they just obeyed. Do you know why? Because no one dares to doubt or disobey the divine race. Back to reality. Las Kim's voice was filled with panic. "You," suddenly, Bai Yi called out, startling her. Luo. Everything that happens next has nothing to do with you. You know nothing. Bai Yi used Astral Earth Surge Wall and emphasized, and you saw nothing. And Luo's face was left with nothing but shock and disbelief. Las Kim's voice trembled. Wait. Hold on. Las Kim's tears flowed uncontrollably. What exactly are you going to do? Bai Yi replied. What am I going to do? Don't you already know? He raised his hand high. The judgment of the divine race has begun. A letter was created with the content God's order, giving you a chance to replace Luo. Come to my room tonight and kill Luo. After that, only blood-curdling screams echoed through the villa. Don't kill me, someone is coming, Las Kim screamed. You'll never get away with this, even if you're not afraid of death. You should think about that girl. Right, let me go now. And I promise I won't pursue this. I'll let you all go back. I can give you anything. He tried to bribe him. I'll grant you endless wealth and glory. At that moment, Bai Yi slowly extended his hand forward. Following his movement, the wooden bars of the cage attacked Las Kim. In that instant, his arm was severed, and blood splattered everywhere. Las Kim looked at his body, groaning in continuous pain. The image of him threatening Luo flashed in Bai Yi's mind. So, he emphasized, this is for Luo. Las Kim clutched his wound. Wailing miserably, Bai Yi used Astral Earth Surge Hand, making him beg. Stop, his voice grew increasingly strained. I'm begging you. Tears streamed down Las Kim's face. My leg. Bai Yi struck again, declaring, this is for Gannicus. Las Kim's body staggered. Don't come over here, but then, a giant fist slowly swung toward him. His face was now a pitiful mess from countless wounds. Las Kim began to panic completely. Don't come any closer, he continued to beg. I admit my mistake, I was wrong, I'm guilty. The image of Las Kim visiting him in prison appeared. Bai Yi's chilling voice rang out. Finally, he unleashed his last move. And this is for myself. Las Kim was instantly grabbed by his giant hand. You, he screamed his last words. You lunatic, you won't get away with this. Las Kim went completely mad. You'll become a heretic. Your whole family will be implicated. Bai Yi was unmoved by these words, remaining nonchalant. Is that so? The iron-like hand immediately enveloped his body, making him scream in agony, while Bai Yi used all his strength to crush him. On the other side, Las Kim's body was no longer intact. Bai Yi turned his back, and the giant hand slowly loosened. His silhouette carried a sense of pride. Astral Earth Surge Prison. The space was covered in layers of dust, obscuring all vision, and Luo's body stiffened as she witnessed the scene before her. Her voice rang out in shock. And Luo looked at the mass before her and asked, Is he dead? Bai Yi replied simply, Yeah. Hearing this, and Luo closed her eyes, her voice trembling. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. He retorted, No. I wanted to kill him anyway. You don't need to feel guilty about his death. She furrowed her brows and emphasized, He deserved to die. Scum like him wouldn't pay for his sins even if he died 100 times. And Luo's voice softened. But what will you do now, even if the guard squad is a kilometer away? What happened here will be discovered sooner or later. Then, and Luo suddenly grabbed Bai Yi's hand. You have to run, she urged him. Leave this place, leave Sky City. I'll help you draw everyone's attention. It might buy you some time to escape. He called her name. Luo. Her voice trembled. Right. You're so strong. You'll be fine once you leave here. Bai Yi placed his hands on her shoulders and called her name again. Luo. He confidently reassured her. Don't worry. I'll be fine. Bai Yi's tone made it sound like a given. Someone will take the fall for everything. Hearing those words, and Luo looked bewildered, Bai Yi confidently said, He'll be here soon. Bai Yi explained. People in the same team must risk their lives to protect their teammates. No matter what. They are the only ones we can trust in life or death moments. But there is someone who, time and time again, watches his teammates fall into danger without batting an eye. His voice carried a hint of resentment. Even in critical moments, the mysterious figure had once said, That's right. Luo. Becoming God's blessed is a supreme honor. You should be content. Bai Yi's voice echoed. Time and time again. Taking advantage of the situation to harm us. He recalled the image of himself being escorted away. That person stood behind, not forgetting to flash an excited smile. Bai Yi emphasized. I hate traitors the most, especially someone who has betrayed us more than once. Hearing those words, and Luo slowly understood. The person you're talking about is, he continued. So, I wrote him a letter in the name of the divine race. The letter said that if he came tonight and killed you, he could become God's blessed. The letter from earlier was now being held by that person. Bai Yi's voice carried a hypothetical tone. If he shows up as appointed, Jixing's face was reflected fiercely in the firelight. Then he will take the blame for assassinating the divine race in my place. She realized. Could it be that you planned all this from the very beginning? Bai Yi slowly broke into a gentle smile. He patted An Luo's shoulder. Time is running out. I have to get back to my cell. You just need to insist that you don't remember anything. Don't worry about me. His body slowly began to fade. An Luo looked at him and sighed. We'll meet again soon. Time passed. Yarling. The night of June 28. 2105. Bai Yi slowly returned to the awakened prison. Shaolin spoke up. Everything is normal here. The guards didn't notice you left at all. Bai Yi's eyes widened as he silently observed everything. He began to recall. At the dinner party, I beat up Ge Keijin to intentionally get arrested. That way. I have an alibi proving I wasn't there tonight. He concluded. All the skills used during the assassination of Las Kim, Bai Yi analyzed, were astral mage class skills. Then, I used the 9 gods key to judge the traitor. Bai Yi instructed. Deliver the letter to a place where Jixing can see it. Leaving it for him. At this moment, Jixing was stepping toward the meeting place. But I know, Bai Yi guaranteed. A traitor will always choose to betray. But suddenly, his face turned pale. Drained of all color, Jixing was terrified by the scene before him. On the ground lay Gannicus's motionless body. Opposite him was An Luo. Also completely still. Jixing's voice was filled with shock. What happened here? Right then, he sensed something strange and turned his head back. A fire was raging, growing more intense by the second. This inadvertently caught the attention of people far away. They were startled. The divine race's residence is on fire. They called for all members of the guard squad. They immediately ran to the temple. Quick. Call for backup. The one who started the fire was the king of power station destruction. Master manipulator. And arsonist of hearts. The other side was in an uproar. Control the fire first. But suddenly, their footsteps halted. Someone from the security team spoke up. Nobody move. Lord Las Kim of the divine race has been assassinated. The arrogant divine race. Destroyed by dust. Detain all personnel present here, P hurriedly said. Wait a minute, they realized. Shapeshifting is an ability of an astral mage, the commander realized. The one who assassinated Las Kim is an astral mage. On this side. Bai Yi thought. The traitor reaps what he sows. Jixing hastily defended himself. It wasn't me, I don't know anything. He thought this was his revenge. But everything had just begun. The scene shifts to another place. The dark shadow gradually retracted. A subordinate respectfully said, The Lord is inside. Please come in. Shin slowly walked straight to Bai Yi. He called out first to get his attention. Bai Yi. Shin started. How about we make a deal, June 28. 2105. On the day of the divine race's holy festival, a series of major events occurred. Shaking the world, Sky City fell. The abyssal demon dragon escaped. But the most shocking news was the assassination of a god. The suspect was apprehended at the scene and taken to the Sky prison. Also present that night were a god's blessed and a female victim. However, they all claimed to have been in shock and forgotten the events of that night. The god's blessed was stripped of his status for dereliction of duty and was to be sentenced. Last Alice said, Please. Wait a moment. She proposed. I want him to be my god's blessed. However, he was then chosen by another god, thus avoiding punishment. at the Holy River Kingdom's Sky Prison for the Awakened. Another person was brought in for publicly assaulting a member of the God Clan. Bai Yi was escorted away. On June 30th, 2105, he faced the High Priest's judgment. The crowd murmured, "Looks like Bai Yi is done for this time." From above, Enluo watched with great worry. "Bai Yi?" the High Priest asked. Defendant Bai Yi. On the evening of June 28th, during the banquet in Sky City, you committed an unprovoked assault on the Divine Descendant, Lord Last Kim, causing him grievous injury and rendering him unconscious. In accordance with Article 8, Chapter 1 of the Divine Codex and Article 7, Chapter 3 of the Awakened Management Regulations, for the crimes of publicly assaulting a god and using awakened powers on a non-powered individual, this court sentences you to 5 years imprisonment. Do you have any objections to this verdict 2 days ago? Late on the night of June 28th, 2105, awakened holding cell, Shin asked Bai Yi, "How about we make a deal, join the best family and work for me?" Shin stated with certainty, "You'll be a free man tonight." Bai Yi slowly replied, "I appreciate the offer, but my power level isn't high enough for such a responsibility." Shin countered, "No. Your power is immense. To be able to cause such a huge incident, right under the noses of the God Clan," Shin implied, "and still escape safely, leaving no trace." Bai Yi played dumb. "I don't understand what you're saying." "My lord." Shin placed his hand on the door, insisting, "You understand. You know that whatever the God Clan says becomes the truth. That's just how it is. Work for me, and the Sky City incident will no longer be traced back to you." Bai Yi looked up and affirmed, "I don't understand." Shin was visibly shaken by that answer. Finally, Shin lowered his gaze and replied softly, "I understand." As Shin started to leave, he added, "It seems." Shin glanced back at him. "The time for our cooperation has not yet come." Back in the present, the High Priest asked, "Do you have any objections to this verdict?" Bai Yi calmly looked straight ahead and replied, "No." Just then, someone in the audience raised their hand as if to speak. A person raised their hand to voice an opinion. The best family objects. Bai Yi was invited to Sky City by the best family. During the party, Last Kim baselessly and aggressively provoked Bai Yi, who had just won first place. He even maliciously ordered his gods blessed, Ganikus, to attack Bai Yi. In desperation, Bai Yi fought back, causing Last Kim to unexpectedly faint. According to Article 10 of the Awakened Management Regulations, his actions constitute legitimate self-defense. A man brought documents forward. This is the testimony from the best family, along with some evidence. The High Priest hesitated. This evidence should have been submitted before the trial. The man replied respectfully, "This was submitted by Lord Best himself. We hope the High Priest will review it before making a decision." Bai Yi, standing below, glanced at him in silence. He thought to himself, "In this world, the actual truth doesn't matter." From another corner, Shin's figure watched in silence. He thought, "Whatever the gods say becomes the truth." Shin was disgusted. That's why this world has long been rotten. His eyes narrowed slightly. "But you've given me hope. Hope to destroy this rottenness, to make everything start anew." Shin affirmed, "Bai Yi, sooner or later, the day will come when we cooperate." The High Priest banged his gavel. "This court declares Bai Yi an awakened of Jiang country, innocent, and to be released immediately." His shackles were quickly unlocked. The guard looked at Bai Yi and said, "You're free to go." The door slowly opened, and light streamed in. The crowd was excited. "That's great, Bai Yi doesn't have to go to prison, we can go home together." And Luo was so moved by the scene she was about to cry. "This is wonderful," Bai Yi thought to himself. "The original plan was to use the Holy Edict to clear my name. I didn't expect it to be resolved so smoothly." Just then, someone suddenly started running. A guard hurriedly chased after him. "Stop him, this is the High Priest's court." But another person nonchalantly stopped him. "Let it be. Who could possibly stop him?" The figure of Alex was slowly approaching Bai Yi. Alex spoke up. Hey. You're Bai Yi. Right. Hearing this, Bai Yi immediately turned to look. Bai Yi's face showed his surprise. I never would have expected, Alex asked. You're the one who gave a god a proper beating. Aren't you? Bai Yi's eyes widened in shock. To think